Transvulcania, Adidas TERREX here in the heart of the island of La Palma, especially today, not just in the heart, but in the whole island. This ultra that has already started. We are watching what you're watching right now. It's live from Las Tablas. This is the around, and that's me. Hello, good morning. This is the start of the ultra. They started on time, right on time, half an hour ago in El Faro de Fuencaliente, the southest point of this beautiful island, La Isla Bonita, as they call it here, as the locals call it, as everyone knows it. And yeah, it's a bit of a hectic day. It's a bit of a interesting morning on the weather side, something that we are not used to see in the island in this race. It's windy, it's rainy, it's kind of a complicated day, not just for us on the streaming, of course, but for everyone out there. The organization is doing a massive effort to get the race going today. They're going to have the challenge of the weather, something that it's usually on the opposite side. It's usually on the side of the heat, of the extreme heat that usually hits the runners here. Today we have strong winds, really low temperature, and we're gonna have to be taking care of all the runners out there. And yeah, just stoked to see you, to have you here, René. If you're around, welcome. So yeah, it's still just myself. My partner René Borg is still joining me from afar. So hopefully we'll have him.
Sorry, I'm here, Mari. I was talking away, and I saw that my microphone was switched off.
Hi René, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
The things have switched. It's sunny in Ireland, and here it's super rainy, as you can see there on the start early this morning.
Yeah, I saw the message from our production team. You know, it's the world in reverse. But you know, we are here now, and I hope some of the people who've tuned in, you know, that we can still give you a great day of coverage here from the volcanic heart of the Canary Islands.
Yeah. So it's yeah, it was an interesting, really interesting morning. We were able to watch these images before. I think it's the first time we see such a complicated start down at El Faro de Fuencaliente with so much rain, and look at all these people in their rain jackets in the island of La Palma.
Yeah, it's still beautiful footage to see, you know, all the head torches, but I think it probably looks a little bit, you can't quite appreciate the amount of rain and wind that fell, I think, over the last 24 hours down there, Maori. It doesn't really come through on the video footage.
Yeah, it's been pouring. It's been raining a lot since yesterday, and continuously. Yesterday it was an evening of all rain and just a few moments without it. And during the night we had a really massive storm coming through. We ourselves are staying in Los Llanos de Aridane in the finish line area, and it was pouring rain. But yeah, during the night it was complicated. We had a bit of a moment with nothing, and then by the time of the last 2 hours before the start, it was tough. It was tough for everyone. The organization is making a huge effort to keep everything going on, because the weather seems that it's gonna still rain, but the wind is gonna be better. It's gonna be stopping a bit during the morning and afternoon, but yeah, for these few moments after the start, as you can see there with the super strong winds on the very southern point of the island, it's yeah, it's been tough, let's say it that way.
Yeah, and I've organized quite a few races over the years myself, and you know, it's obvious the challenges that it brings to the runners. You know, the terrain is more slippy. It takes more mental and physical effort. You know, you have to be more attentive to your equipment, but it's also a huge job for the volunteer crew. You know, people have to stand out in the rain, if it's sometimes for 8 or 10 hours. A lot of the equipment that you rely on doesn't work properly. You know, in aid stations, you might have the water blown off tables, cameras might be malfunctioning, but despite all that, I think we'll be able to get a good and dramatic day.
Yeah, I think it's a different condiment, it's a different like spice to this race that we are used to seeing in a certain way. We are used to seeing performances touched by the heat, let's call it a way, that they usually suffer the heat, and they usually have to battle this element, which is the sun here in the island. But today is definitely gonna be different, and I'm really intrigued. I'm really curious to see where is this gonna go with these strong winds and this. It's cold. It's actually really cold. We went running yesterday morning to backwards on the race. We started in El Pilar, that it's the 26k mark and the start of the marathon. 26k mark for the ultra and the start of the marathon and the finish line for the half today. And we started running backwards towards El Faro, down south. And it was incredibly cold. So it's it's interesting. It's really interesting to see what's gonna happen today, because yesterday was around noon when we were running there, and it was still cold. The wind was super strong, and yeah, we will. I can't imagine how is it gonna be in like an hour or so up there in Las Deseadas, the highest point of this first part of the race. But yeah, let's say it's sort of an Irish weather. You'd be happy running here, I believe.
I don't know if I'd be happy, but we actually had a quick update from the team out on the coast coming in at the moment from Pico Cruz, which is around 48 kilometers into the race. And we're just having an interview here, so we'll jump back to that.
Bienvenidos a Los Canarios. Hay un ambientazo aquí, compañeros, para el frío que hace y para el mal tiempo, porque, o sea, por ahí escuché como que había una cortina de agua. No, una cortina de agua no. ¿Ustedes saben lo que es que el cielo se te caiga sobre la cabeza? Pues exactamente eso pasó hace nada, 20 minutitos por aquí. Buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Buenas, muy bien.
Esperando a alguien, ¿no?
A muchos y muchas.
A muchos y muchas. Y mira, aquí además, como tienen todo este ritmo, tienen algo preparado que, bueno, hay en varios puntos de la carrera para animar, que son esos aplaudidores. Vamos a usar los aplaudidores, por favor. ¿Cómo se usan? Muy bien. Bueno, muchísimas personas por aquí desde primera hora preparadas para recibir a todos los corredores, que no sabemos cuándo van a llegar, es verdad, pero sí que estamos muy pendientes de esas referencias de tiempo para que en cualquier momento lleguen por aquí. Afortunadamente ya la lluvia paró, la niebla se está disipando y la gente aquí no les importa ni haga mal tiempo ni que pase nada, porque con toda la actitud, ya lo pueden ver, están esperando la llegada de esos primeros corredores. Pero mira, por favor, pero mira qué ambiente, mira qué ambiente. Mira qué alegría, por favor. Que no decaiga el ánimo. Ella se asustó. Que no decaiga, ¿verdad? Que no decaiga. ¡Arriba! Mira. De verdad que así da gusto, compañeros, porque las circunstancias meteorológicas en el día de hoy son complicadas, pero como yo llevo repitiendo desde el día de ayer, al menos nosotros no tenemos que correr. Ellos lo están pasando un poquito peor y son unos grandes valientes. Toda nuestra admiración para los corredores de Transvulcania.
That was Deborah, our girl down there in Los Canarios at the 8K mark for the ultra, and also for the half later today. The ambience is fantastic. People, it's pouring down there. It's pouring rain, and people are. It's 6:40 right now in AM here in the island, and people are already there trying to cheer, to watch the runners go by. And I gotta say that place in Los Canarios it's the ambience is beautiful, and people are excited to see all the runners, and with all the emotion, it's just beautiful, René.
It's very impressive to see people coming out, not only that early, but in these conditions as well. You know, and it definitely speaks for the passion that the Canarian community has for this race. and as well, you know, what a race it's going to be, because we've got record numbers, I believe. I had a quick look over the start list yesterday for the 3 races that we'll be following today. So just if you are tuning in just now and you're wondering what exactly is going to happen today, you know, we have 3 different race distances. The Ultramarathon, of course, is already ongoing. The runners there are currently climbing up the first big slope. It's a 17.5 kilometer net uphill to Desviadas. So we are going to give you, hopefully, a split point at around the 8 kilometer point. So that'll give us a bit of an early indication of where that race is hitting. There was 1,156 people on the start list. It looks like there's 995, so just under 1,000 runners already competing, and that's a big number for a singular ultra race anywhere in Europe. And it has shown huge growth. You know, year on year, this race has grown ever since it came, you know, out of the lockdown years. So despite the weather, despite everything, we're going to have a lot of competitors out there, hopefully a lot of finishers as well. When that is said, we have 2 more starts coming up as well later on. So we'll have well over 2,000, nearly 3,000 runners on the course by the time we get into the mid-morning. So we've got our marathon starting next, followed by the medio marathon. So what are you excited about today, Mauri? Was there one of these races that stood out for you, or is it the ultra is the main thing?
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see what you said at the mid-morning, where all the runners are going to be somewhere around the GR 131, this trail that goes straight from the southern point to the island to the northern highest point of the island, which is El Roque de los Muchachos. As we see now the start of the marathon, with there in images we have our leader here, the lead man. This is earlier today, around 40 minutes ago, but we did see Sheila Vilés and Inés Astrain. As we see now, the lead men of the ultra, the lead men of this Transvulcania 2025, Adidas TERREX. Let's see if we can get some quick sight on the guys that are gonna be running, that are actually leading right now. Let's see.
So the original estimate we had was that Matt Daniels, Andres Blanco, and David Sinclair were coming in a lead group. So we are just going to see if the timing has already picked them up. So this is the first checkpoint at Los Canarios at 7.8 kilometers. And yes, David Sinclair has a time. He's the first runner to cross the mat in 42:44.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. David Sinclair, one of our main candidates for today. I gotta say, he's my bet for today. If I have to guess, look at that. Look at the rain. Look at the fog coming through in Los Canarios. It's something really different, as we see Ruth Croft also leading the women's race. The current record holder, the current defending champion on the women's side, Ruth Croft from the Adidas TERREX team. We see Borja Fernandez also there, running behind her. She's crushing. She's not really far back from the men on this point. She's only, let's say, 3 minutes. Around 3 minutes behind. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to be more exactly behind David Sinclair. Wow, amazing race for Ruth, just from the gun. A little bird told me that she's trying to aim for the course record, I believe, but it's gonna be a tough day for records to fall.
Yeah, it'll be a very, very tough day, and even if she did manage to break it, because she's just in such phenomenal shape, there's a big change in the course today. So some of the people who followed us on Thursday evening in the vertical might remember we talked about this so-called Gorge of Sorrows, Los Angustias, and unfortunately, because of the watery conditions, that's the normal descent, but the runners will not be able to come down that way. That they'll be switched over a little bit early onto, I think it's a tarmac section, Mauri. Yeah. So you could argue, even if they break the record, it's not really the course record, because it's an altered version.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw talking about records, we just saw Luis Alberto Hernando pass by there. The legend of this sport, the 3 times winner of this race, that he's already still competing and trying to go for these 73 kilometers. But as you said, René, there is a slight changes on the course. I don't know how that works exactly. As we see the second woman there coming through. This is Salomon runner. I think that was Martina Balmasoi, if I'm not wrong, the Italian winner of the 2022 race. Also crashing today, one of the candidates to the ladies race. But yeah, it's the main change is the Barranco de las Angustias, after the Puerto de Tazacorte, one of the icons of this race, that it's not gonna be able to be done as the rain has fallen so much. There's so much water coming down so as you can see, that's a sort of a path to evacuate water. It's a canyon that brings water out of the mountain towards the sea, and that's not going to be able to be done today with so much water coming through. We have Yekaterina Mitiaeva, the Adidas TERREX athlete, running in third, and we see the team manager for Adidas too there filming. Pretty solid pace actually for everyone, I think, and they don't seem to be really geared up already. Might be a bit humid, a bit warm. Besides the outside of the rain and the wind, should be good to run, right?
Yeah, you'd hope so, because we got an update a little bit earlier there from one of the production crews out on the route at the next checkpoint. And the next checkpoint is at this. One of the later checkpoints. So the one at Pico Cruz I was referring to, which is at 48k, and at the moment up there, it's extremely windy. But that point is at 2,350 meters, and thankfully the runners have quite a bit of time yet to get there. So we can kind of hope it clears up. It clears up a bit, because shortly after that, 4 kilometers later, they hit the high point of today's route, which is the peak of Roque de las Muchachos, which is at it's well over 2,300 meters.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Up there, in those heights, if it's anyway windy, it makes a huge difference for the runners.
Yeah, totally. But also now they are heading towards the Las Deseadas, which is not the highest point, but it's really exposed. And even though it's 1,900 meters, which is we gotta talk about this, man. It's a 1,900 meters elevation gain, straight out from the sea towards 1,900 meters of elevation. It's an interesting uphill, that's for sure. And up there, it's gonna be windy too. It's gonna be interesting to see the weather change there and what strategy all the runners are gonna be taking. We just got a video from our team up there waiting to film, and it's cold. Let me say, it's really, really cold. That's Martina Balmasoi. It was not Martina, the person who came in second. That was her running right here. And let's see if I can get the timing mat for the women to give some update. I'll go first with the men. As you said, René, leading all together in the same pack is Matt Daniels from the United States, Andrés García Blanco from Spain, with David Sinclair, Charles Hamilton, Andreas Reiterer, one of the also it's not a dark horse when you've been podium on the World Championship, but it's probably not the spotlights are not around Andreas today, having David running, I believe. Peter Franjo, who's also who has podium also in some big races. Kokeno Oga Sawara running a few seconds back of this pack. Kevin Vermeulen, Robin Juleget, and Andreu Simon are running all within 30 seconds of each other. As you can see there on the elevation chart, they just passed through Los Canarios They already had 715 meters of elevation gain on their legs in only 7 kilometers. And the next checkpoint where we're gonna have some imagery, some footage coming is the Las Deseadas point, the second one you can see there on the map at 1827 meters above sea level and 17k. It's brutal, Rene. This is 17 kilometers with 1800 meters, almost almost 2000 meters straight out from the gun, and from the sea to the sky, basically.
Yeah, for sure. It's exactly that, and it's the longest single climb of the route. So you could look at it positively and say, well, at least you get the worst bit out first, because as people can see, if you study the profile here, if you're out on your morning run now listening, then we can kind of talk you through it. So after this peak, there is a fairly long descent, and then we have a shorter climb, still a very substantial climb, but from a much higher base, from a ridge, up to the high point on the Palma Island, which we mentioned earlier there, Roque de las Muchachas. And then there's a very, very long and leg-wearing descent back down to the ocean.
Yeah, and that descent today, with the rain, with the wet terrain, some of the technical. If you've been with us on Thursday watching the vertical, you could have seen how technical that side of the trail is. It's gonna be an interesting downhill. What do you think, Rene?
I think it'll be very interesting, and I kind of wonder if it will upset some of our predictions a little bit. I think ultimately, we probably, both of us, had maybe 10 names that we would have jotted down and said one of these could do it, and out of those 10 we might have 3 where we say, well, these are definitely favorites. And I would still expect that it'll be some of these people we will see cross the line first, because most of these elites have really good broad skill sets, but definitely the descent is going to determine who's the winner, and it's the old thing they say, that you lose a race on the climb, but you win it on the descent.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree on that. You can, I don't know, I've seen in the past 20 years of trail running, I've seen gaps of 15 minutes being broken on a better downhill, and especially on this race, I've seen guys like Said Aid Malek, the Spanish runner, who's a killer on the downhills. He's a fantastic overall trail runner, but his best characteristic is the downhill, and I've seen him pass around 15 people and podium on this race, getting to the top around 20 and finishing up third because his downhill was extremely fast and, let me say, a bit risky, taking a bit extra risks, but they were worth it. Finishing on third place here back in the day, and still today, it's a massive deal. But coming from, I think he summited in 18th position and ended up in third back around 2017, I believe, and yeah, this downhill can get you to a, let's say, to a podium spot.
Yeah, and I think it bears into, your pre-race favorite, David Sinclair. I think a lot of people who followed him and his competitors, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the others because a lot of them are really, really good descenders, but a lot of people consider David the most natural and aggressive descender, certainly of the 3 guys who are in the current top 3 that we saw. Especially, he likes descents like the signature downhill to Tazacorte. So if he's with the pack at that stage, that's probably the time to shove in the bet. But we will see. There's so many things that affect you when it's wet. Many very, very good descenders, they suddenly kind of lose it when the terrain is slippy, and you know it yourself. There are days when you're out descending where you're just in a rhythm, but then something happens, a slip, a fall, and it just throws you a little bit, and you lose your rhythm for maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. On a descent like this, that could be enough. So definitely, whoever handles that combination of the terrain, which was always going to be there, and then these kind of unexpected conditions for Southern Hemisphere, is going to have a major chance. So I wonder if some of the elites are already thinking now, I fancy myself because I know I deal well with these conditions.
Yeah, totally. I think it's part, as we see now, the start of the second wave of the second heat of the marathon earlier this morning. There's already 55 minutes on the clock for these runners. Yeah, I think today already, like since yesterday with the rain, we all knew that the terrain was going to be different, that strategies should be revised, should be evaluated before heading to the start line, and especially having this wind and this cold early in the morning, and that probably things may change, and of course it may remain cold, but it also can get a bit warmer later. How do you get to that final descent? It's still long. It's still 5 hours, 4 hours ish, 5 hours for the runners to get up there, for the leaders, and how do you handle this different scenario that what we're used to see here, or with an elite runner that has never been here, like David, for example, that has seen or has heard from other Americans, other North Americans that have been crushing here, as in the past, Sage Canada, Timothy Olsen, even Tim Frerichs, who won the race. You cannot, on a day like this, you cannot copy other strategies. You got to do your own thing as usual, but especially for today, there's not much in the books to see what people have done in the past, or what people how they sorted out this race in a rainy, foggy, and windy and cold conditions. So I'm really intrigued to see how those squads get to El Roque de los Muchachos to face that brutal downhill that can change everything.
And as we keep watching the start here of the marathon, as you say, it was at 6:30 a.m. In the few waves that came out. We have only now 32 minutes until the start of the half marathon. And we're expecting roughly 800 runners to take the start there.
Yeah, and it's an interesting half. You're starting down on they are doing the first 24K, more or less 25K. Of the ultra. It's the way that the races are set up are really cool, so you can go going step by step, getting closer to the ultra, doing this nice path to get yourself to the longer route. The half marathon starts, we're watching the let's go with the marathon first, then, as we're watching now the elevation chart. You are doing the mid 42K of the ultra, starting at El Pilar. You climb up, you do all the climb from going through El Reventón, all these iconic parts of the island, going through El Reventón, going up to Pico de la Cruz, and finally summiting the highest point of the island, which is El Roque de los Muchachos. In the marathon, it's going to be around 26K, 25.9K at 2,417 meters. And then you do the downhill, which is fantastic. It finishes in the downhill. You don't have this little bump after that the ultra has. And you finish down at Puerto de Tazacorte, where we saw on Thursday the whole vertical party. And yeah, it's interesting, this path, because you can do the half marathon first if you want to start with the shorter race, and you do the first part of the race starting from El Puerto de Tazacorte up to Las Deseadas and down to El Pilar. Then next year you can come and do the marathon and do the other side of the race, and get to know this beautiful uphill and then this brutal downhill that it's also beautiful, because then you're constantly getting closer to the ocean. Every step you make gets you closer to the ocean, and it's just it's not just poetic, it's just it's fantastic to see, and especially in a lake like today, that maybe the clouds are coming and going, and the views are going to be changing all day. And then you can come finally and get your Transvulcania graduation, doing the ultra, and getting to connect the southern point of the island to the highest point, and getting back down to Los Llanos de Aridane. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting way to to put out an event like this and get more and more runners to experience the island and to feel this. Look at that. Look how awful the day is and how people are cheering down there in Los Canarios.
Yeah, normally when people come into, Los Canarios, which I believe is known locally as well as Fuencaliente, you're only 7.6 kilometers, as we see on that tracker, from the sea, but you're already 1,000 meters above it, And this is really a place that normally is just buzzing with excitement about this race. It's a small volcanic village. It tends to really come alive before sunrise here. You'll have locals wrapped in blankets, ringing cowbells, blasting music from the balconies. But today, they're not in pajamas. They're in their rain suits, the ones who've been brave enough to come out and support. And we can see there are some, over there at the barricades. So you won't really get much of an impression of what is the terrain around here in the darkness. Because normally, here you've run on fairly pleasant, kind of pine cone covered switchbacks up through the woods to this place. But today, it's rain and darkness through the village. It's also a place here where it's the first point where you often find out whether you've already overcooked it. And obviously, if you're experienced, it shouldn't happen and it wouldn't happen. But it's a really easy mistake to make just because of the amount of climb you have compacted into less than 5 miles.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's just 7 kilometers, but this 700 meters
con un poquito de lluvia, sí, con un poquito de lluvia, la verdad, y con un poquito de frío, pero no pasa nada porque tenemos toda la actitud, sobre todo porque mira esto, el corredor llega por aquí es donde le reciben los voluntarios con toda la actitud, con ganas y con rapidez para llenarle esos bidones y se va corriendo. Hay gente que no para. Hemos visto algunos incluso de estos pros, de los primeros que pasaron, que ni pararon, yo no sé, ni cogieron agua, pero otras personas, sí que otros corredores tenían a alguien aquí que les hacía esa asistencia y simplemente ya les entregaba bidones, dejaban bidones o incluso también les daba bastones, que no salieron con bastones desde abajo. Esto es un no parar, no nos podemos poner aquí en medio porque la verdad que lo que hacemos es molestar porque justo ahora vienen un grupo de corredores bastante grande y se forma un poquito este tapón, pero bueno, vamos a intentar pasar por aquí, por el otro lado, a ver ahora que no venga nadie, vamos a intentar cruzar. Ven conmigo, Dani, cruzamos por aquí y nos vamos al otro lado del avituallamiento porque aquí lo que tenemos es a caras conocidas, aquí ya es de primera hora de la mañana. Y por aquí también, isotónico, que no falte. Aquí vemos. ¿Qué tal? Duro, está siendo duro, ¿no?
Está siendo muy emocionante, muy bonita, la verdad.
Sí, estás emocionada, ¿no?
Sí.
La verdad que cuando empezaron a llegar todos así sin avisar, porque entre que no se veía por la niebla y que no sabíamos a qué distancia estaban,
Exacto.
fue como un momento que estábamos ya animaditos con la música, pero el chorro de corredores nos animó
Hicieron
más.
falsas alarmas de gente que pasaba y nos emocionaba, pero ya una vez que empezaron no ha parado, la verdad.
Y además no ha parado, es que es una pasada la cantidad de corredores que vienen aquí sin parar. Mira por aquí. Aquí estamos rellenando botella y parando un poquito. Hay algunos que sí se paran, compañeros, porque ya, estamos un poquito saludando y todo. Con este bloque que se lo estoy tomando con un poquito más de calma. Pero yo me imagino cómo tiene que ser. Llevar un ratito ya caminando en esa tranquilidad y de pronto entrar en Los Canarios y ver a todo este público aplaudiendo esta música, que la verdad no sé si se escucha por el sonido ambiente, pero estamos todo el tiempo con temas así muy enérgicos de música y sobre todo encontrarse con estas voluntarias que tienen el corazón entregado a estos corredores.
Muy entregado, tenemos que ayudarnos en lo que podamos y con el día de hoy, imagínate.
¿Cómo empezó el día aquí a las 4 de la mañana montando todo?
Fatal, nos cayó un aguacero de agua, viento, frío, pero bueno, aquí estamos.
Pero nadie se fue, todo el mundo se quedó.
Bueno, vinieron más.
Hubo un momento que se preocuparon, dijeron, mira, los ponemos aquí contra la pared para que no se mojen y les vamos dando agua, ¿verdad? No hizo falta. Pues mira, aquí relleno de botella en directo y seguimos, ¿no?
Sí, hombre, seguimos.
Hasta el final, adiós. Por aquí sigue el ambientazo, compañeros, en Los Canarios y por aquí vamos a seguir un ratito más.
That was Deborah out there in Los Canarios, suffering a bit of the cold, chatting with the aid station volunteers that are all really excited and really the lady that was pouring isotonic drinks on the other side of the trail, the road. She was kind of emotional about seeing all these people here. The island is really passionate about the race, of course, and it's an event. It's something like, you know, like the St. John's parties in June. You have Transvulcania also. People love to be out here, love to be out cheering. And getting people from everywhere, from every corner of the world, that they come to their place, they come to their island, and to their island, sorry, to enjoy the beauty of this place. This is, if I'm not wrong, this is El Reventón. This is the yeah, it's El Reventón, exactly. This is the more or less the 7K mark for the marathon. We're watching marathon runners starting the uphill to El Pico de la Cruz here, and as you can see, it's already, as it is a bit more exposed, you can still have we already have some daylight here, but it's still awful, Rene. It's really bad down there. It's really foggy, but yeah, it's gonna be a fantastic day out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Mauri, because this was actually one of the areas of the island I managed to go for a run on myself last time I visited La Palma, you know, and it looks nothing like what it looks like at the moment. I believe this aid station here is 32 kilometers into the Ultramarathon, so we're going to see a lot more of that later and in a little bit more daylight as well. But I was following the chat in the background, Mari, just to see what people are interested in, because there's already quite a bit of chatter on the people following us on YouTube, and there's a lot of questions about Dimitri. You know, Dimitri Matveyev, who was one of the favorites, obviously, going into this race. He has 2 previous podium finishes here. So we don't have specific details yet about why he didn't start. iRunFar reported this morning that he has retired due to injury, but they didn't have any specifics. Now, one of the people who follows us here is Josh H. I'm just going to read aloud his comment there, because he said that Dima DNF the last 3, and he posted about going to Turkey to figure out what's going on to end his black streak. So guessing he just didn't feel fully ready to compete. So we don't know the full details, but this may be it. It's an awful pity, but thankfully there's still a lot of favorites out there, so we will still have a very, very competitive front race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sad to see such an amazing runner as Dimitri pull out of this race that he has nailed in the past. He has done it really well here, but yeah, unfortunately he's not here. His wife Yekaterina is racing. She's currently in 3rd. So we will see how it goes. I like to see the Boulder boys. Where I saw it is the year of the boy, they say there. That comes from the Boulder boys, from Boulder, Colorado, with the crew. The crew there. I have my good friend, my fellow South American Moises Jimenez from Venezuela that lived in Chile for many years. That's when we met, and now he's living in Boulder, and they created this gang of people, of super fast people, where Matt Daniels, our current race leader, belongs to, and yeah, I'm really excited to see what Matt can do here. A guy I've known for so many years and has done really well, and I think this race suits him perfectly, as also suits David. There's this fast US runners that can run really well in technical terrain, and I think they both can do fantastic today, and I'm really happy to see that Matt is doing so well. This is look at that. There's an Argentinian in 2nd through El Reventón. Sorry, I kind of blacked out because I saw our flag there. Clemente Carlos Lopez, according to the tracker, was the leader of the marathon through El Reventón. That's what we're seeing right now on the images. Diego Camarota, who's also living here in La Palma, went through in 2nd. Carlos Martinez in 3rd. Javier Navarro in 4th. Florian Bernabeu in 5th, Raúl Criado in 6th, Mario Dominguez in 7th, and let's go with the ladies, where we see María Teresa Lust in 1st, Inés Astrain running just a few seconds back. I think Sheila was 2nd there with Inés together, as I can see. Then I believe, yeah, it's a bit tricky there, the timing. I'm gonna go watch it on the wait, please, for a second. I'm gonna go watch it on Live Trail so we can have a better understanding. But yeah, it's María Teresa Lust in 1st, Inés Astrain, Carola Forcadell, Sheila Vilés, Yamila Medina, Silvia María Caso, Almudena Culebras, Anastasia Davidova, María José García y Camille Guy in rounding the women's top 10 through El Reventón. But yeah, I think this is gonna be changing. This is the fastest part from El Pilar to Reventón. You said you've been running here, René, on this area. You know the big road that it's not all downhill, but it tends to go downhill more, and it's fast, eh?
And it's a very small gap we have in the ladies race in the marathon at the moment. Like, I was just looking in myself here, and you can see the first 10 runners are within 2 minutes. You know, so at this early stage, those 2 minutes can disappear quite easily. I believe Maria might be one of the upcoming local racers, if I'm not mistaken, because she's being chased by Ines Moreno, who is probably a slightly more well-known quantity. You know, she races for Joma, which is actually for the Irish listeners who are listening in, is a Spanish company that sponsors a lot of gear up here in Ireland, actually, believe it or not. Oh. So the Joma Trail team. And we have actually a teammate of Maria's in 3rd, so Carola Forcadell. She is just both from the club Cri Run. And then we've got one of the race sponsors, Adidas TERREX, Sheila Castaño, is sitting in 4th. So she might be someone as well who we'll see move up now as the race progresses.
Yeah, Sheila, who is a pretty... Yeah, one of the stars of Spanish trail running. She was 2nd at the World Championships back in 2019. She won OCC in 2022, if I'm not wrong. I'm just pulling it out from my memories. I'm gonna go so I can give you exact things about the Adidas TERREX runner. She just was 4th at Tenerife Blue Trail in March. She was 6th at the Fast Mija Pirineu in last October. She won the Infinite Trails 30K in September. She was 3rd at the Valderrama UTMB in July last year, and she was 5th at the Chiang Mai World Mountain and Trail Running Championships in 2021. But I believe her best results are, we can say, it's her win at the 2022 OCC. She was thank you Martin. Yeah, I was there in 2019 in Portugal. But my brain can fail me. Thank you. Ruth was 2nd, who's currently running the Ultra, and Sheila was 3rd. They both podium. 2 of the ladies we have here racing. So it's, yeah, Sheila has a fantastic background, and let's see how she can do it today on the marathon. She's coming back to racing after a few tough months. She in a really tragic way, she lost her significant other in a few months ago. So she's coming back from a tough moment in her life, and I'm really glad to see her racing and back at it again.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, Mauri. You know, it's obviously a terrible tragedy, and shows a lot, you know, that she's out here competing. But of course, as a lot of us know, sometimes in life the best way to get through moments like that is to kind of immerse ourselves in things like this, you know, in challenges and things that give us a lot of meaning. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to follow her today. Just as we are we keep following here the marathon runners passing through the El Reventon checkpoint. We're getting a shout out on YouTube chat for Peter Franjo, our 20-year-old Slovak ultra runner, the ski mountaineer from Brezno. So he is someone that is quite fancied. He had a bronze medal in 2023 at the Trail World Championships over the 80k distance, which was in Innsbruck in Austria. So he's definitely one to watch. And I think just looking at the rankings here, at the moment he sits in 6th in the full ultra race.
Absolutely. I want to go give some background on our race leaders. As we just mentioned, Matt Daniels, as if everyone knows who we are talking about or are so aware of the trail running world as we are, René. So Matt is now an independent runner. He's running for himself and the Boulder Boys, of course. He's a coach himself, and he just finished second at the 50k at the Canyons Endurance Run in the mythical Auburn, California. He was the winner of the 30k at Gorge Waterfalls last year in 2024, the race put by another good friend, Dylan Bowman. He was second at another mythical race in the States, which is the Chaconut 50k. He was podium. He was third at the Big Alta 2024, this brand new event in the Marin County area in February. As we see runners heading, look at that. It's incredibly how changed the weather is now in El Faro. It's still super windy, but it's not as rainy as it was as we see runners getting down to toe the line on the half marathon.
Yeah, it looks improved, and a few of the runners, they are not even using the jacket. And what do we have now? We have 12 minutes until the start of the Medio Marathon.
Yeah, so it's we're gonna be there with the start of the half in just a few minutes, as we see Jaime with an interview. Let's see if we can hear him. Nope, not yet. At some point, Jaime's gonna jump there and we're gonna be listening to him. Let's just wait.
Yeah, so just to finish, we had a bit of coverage of the marathon, and we spoke about the women's top 10 as it looks at Reventon. At the moment, we're back at Reventon here. So at the moment, the men's top 10 is a bit more spread out. The top 3 runners, which is Clemente Martinez, Diego Camarota Martinez, Carlos Garcia, are within 2 minutes of each other.
Yeah, it's everybody's running together.
Bueno, la verdad es que fíjate, se está llamando, fíjate, y verás tú lo que hay detrás, 25 kilómetros por delante y picando hacia arriba. ¿Cómo te ves y cómo es la carrera también para ti?
Se me dio bien y este año el objetivo es más de tiempo, pero no sé si hizo una buena carrera, porque no sé, pero yo llevo mucho entrenamiento, pero quiero que
bueno, pues esto es lo que está pasando ahora mismo en los premios de aquí desde la salida del Faro de Fuencaliente. De momento, mucho viento ha dejado de llover, pero nos sorprenden grandes trompas de agua.
As we saw Jaime there with an interview with one of the ladies that may be leading this half marathon, when she was kind of scared, kind of cold, she said, but still excited and ready to race this half marathon. It does look better than this morning, and an hour and 20 minutes ago when the ultra started. At least we can the fog was exactly down there, and not even those rocks were able to be seen. So yeah, we will see how it goes for them. We have more runners there ready to line up and go on this journey from the Faro de Fuencaliente on the southern point of the island of La Palma up to Las Deseadas, the 17K and 1900 meters of elevation. But yeah, here we're back at El Reventón, René, I believe. Look at that aid station with all the...
Yeah, it looks like a nice spread, and I'm glad we just about had time for our breakfast, Mario.
Yeah.
I would be sitting here salivating.
Yeah. It's fantastic. You can see all the 226. How do you say that brand in English? We just say 226, which is 226.
I think we just say 226. It's actually it's not a brand that I have seen in a lot of races up here in northern hemispheres. So I actually haven't tried it myself.
Oh, yeah. It's their products are fantastic. To be honest, I'm using them. I'm testing as much as I can. I'm running a little thing called Zegama in 2 weeks, and I gotta take care of my fueling, and I've been trying all the 226 products, from their gels, from their drinks. They're these highly carbohydrated drinks, and they are fantastic. They sit perfectly on your tummy, so I recommend them to you, and for you to test them. Their gels are gels are complicated. All gels are complicated, but they sit really well and they taste good, which is the most important thing, right?
Yeah, no, it is the most important thing, and you really have to find what suits you, and ideally, test it many times before race day, because I work as a coach as well, in my other profession, and it's a topic that comes up constantly when you train ultra runners, and especially with newer ultra runners, is one of the first questions once they have the basic training done, is, well, what gel would you recommend? What should I eat? Because of course it's not just gels, and as we saw here, it's very important in these long races to be able to take in a mixture, because no matter how good a gel is, there usually comes a time in a race where you just don't feel like anything more that tastes sweet. You want something salty, you want something that just seems a bit more like real food. And at the same time, everybody has just such different tolerances, so you really need to know what will agree with you. You don't want to go into an aid station, pick up something that looks tasty, and then 3, 4, 5 kilometers down the road you have to rush into the bushes because it upset your stomach.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that on the race. Just another interesting fact is that, as my buddy Martin points out, it's 226 is the addition of the mileage of an Ironman distance triathlon. It has a triathlete background from the brand when it was founded. So I find that that data, I find it really interesting. It's fun to hear. We're gonna have Jaime really soon with some more interviews with some of the local authorities from La Palma. We will see. He's getting ready there. He's gonna jump. And any minute, as we see more runners getting ready to toe the line, and you will see, René, how hectic, how fast these people starts, and it doesn't seem like a really big uphill, but that little... Okay, let's go with him.
Relativamente tranquilos, pero bueno, ¿cómo estás por dentro? Bueno, un poco nervioso, ¿no? Porque el entusiasmo y la ilusión de la carrera promete mucho, ¿no? ¿Cómo te encuentras tú?
Pues muy bien, la verdad que estoy desde la primera salida, desde la ultra, y la verdad que el espíritu también de que siempre pues tienen la Transvulcania, pues encantada, tanto al distrito, mucha gente de muchas partes del mundo, o sea, muy contenta.
Oye, ¿qué significa realmente para vosotros esta carrera? Bueno, es una cosa importante para la isla de La Palma en cuanto a la organización en todos los ámbitos, no solo en el ámbito deportivo, sino también en el ámbito turístico que nos acompaña aquí a la costa. Es una carrera señalada
bonito de esta carrera es que los paisajes, el paisaje implica y la gente. Creo que es una carrera en donde nos involucramos mucho con los compañeros.
All right, yeah, we had Jaime, our partner there, working down the start line of the half marathon, and we had Raquel Rebollo from the tourism board that she was right out speaking and letting us know how the race impacts, how this race impacts on the whole, not just on, of course, on the touristic side of the island, and how they wait for the race, how important it is in the calendar of the island, and how it also impacts, of course, the economics and how it changes everything, how it has shaped the island for the past 15 years. I know we did speak a lot about this on Thursday, and we will have enough time to talk about it, but I'm really surprised how the race has grown, how the race has set itself in the international calendar. There's people from all around the world waiting to sign up and to travel to La Palma in May, and it's kind of it's a secure day on the calendar, not just for the elite runners, the fast people, the fast runners, that they put the race in their calendars, and it's really important for them and the brands and the contracts and everything, but also for the amateur, the everyday runner, the everyday trail runner that dreams to come and do this race at least once in their life. And yeah, it's amazing to see that happening. We were watching there Mod Matiz, and I see Diego there, our second place vertical, warming up. And yeah, this is gonna be fast, Rene.
Yeah, it looks it. And just as we wait, there's 2 more minutes until the start of this race. We'll have about 19 minutes until we get the next update from the full ultra run out there. But what you say is so true, because I had never really heard much about La Palma until I was introduced to it through trail running. Like most people in Northern Europe, I'd heard of Tenerife, Gran Canaria, the bigger islands down here. So after going down, seeing the island for myself and what it had to offer, I went home raving about it, and I know several people, including my own father, who decided then to go visit, and this is the sort of effect that the local politicians, that the local communities are hoping for, and that is one of the reasons that the races in Spain and in the Canary Islands specifically are so well supported by public funding and by public organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting, and for us runners, there is no better way to know a place than doing it running, right? Like not even if you don't need to come to the race exactly to do it, as we see Dani Osanz, one of the younglings, the doctor Dani Osanz, who is one of the main candidates for today, also the Adidas runner, the Adidas TERREX runner from Spain, just coming here, not exactly in the race, it doesn't have to be in the race, just coming here for a running vacation, training and getting to know the place by your own 2 feet. It's just really cool. So we have there Luca Del Pero, our vertical uphill. He has already won a race on the 2025 edition of the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, as we see the countdown, and they are off. The half marathon has started. The final race of this 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX is on this festival, on this amazing party we have here in the island of La Palma. The final start line, the final race start, and all 3,000 runners are in the GR 131 as of right now, René.
Yeah, so about 800, 900 runners here have started off, and as you were saying, quite a few of them already got a bit of a warm-up at the vertical on Thursday, especially a lot of the favorites. So we obviously had Luca Luca Del Piero and Maud Matisse won the men and the women's on Thursday, and they would both be like fairly strong favorites today. But as you say, Daniel Osanz is the defending champion. He's got amazing pedigree, especially over this sort of distance. So that's going to be a really tight battle, and then we might have a little bit of an outsider, but I think he probably will just be a podium contender. And I don't say just to put him down, still a great achievement. The young guy, Boris Orlak from France, so he had a good race, but he was still a bit off Luca Del Piero in the vertical, so it'd be a big surprise if he could get ahead of him today.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Diego Diaz, who was second the other day, is also racing, so I want to see how they do it, but I think the battle today is going to be Luca Del Piero and Dani Osanz are going to be battling for that win, and especially with the spice of having Dani defending his title, right?
Yeah, and just before I get called out on it, I did call Boris young, and that's because at my age everybody seems young, but for the sake of transparency, he is 33 years old, but he's a former semi-professional cyclist.
Wow.
So he transitioned only in 2021. So in terms of trail running, he's a baby with 4 years of experience, but obviously as an endurance athlete, he has a lot of experience, and he's no longer a junior racer. So his recent performances was he had a very good 8th place finish in the Wildstrubel UTMB 50k and a 5th place finish at the Mont Blanc ETC 15k. So he's kind of in that range of from the short ultras to what we would call the classic mountain distances of 10 to 22 kilometers.
Absolutely. I have we're going to talk about the ladies in a second, but I have the news that Joel De Paz, the Nike Wild Trail Project guy, hasn't started the race. He was also one of the candidates today. He didn't start. I know he's been working a lot. He's also a construction worker, and he's been having a lot of work. Good for him, always having a job. It's fantastic, but it has been hard for him to train as properly, and probably that's one of the reasons he didn't start today. But we hope to see him soon. I think he's also racing Zegama. I'm gonna find out right now. But Joel is one of the younglings in the Spanish trail running community, also from the islands here, and unfortunately he's not starting today. On the ladies side, Rene, what do you think we're gonna have today on the half marathon? I think we have a favorite today, right?
Well, we have a clear favorite, and I think if we said anything else, we would be just trying to create false excitement. Maud Matisse, with her history, is the obvious favorite. She showed in the vertical that she's probably stronger than her other competitors, because we have Silvia Lara, who finished second on Thursday. So she's in the race, but if the form from the vertical carries over and general history, she would be fighting for second or third. We also have Moana Lili Keres, who is, as we know, the local favorite from La Palma. She did go all the way down to 6th spot in the vertical. So whether that was because she held back in the end or because she's more suited to the longer distances and will get up further today, we'd like to think so, for the sake of for the local interest. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow. And then we probably have 3 dark horses. We have Estela Guerra, who had, again, a strong performance in the vertical. She was the top Canarian female. We've got Charlotte Cotton from Belgium, although she was a bit off the pace in the vertical. But maybe this longer race will suit her better as well. And then we've got Maria Benito and Idoia Perez, who also have very strong local performances. So they would kind of go into that dark horse category. But unless something happens to Maud, I think we can say she is by far the outstanding choice for a winner.
Yeah, and she can also, as she did in the vertical on Thursday, I think she can also jump on the top 10 overall today. She's a fantastic uphill runner. The downhill is not, so the transition part from that big uphill to the final downhill to El Refugio del Pilar is not that complicated. So I think she can do really well. the top 10 from the women's at El Reventón is updated. I thought I kind of felt that it was wrong. We have runners going through already through El Pico de la Cruz. So let me do just a quick update as we see the mid to back of the pack of the marathon here at El Reventón, the 7K aid station of the marathon. The lead runners have already gone through Pico de la Cruz. The leader is Florian Bernabeu from Wise Trail Running. He went through El Pico de la he went through El Reventón and he's on his way to El Pico de la Cruz. He was the leader back there, followed by Tobias Bagenstos from Switzerland, Andrea Prandi from Italy, the athlete who's coached by Marco De Gasperi, the legend himself, from Bormio. Alberto Garcia Badillo was fourth through El Reventón. Luca Pescolderung from Italy was fifth. Sorry about that one. That's a complicated last name to read straight out from the gun. Raúl Criado was sixth. Diego Menendez seventh. Francisco Anguita Bayo was 8th, and rounding the top 10 is el bandolero Mario Olmedo. So that was the updated marathon top 10 through El Reventón, and also the women's is updated. Do you want to go for it, René?
Yeah, well, we have it on screen here. So this is the top 10 from the Ultramarathon. Unsurprisingly, Ruth Croft in the lead, a nearly 2-minute lead over Anne-Lise Rousset-Seguret from France. Now we just lost that there, so what I will do is the same thing that I would like to encourage a lot of people following to do, and there's a few questions on YouTube, which is go to the transvulcania.v3.livetrail.net and you can follow the live rankings. So as we just go across here, myself, we will continue the breakdown of the ladies' race.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's with such a complicated day, it's hard for everyone out there, for the timing people. Look at the volunteers at the aid station. They're just standing there, even though they are trying to keep warm and they moving and they have their rain ponchos. It's a hard day for setting up an ultra in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean today.
Yeah, and what you can see here, if you look at this marquee, you can see those big metal pieces that kind of secure down these marquees, because they tend to be, they're actually quite dangerous in windy conditions, and if you don't secure them properly, they just blow away. And these are sort of structures that if you get hit by them, it's not a lot of fun. So it looks well organized here. They look fairly cozy in there. They've got a lot of supply. And I suppose a benefit that you do have on the Canary Islands compared to a lot of the lower mountains in Northern Europe, where there's no easy vehicular access, is you can actually drive up to a lot of these points.
Yeah. I was sorry. I was laughing because the crew there, the aid station volunteers, were helping with their hoodies to clean our camera. That's the spirit. That's the spirit of the sport. That's the spirit of the organization here in La Palma.
Yeah, and you have to be very flexible as a race crew member or a race volunteer, because obviously you have your designated role, but there's always going to be a lot of unpredictable things happening, and it's very similar. For anyone who's listening, I'm sure a lot of people who listen have been out crewing at races. They know all about what we're talking about. It's very similar to when you help at a festival as well. It's one of the great examples of, you could say, community spirit and everyone just trying to come together to make something happen. Something that makes the participants happy. And as always, when I've been a race director, one of the things that always strike me is you feel guilty when you bring people out and you ask them to stand in the rain for 8 hours. But so often after an event, I'm surprised when volunteers come to me and they say, "Oh, I just had a great day. I love the spirit of the competitors. They really made me smile, and say I'll definitely be back next year." So it's not just work for most of the people who help you.
Yeah, totally. It's just about the feeling of being out there with the trail running community, with all the runners that have their own goals, and they share it with you, and you help them achieve those goals. So it's fantastic. As we were watching for a second there, the finish line at El Pilar and the aid station for the ultra is the finish line for the half, and the aid station for the ultra. They're gonna be passing by there in just a few seconds. We are back to the highlights of the early morning start we had today, as we see Pablo Villa and Luis Alberto Hernando, Andreas Reiter are there, Azara Garcia with Borja Fernandez and David Sinclair back there. It was a fast start, but as you can see there, the rain pouring down, something absolutely different of what we are used to see on the island. It's usually cold anyway down there. It's not that it's super warm or anything. It's 6 a.m. start on just on the side of the sea, so it is usually cold. But today it hit different, I believe. I'm really intrigued on what's gonna happen on this different. It hits the body different. This a lot of elevation gain up to Las Deseadas, plus the wind, plus the rain, plus the cold. I'm really curious of what's gonna happen. Let me just say, Rene, there's around 300 people watching us, listening to us right now on the live. But I see the chat it's kind of steady, you know. It's kind of people. It looks like they are still asleep. It's a Saturday morning. Some of the people may be working, some of them may be having breakfast to go for a long run. Just let us know where you're watching us from, and who do you expect to win today? Who are your favorites? You have 3 races to have favorites from, so let us know there in the chat. But yeah, I think people are still a little bit asleep, right?
And that's fair enough. You know, a lot of the people have probably had long work weeks, you know, and they deserve a small lay. And although as you probably guessed correctly, in the trail running community, a lot of people are not sleeping. They're probably out for their morning runs at the moment. So if you are listening, we're watching back a bit of footage at the moment, again from the start lines when it was still darker and grimmer, and thankfully it's starting to clear up a little bit. But I think it was the storm here hit most of western Spain. You know, I know the Canary Islands are obviously quite far south of Spain, but there seems to have been a big system coming in from the Atlantic, because I saw a lot of weather warnings from across, you know, media in Europe that, you know, if you were a tourist or if you were planning on traveling to Spain, especially Andalusia, yesterday, you had to expect flash floods and disruptions and so on. But I do believe it's meant to stave off a bit in the next day or so.
Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm checking out. I'm checking out the chat. I'm checking out also some what's been going on Instagram so far. And go give a follow to Martina Balmasoy on Instagram. Her IG is Martisca with a double K. Her partner Dakota Jones, a former winner of this race, 2 times winner of this race, has taken over her Instagram to cover the race as he's crewing her, and he's giving some good insight on what's going on in the race. You can go check that out. Yeah, so Laurent, we cannot stop the background music. It's gonna be there. Let's be friends with it. Jim, watching from New Zealand, says, "Go Rootcroft." Hey, Jim, what time is it in New Zealand right now? I have a friend down there too, giving me some insight. Let me know what time is it if you guys are watching. John Luke says, Ramon Manesh. Paco Porras dice, vamos René de Pola de la Viana, Asturias. Paco, it's chatting with us in Spanish, but I think he's listening to Albert and Nacho on the other feed. Derdo says, Hope Toby. Fede, my good friend Fede from Bariloche, Argentina, says he has lost his sleep. It's actually 3:45 a.m. down in Argentina. Lucia del Fabro. Oh, ciao Lucia. Lucia is Martina Balmasoy's mom. So hi Lucia. Chris Wilson says also New Zealand Ruth rules. Love Martina's commentary on Chianti. However, 6:45 p.m. here, team. Hey Chris. Also in New Zealand, it's kind of it's almost the night down there. Next CP update any minute, says Josh. Absolutely. Patrick says hope Tobias Baggins does. How's Tobias doing? Let's see. So
this is still the earlier checkpoint. It's 7.8k, where as we say, we are expecting imminently now the next pack of roughly 10 runners. So they're all expected now at around, actually in a minute. So 7:47 for those who are following the tracker. With a good band of the chasing. There seems to be three still. The three leaders are expected to come in within a few seconds of each other, and then there's a chasing pack of about 6 or 7. So we will give you an update as soon as we get that. And if people are wondering, as you can see on our little clocks at the top, so we are 1 hour 47 into the ultramarathon, and usually it has been 1 under 7 hours, but generally it's just over. Occasionally times have been as slow as 7 hours 11 minutes or so, and with the conditions today, maybe it'll be more in that direction. But what does that mean? Well, it means we will be with you for over 5 more hours on this to follow the race until we see the winners, and a bit beyond that as well, because we want to see what goes on a bit further down the field. We're also roughly the same time into the marathon, and that is usually one just over the 4-hour mark for the men and around the 5-hour mark for the women.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's hard. I cannot. I've read on our chat and on our internal chat, there's a bit of a reroute somewhere on there. So yeah, there is a reroute up on a little bit of a reroute on the top side of the mountain. I think they're gonna bring the aid station a bit lower than it is, but there's not like a proper reroute. There's nowhere else to go, I believe, to cut the race. There's just one trail, the GR131 up there. So I think what they're doing is they're keeping safe the aid station on a lower side, as the highest aid station is on the top of the island, and it might be really exposed today, and it might be extremely windy. So I believe it's just that, and not the route is changing crazily. But as you mentioned, René, earlier this morning, the Barranco de las Angustias after El Puerto de Tazacorte, the Gorge of Sorrows, is out. It's 100% out. That is not happening today. I'm really wondering. I would really love to see how much water is coming down that canyon today.
Yeah, so it will make the last descent a bit less technical, So anyone who had their designs on using that as a decisive moment, they might have to rely a little bit more on pure leg speed, because that's what it's like when you come. We do see it in a fair amount of ultra races and shorter races, of course, around Europe and abroad, is that once you start to get down towards the city finishes, there's often a spell of just fast tarmac, and then you're really outside trail running territory, and you need to use your pure leg speed. So anyone who's got that and still has the strength to use them, they might be decisive. But we'll see when we get there. Just here as we're getting some footage again of the start of the marathon race, which was at 6:30, so that's at 6 o'clock, so that's an hour 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Let me just do a quick refresh to see if we have any information on the tracker. Not yet. I believe that uphill must have been a bit slower today. Somebody asked in the chat earlier this morning if this rain may have done a shoe change for the runners, but I don't think it's muddy. It's so the terrain is so volcanic. It's the sand is so different to what we are used to see that I don't think the grip or anything, it's gonna be affected by today. But on the side of on the downhill, I would take today a good a shoe with enough cushion to keep my ankles protected, but especially a good sole, a good am I saying it right? A sole with good grip to hold on those rocks, on those wet rocks on the downhill after El Roque de los Muchachos. So yeah, but I do think so that the uphill to Las Deseadas has been a bit slower than it used to be.
So it appears, and for people who wonder, these kind of predictions are based on algorithms, like so much in our modern world, that looks at historical data of where would a runner who is at the pace of the last checkpoint, where would he normally be in relation to the next one. The reason that's being used instead of just GPS tracking is that in a lot of these kind of high areas, GPS tracking simply isn't very accurate, so you need to have something to fall back on. But as you say, yeah, good grip, good traction. One thing that caught me by surprise when I first ran on the Canary Islands is even when it's dry, a lot of the trails can be slippy, but in a very different way than us Northern Europeans who deal with mud all the time are used to. Because one, it can be very, very dry, and that means the surface is nearly sandy, so it just kind of lets you go when you step on it. And then you've got the pine needles, so on a lot of these trails, they're totally covered in dry pine needles. And that together with the dry dirt can be extremely slippy if you get a little bit heavy in your footfall.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's when I did the race back in the day, it's I used one of these Door to Trail shoes, and it was a massive mistake. It was a huge mistake, especially for the downhill, because cushion was not good, and then my ankles, my knees, and my hips reminded me for a month or so that I did a huge mistake on the shoe selection. But as for today, there's a bunch of options, and there's a lot of things. The technology has come so far in the past 11 years in trail running that there's options for every feet, body, and technique that have making the wrong choices. It's complicated. But again, there are not many races in the world that have a downhill of 2,500 meters of descent in just 16, 17 kilometers, right? It's let's say it's different.
Yeah, it's just that combination of having extremely high mountains, right up from the sea, because of the volcanic nature, obviously, of the Canary Islands. It's something you obviously will get higher peaks in the Pyrenees and the Alps and so on, but for a lot of them, they start from valleys that themselves are quite high up, so it's a massive climb. Just talking about the shoes, and the footwear choice, it's hard to get the balance right, but one thing we do know, and is looking at these various top 10s, we have a good idea that it's really a bit of a battle of the shoe manufacturers as well at the moment, because in the men's race we've got Matt Daniels. I believe it's not listed on his profile, but I'm quite sure he is using Nike Trail as his shoe at the moment. We've got a craft athlete, obviously David Sinclair in third, we expect when he comes in now imminently, and then he is chased by Charles Hamilton for Adidas TERREX and Andreas Reiter from La Sportiva, and then there's a Scarpa athlete, which is Peter Frano, who was mentioned in the chat earlier. And it's the same story if we look at the women's race. There are runners up there in the top 10 who are representing, local clubs and smaller clubs. But if we look, there's a lot of big teams, a lot of big shoe brands, Ruth Croft from Adidas TERREX, Anne Lees Segure from Team Scott, Ekaterina Micheva, Adidas TERREX. We've got Scarpa, two of their athletes, in 6th and 7th, which is Marina Cugneto and Elisa Desco. So it's a funny thing because trail running, it has come a little bit of the way towards what those of us who grew up watching cycling racing is, where you nearly start to see an identity with, these branded teams and you start following them. And it is good exposure, so you can see why it's very important for these brands to get into these races, because, you know, they get in front of the exact audience that they want to impress. You know, they want to show that they have equipment that is useful here, you know, and they want their brand associated with winners and with record times.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was trying to say before. It's, yeah, these guys, they don't use, you know, the everyday shoe for you, like the shoe that you and me would use, but they have the options. They all have the options. You can there's so much variety of shoes, of cushion, of grip, of whatever you like, whatever you feel like it's better for you. We have the lead man in Las Deseadas. Yeah, so
And it is
that's this is fantastic. Camera runner, sorry, our camera helping out a bit. the runner there to get his poles. Is that Andreas? That's Andreas, right? No, that's not Andreas.
He's number 47. I'm just looking at our start list here, trying to just identify him, because in the last top 10 we had, there was no number 47. So either we just missed the leaders, or it is a runner that has come up through the field. So just while we wait here, I'm going to dig out our start. According to this, number 47 is meant to be Patrick Ehrenthaler from LG Passau. He's a German runner. Now, he wasn't expected until about 6 minutes after the original leaders. So it either we missed footage of the actual leaders there, or he's actually come through the field, gained a few minutes, and gone through first.
Yeah.
Either that or there's a bib switch, Mauri. So I hope that really confuse us.
There's a relay race going on. No. I think we did miss the runners there. I was reading the chat, and the signal there in Las Deseadas was kind of poor. And it was super windy. It was super complicated. It's extremely cloudy. You can see it there. We have a drone image from El Reventón right now. This is the aid station. We were watching the marathon runners come through, and you can see how hard this day is today. It's tough for everyone. I'm really surprised they are having the courage to fly a drone there. You know it's super exposed, and it's you can see the top of the trees. It's windy, so it's a risky move to fly a drone there, eh?
Yeah, and it's expensive equipment, you know.
Yep.
So you can only recently there was some filming here nearby where I live in the Wicklow Mountains in Ireland, and someone had traveled over to do some footage, and the drone ended up stuck in a tree, you know. And when he left the country, he left a message, and if anyone would like to climb up, they could find a nice piece of equipment up there, because he couldn't retrieve it himself. So that's one of the risks. But also drones, of course, are like, you know, mini helicopters, and they're fairly sensitive to wind, and that means it's actually difficult to get solid footage when there is much. So it looks very steady. So I don't know if that means it's calmed down a little bit up there, or if it's just that this operator really knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think he's look at, if you can see there, just guessing, the wind is on the other side. That's the eastern side of the island. You can see the wind, that it's really tough, and he's flying it here where you see the it's I cannot say the word in English. It's protected. It's protected with that side of the mountain, and you can see the pine trees are not moving where he's flying it. So smart move, and risky to just risky.
Yeah, so I think probably the word you're looking for might be, you know, it's sheltered, you know, and that is again, it's the fascinating thing about running. You know, we have this kind of saying in trail running that it's not just about pace, it's about place.
Yep.
And it's not just about taking in all these beautiful locations like La Palma that we like to go to, but it's always that races change all the time. And, you know, there's the obvious, the gradient and the terrain, but also what side of a mountain you're on can totally change everything, you know. So obviously the runners will be covering quite a bit of terrain, quite a bit of the island today. So it's a mercy that even if conditions, you know, as you're running seem very, very dire, you can nearly always bank on getting into a sheltered zone where conditions are going to be are going to be different, you know. So take that one, you know, and put it in your pocket if you don't have it there already, you know. So whenever you're in bad conditions, just say, well, look, it's going to be better just around the corner.
Yeah, totally. And then you get to this, you know, these aid stations with all these super excited people to help you out, to help you in its in this race. It's usually to help you cool down, but for today I think it's they're gonna help you warm up and refuel and get your batteries up again to tackle whatever you have in front of you. We are watching now the profile, the elevation chart for the half marathon. As we were talking earlier, it's the first portion of the ultra. As you can see, it's the first 24.8 kilometers of the ultra. You have this. It's a weird set of it's a kind of a different thing regarding of what we are used to seeing in these sort of short distances races. It's a merely all uphill race with a lot of elevation gain, and then you have this little fast portion of downhill to get you to El Pilar, and that's it. You're done. But it sounds and it looks easier than it is. That uphill is brutal. You've seen already that some of the fastest runners in the world took almost 2 hours to do it. So try to guess that for you or for yourself. How long would it take you to do that amazing 1900 meters and 17 kilometers uphill?
And we're still waiting for the Canarios split points there for this medium marathon. As you say, it's a bit unfair, really, isn't it? You know, like you have to climb 17.5 kilometers and then you only get less than 8 kilometer descent on the other side of that. So obviously that also means, you know, you because you will spend by far the greatest proportion of the race climbing, and it's a climber's race, you know, and whoever is strongest there, that looks very good for Luca Del Piero. I believe he's actually quite a decent descender anyway, but from what we saw on the vertical, you know, he's a favorite on the uphill. He still is. There's about 615 runners heading towards Canarios as far as I can see on the tracker. There's no withdrawals yet. There's 5 withdrawals in the marathon at this stage already.
Wow. Well, we have there Ruth. That's Ruth Croft running through Las Deseadas, our ladies leader, running through the 8K point. She was just cruising. She looked really well. She came from the fog and went back to it right away. Looks like she's leading right now in full Ruth Croft fashion, being steady, being smooth. She's gonna head now towards El Pilar. But yeah, I'm glad we were able to have some footage from the top of the mountain. But as we were saying, it's look at the wind. Look, if you can notice it, you can see how fast the cloud is coming. That's wow. It's horrible. It's really, really bad up there. And look at Los Canarios now too. How the rain is still there. The fog is there. You cannot see anything. I can promise you the landscape there is fantastic. The town is beautiful. But well, you know what? It's good. You at the certain point, it's good. You cannot see it perfectly well from the video, because from the footage we're bringing you. Because then you have to come. You have to come to the island. You gotta get here, sign up, or just come with someone who races and cheer and crew and get to know this amazing island. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough day today, Rene.
Yeah, it is, and it was already gonna be a tough day. I'm actually just getting in an update here about another way to look into the race, because there does seem to be a little bit of delay at the moment on the live trail site. So I've got another link, so I'll post it on YouTube there for you to look at in a minute. But just for those listening in who can't read it, if you go to https://app.track, that's TRAC, move.io, and then /race/623 if you want to watch the ultra, 624 if you want to watch the marathon, and 625 if you want to follow the media. Oh, okay. So I'm just being told. Forget about that. It's an internal.
No, it's okay.
So I jumped the gun on that there, but we will keep you updated using that link. Okay. So if we can see anything that you can't see on the live track, we will try and bring that out to all of you. But it does look like at the moment that Peter Frano is actually in the lead in the ultramarathon. He has about 500-meter lead over David Sinclair, who's 3.5 minutes back. So that's a bit of a surprise. But one of our listeners did call that out nearly an hour ago, you know, that they really fancied to check.
Yeah, amazing. Hopefully, I mean, it's always these moments where everything is being settled. It's all about anxieties and trying to keep it up, but then it's also about trying to guess who's gonna come first, who's gonna be leading. But yeah, I believe we have such a good field of runners running, heading through the first 8 stations that anything can happen, and it's a race that usually sees some fireworks at the top of the mountain. That people who starts extremely fast and then they kind of burn themselves, and they don't have enough fuel to get to el Puerto de Tazacorte and then up back to Los Llanos. So at the minimum, it's gonna be interesting. I do think we have some amazing and super with some massive results on their backs that they can hold this sort of pacing, but compared to other times, I don't see anyone trying to push the pace way too fast from the beginning. That's also interesting. I think they are running really smart, considering this gray and rainy day that we have today here in the island.
Yeah, and if we speak about running smart, we know that Maud Matisse is very good at that, and I can tell our listeners out there that at the moment it looks like she's clawed out a small lead. It looks to be like 6 to 10 seconds on Moana Keres.
Sorry that I interrupt you, Rene. We're watching the lead, man. A group of 5 men leading the half marathon through Los Canarios, with Luca Del Pero pushing the pace there. Daniel Sanz has been left behind for a second. He's chasing from the back on this group of runners, super fast group of runners, led by Luca Del Pero. It was Borja Fernandez. No, it was not Borja Fernandez. Sorry, it was Boris Orlak also there on the mix. Let's wait for the tracker to update so we can tell you exact times of them passing through Los Canarios. But that was a group of 5 plus Dani just a few seconds back, Daniel Sanz, and they are running extremely fast. They went through in 39 minutes, 38 long minutes, all running together. And this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be interesting to see how they go towards las deseadas.
La tenemos y estamos viendo en directo estos avituallamientos. Ya pasó ese primer grupo de corredores. Venía muy compacto, un poquito de espacio entre los siguientes corredores, pero ahora sí ya están llegando más corredores. Esto es un goteo incesante de corredores. Son corredores de esa media maratón que vienen a toda velocidad, muy rápido. Muchos de ellos ni siquiera paran en el avituallamiento. Otros tienen incluso asistencia, tienen aquí gente de su confianza, de su equipo que está preparada para entregarles esas botellas de hidratación. Hay quien simplemente se para un segundo para rellenar. Pero la verdad es que esto está siendo ahora mismo un momento en el cual estamos muy pendientes de ese fondo, donde apenas se puede vislumbrar a esos corredores que vienen porque la niebla nos impide ver el fondo de la calle, pero enseguida, ahora mismo por ejemplo ya se ve cómo llega una silueta y a ver si conseguimos distinguir de quién se trata y vamos a observar, Embre ahí está recibiendo el apoyo del público de La Palma y el aplauso fuerte de todos los voluntarios. Ni se ha parado. Ya ven que estos avituallamientos están siendo express.
That was Deborah from Los Canarios, letting us know how the excitement rises there on Los Canarios, 7.8K on this half marathon race. And we already have some names sometimes and some gaps to check on how this race is unfolding. The lead men through Los Canarios on the half marathon are Sergio Álvarez, Luca del Pero, Boris Orlak, Lucas Clocker, and Baptismo so that's Spain, Italy, and 3 French guys in tandem running together. And then just a couple seconds, like 6 seconds back from them, it's Dani Sanz, the Adidas TERREX runner. We have the leader of the marathon, going to El Pico de la Cruz, if I'm not wrong. It's terrible up there. The weather is super complicated. It's a real tough mountain race on this spring, a bit of a spring weather here in the island of La Palma. René, this is incredible. I promise you, there is a fantastic landscape there. I've seen it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen this exact stretch, but I have seen similar stretches when I was down there. Yeah, and it is normally breathtaking. Just for the listeners in English who didn't take Spanish back in college, so cabeza de carrera obviously here just means the front of the pack. So what you're seeing here is a brilliant photo of the race leader descending. So it's great to see they can get a signal because often, at this height and in these sorts of weather conditions, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, and
it's really awkward track he's coming down here. You can see just a lot of small plates of rock, constant zigzags, where you have to break into and change direction.
Yeah, he's really taking care of it. The rocks must be crazy. Oh, jeez. The rocks are sleepy, as you can see. This is Florian Bernabeu from France, leading the race. It's funny because when the bike was following him earlier this morning, you could see his team, his brand. It's Weiss. It's called Weiss, and now when with the daylight and not the reflect, it's a reflective brand there. You could see it on the back of his rain jacket, and now you cannot see it anymore, but that's Florian Bernabeu-Seguí from France and from the Weiss trail running team. He's still running quite smoothly there. He's checking out. That's something that usually happens now with this new streaming thing on the trail running world. They kind of get scared with the steps behind them. When they were usually just running away from people, you suddenly hear someone running behind you, and it's not a competitor, it's a camera runner that is running as fast as you. These guys are doing extremely fantastic work to follow these guys, as we see Florian Bernabeu leading the marathon close to El Pico de la Cruz and in a foggy day in the island.
Yeah, and Florian he's a 30-year-old French trail runner and coach, and he's based in Annecy, representing the local club there, Annecy Athletisme Club. He actually has a good string of results in these kind of mid-distance events, if we can call a trail marathon that at this stage. Recently he had 2 first place in La Bellière Trail, 3 hours 28 minutes, first place in the high trail of Vanoise, 32k. He had a first place as well in the LA 6000D marathon. So he's one to watch. He's in the lead, so it's his to lose. And as you say, he was careful on the descent, which makes sense. On such a slippery big slabs of slippery rock like this, and so long to go. This is probably not the point to gamble. that'll come later, especially if he starts to feel a bit more pressure from the back.
Yeah, I was a bit scared because he did a little slip down on one of those switchbacks, and yeah, but he's being smart. He's taking care of himself, and we will see. We had a bit for a second. We had another image on the chasing guy. So we will see how it goes. He's back on the trails, which is great. That's fantastic for on the sleepy side. And we will see how Florian goes. Let me say hi to my buddy Liam, the 8 station Fireball. He's been what a week, Liam, for following trail running. He's been glued to the Cocorona 250 broadcast, and now he's here watching us, probably cheering for his countrymen, for Matt Daniels, for David Sinclair, who are on the lead pack. But yeah, let us guys know where you're watching us from. Oliver says he's watching us from Drangsted, Germany. So yeah, welcome everyone to the chat. Oh, Florian is running really close with the second guy. He's that's why he was looking really on over his shoulder to check where he was. Maybe that's we will see if that's Tobias Bagenstos. He's for a Brooks trail runner. We will check it out really quick. No, that's Andrea Prandi.
Yeah, it
that's
looks
Andrea
that way, Mari.
Sorry?
It looks to be Tobias, yeah, the Swiss runner who actually had an outstanding result there very recently, just a few weeks back, and he won the UTMB Istria 69K. So that's definitely a very dangerous man, not the sort you really ideally want chasing.
Yeah.
There he is. Actually, this is a La Sportiva athlete. It looks like
Alberto Garcia Badillo. No, that's not Alberto.
that could be Luca Pescalderón if the shorts indicate who it is, because he is the closest. He was the highest placed La Sportiva athlete at the last checkpoint.
No, but he's Dynafit. He's a Dynafit athlete. I think that's
sorry.
Andrea
Yes,
Prandi.
yes. It's Dynafit, of course.
Dynafit, yeah. Is it Dynafit or Dynafit?
You tell me. I believe it's,
I don't know.
It's a brand from Southern Europe. They actually do some work for a race I'm involved with, so I should know, but I've always called them Dynafit.
Yeah. Oh, they got... Nah, they're fine. Oh, shoot. I think they went a bit out on the course. Yeah. Oh, look.
Yeah, they're being caught back here. It's useful to have the camera runners sometimes, even if they might make you nervous thinking you're being chased down by a competitor.
Yeah.
But very difficult visibility as well there.
Oh, look, you cannot see anything. Wow. This gives us a great perspective on what's going on. Yeah, that's Andrea Prandi, who has now taken the lead on the marathon. Andrea Prandi, the youngling from Italy, the pupil of Marco De Gasperi. He's now leading the marathon. He just passed Florian Bernabeu on the way to El Roque de los Muchachos on the marathon. After there a bit of a confusion on the trails. I have a friend saying it's not Dynafit, it's Dynamite. No, we are Dynamite, Rene. We are Dynamite here, broadcasting the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX on the marathon, as we had just seen in a bit of a confusion on the trails there. Andrea Prandi took the lead of the marathon. We just saw it there in incredibly low visibility day, foggy, rainy, and fast day. We are seeing the battle here between Andrea Prandi and Florian Bernabeu on the lead of the marathon.
Yeah, it's an interesting twist because he's another one of those runners we spoke about in the vertical on Thursday evening. He's another one who's come from ski mountaineering. So this is he's 27 years old. I don't know exactly when he transitioned, but ever since he came across, he's had a lot of notable performances. So he had a recent victory in a race called the Coleman Trail over 33 kilometers. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see where this man from Lombardy where he's gonna end up, because the two seem to be staying together at the moment. He hasn't broken a gap, and there still is a fairly high quality chasing pack behind him. And what we hope is, of course, that they don't take that wrong turn that the leaders nearly took.
Yeah, yeah, it was just a second. It's luckily it was nothing, but those things can get you out of the race. They can get you out on the from the mental, um, from that mental place you may be while running, and especially when you're chasing these two fast guys. Andrea is he's a mountain runner himself. He's been running for so long, and I want to confirm. I asked the friend because I'm pretty sure he went through a pretty bad moment in his life. I cannot remember the exact story, so I don't want to talk. I don't want to lie a lot. But I'm sure Andrea went through a process of an illness that had him out for a few years. But he was one of the biggest prospects for Italy's mountain running. And now I'm really glad to see him back. He trains in Bormio there in the Alps with the legend, with Marco De Gasperi and a lot of those fast kids that they live around Bormio, Livigno and all these mountain areas, and he skis also in the winter. So Andrea has a fantastic background that hopefully he can show today on the marathon. As we are now, this is a Brooks runner, 100%. This is Tobias Bagenstosh from Switzerland. You were telling us earlier, René, that Tobias is a fantastic runner too, right?
Yeah, he's from Switzerland. As we say, he had a very good result there in Istria, which is over the 69k distance. And that's a tricky race. I know I trained a few runners actually who competed in that this year. They said there's a lot of really difficult terrain. So if you can do well in a race like that, it was very hot as well, which is not going to be the challenge it looks like today. But he has the skill set clearly, and he seems to be moving quite well here. Looks slightly more risk taking than what we saw from the leader when he came through there. I know it's hard to judge when you look at the footage, but he just looks like he's a little bit more flow. And as he should be, you could say, because when you're chasing, you generally do have to take more risks, especially if you fancy yourself as a good descender. That's your moment, because you might think, look, the leaders have something to lose here. I fancy myself in this sort of terrain. I'm going to take the chance and try and use that to close the gap.
Yeah. And especially in this place where it's not crazy technical, but these little slips, these wet rocks can, if you can move smoothly here, you can definitely cut some seconds there. They are not that far away. I think that's the gap between the lead and Tobias is around 1 minute or two. There was another runner going through there that we missed for a second, but there's action on the lead pack of the marathon. We're gonna be seeing a bit more in a few minutes, as we see more runners from the half marathon going through Los Canarios, their 7.8k mark. I just want to give an update. I just heard on the back of my mind, I heard Albert and Nacho, our Spanish commentators, screaming that the race leader tracking has been updated for the ultra in Las Deseadas, so we have a bit of an idea of what's going on. So Robin Juleguet from Salomon, France, is leading the ultra at the moment, followed really close by Peter Frano, Matt Daniels, David Sinclair and Andreas Ryder. They are all running together. All the 5 of them are running together in just a second apart of each other. Then it's Kevin Vermeulen, also from France, running around 20 seconds back of them. Charles Hamilton from the Adidas TERREX team is running together with Kevin. Ramon Manesh from Switzerland, it's around a minute back from the lead. Elliot Rittoli from Salomon, France, is also a minute back from the lead. And Pablo Villa, the Spanish Adidas TERREX team, is rounding out the top 10. As we see right now, that's Andreas. As I finish saying that, it's Andreas Ryder together with Robin Juleguet from with Peter Frano, and I think that was also Matt. Is that Matt Daniels? No, that's David, I believe, who's running in this crew. That's my buddy Abel Regnold waiting for David Sinclair to be changed. We can get some insight there from the aid station, from the crewing of the craft team there. But yeah, we have a beautiful lead pack for the ultra here at El Pilar, 24.5k into the ultra. What do you think, Rene, so far?
Yeah, well, it looks first of all a little bit nicer and more sheltered here, doesn't it? Between the trees, and it seems like it's cleared up a bit. So yeah, this is on the last bit of the first descent. So what they're coming into now is a slightly flatter section. You know, there isn't really any truly flat sections on the route, but it is. If you look at the profile on Live Trail, you can see there's a long section now of kind of undulating forestry road, nearly up to 32k. So that's 7 or 8 kilometers where it's going to be not so much about climbing and technical descending, but just about, you know, cruising and staying in the pack. And then they begin. We will see them again at the Reventon checkpoint, which we've seen in the other races. It looked to me like the French runner there, Robin, was actually just in second rather than first as the checkpoint, but because he would be a real surprise. Like, he has some decent results, but he hasn't yet, like, he wouldn't have had a win in one of the major races out there. So if he took a win today, or even second place, that would be one of his best results so far.
Yeah, hopefully we will see, man. There's now they have this fast transition to El Reventon, and then they get back up to and now we have insight, like we know how the race, the weather is up in Pico de la Cruz and that area, getting closer to El Roque de los Muchachos. The weather is ugly, it's cold, it's so I believe strategy is gonna be key for all this lead pack to see how it goes, and I think the crewing will be elemental today, and we know the craft guys, they have Abel and the team there to be supporting them. So we will see how it goes. Here we have this is Charles, right? This is Charles Hamilton.
Yes.
Yeah, looking around to find his crew. That was Charles Hamilton running through El Pilar. Let's see. He's running in 5th overall. There's a bit of a gap there already. It's almost 3 minutes between the lead pack. It didn't take David Sinclair's cheap timing, but it's a lead pack of 5, including Andreas Ryder, Peter Frano, Robin Julaget, Matt Daniels, and David Sinclair. And then it's a 3 minutes gap over Charles Hamilton, who's running in 6th right now. It's I think we are starting to see the race unfold right now. They've been taking care of each other, I believe, in this first uphill, and now we're gonna start seeing the real Transvulcania unfold from now on.
Yeah, and Hamilton, of course, is another one who represents, to say, the race sponsor at it as TERREX. So he's an Australian runner, and when we always have, you know, there seems to be a great tradition here in Transvulcania for the racers from down under, you know, because obviously Ruth Croft is a bit of a legend in the race, and she's from New Zealand, and so it's a bit of a long trip. But maybe Charles Hamilton may be one who trains in Europe. You know, I know a lot of them do. Are you aware? Do you know his status, Larry?
No. This is my first time watching Charles race, actually. So I'll do some research while we're here waiting for more runners go through El Pilar. Charles Hamilton.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of the middle of the field. They're cold.
Oh, look at those glasses,
getting a bit
man.
of a drink. Yeah, it's not easy with glasses in these conditions. You need wipers, really.
Yeah, like cars, right? Yeah, Charles.
Like cars, yeah. It's I am a contact lens wearer myself, and I am. It's. not imagine doing trail running if I was wearing my glasses. You know, even
Yeah.
just never. But clearly, you can get sports glasses. You know that are better. You can get one that are more secure. But it must be a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting some insight on Charles there. Charles, as you said, he's an Australian runner for Adidas TERREX, and he's excelled a bit, and he's done a ton of short distance races, and he's jumping now to the ultra scene, as we see Andreas Reiter. This is Andreas Reiter, I believe, leading the ultra right now, on the transition in between mountains, after El Pilar and before El Reventón. And this is David Sinclair chasing him, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, you can see there, Andreas leading, our camera biker there, and this is David Sinclair, on classic David fashion there, super smooth, running towards El Reventón and chasing, you know, that little gap where you can still see the runner, but you're not close enough to be running together, just controlling the situation. That was Andreas Reiter and David Sinclair leading the 2025 Transvulcania Ultramarathon here in the island of La Palma. As we see another runner, that's Pablo Villa, running
yes.
in the men's top 10. Yeah, that's Pablo getting there to the Adidas crewing. He looks cold, to be honest. He looks like he's suffering a bit of the cold.
Obviously, a very experienced competitor with a long and storied history in Spanish and Canarian trail racing.
Yeah.
And we've got, so this Hilera de la Cumbre, for our English listeners again, it's called the ridge of the summit, or the summit line. You know, so this is kind of what you see on the profile as what is the flattish stretch. But as you can see there from the water running down, it's never truly flat. You know, there's constant little up and down hills. But this is kind of you could nearly say it's the middle phase of the race, where you're kind of just holding yourself and waiting for that big climb, you know, out of the Reventón area up to Roque de las Muchachas, which is the high point of the island. You know, so this is a key area to get right, because you could run very hard here. You know, the resistance is not that bad, but you still have the second big climb, you know, and the highest point of the route to come. So, you know, you really need to know yourself. On a warm day, this is the sort of stretch that can be quite difficult on the Canary Islands, because it can become a bit more, it gets very exposed. It gets a bit like, you know, you're being baked in a cauldron. So at least there's not that today, but you can see today we have these massive rain puddles that the runners have to navigate instead.
Yeah, it's so weird to see so much mud in this area. It's always so dry. But I believe that today, on the other side, on the completely extreme other side of things, instead of being getting cooked, what you can be doing is either overcooking yourself while running really fast, or being really cold. As you can see, even though runners are protected here from the wind, it's still super cold. We did that portion of the race yesterday, and the wind can come from anywhere there. You are on this ridge, as you mentioned, where wind still kicks in, and I think, yeah, you can be running really fast here and kill the pace, and probably use a bit more energy, and you are today, just to stay warm, you're burning more calories. Your body is requesting more fuel, so there is a bunch of strategy going on, and hopefully we get to see a fantastic race. They are I love this. They are measuring each other, you know, like they're not, nobody's Andreas has taken the lead and is setting the pace, but David is so in control of him. He's not letting him go loose, and I love to see this. He's let's see if he makes a move here on the downhill and goes to take the lead, and I think we're gonna see it right now.
Yeah, it does look like he's just gearing himself up here for a bit of a passing move. Yeah, he's coming now. So just trying to find a good line, which is difficult because of the constant stream that just kind of, it's for those who are only listening, it's like a snake across the trail of water that has just been carved in by the recent rainfall. But they're really, really close now. But the two of them do seem to have. We can't see the top four was very close together at El Pilar, they were in 2 seconds. So we can only see the two leaders at the moment. So we would kind of assume that the next two men are just behind the camera, not far.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that's them
there. Yeah, they can see the bike between. So they're
really close. Look at that.
Very close.
I think that's Robin. Robin Juliet.
I think you're right. Yeah, he has the green or the gray jacket, so the one we're not seeing at the moment is.
I cannot tell if that's Matt or Robin. No, Matt is really tall, so that's not him.
Yeah, I think we are seeing Peter Frano chasing Andreas, or vice versa. Once we get the number, there we can confirm it. But I'm sure the people who follow these passionately would know them. So it looks like maybe Matt Daniels is the one currently dropped from the top 3.
Yeah. Ah, there's Matt.
There he is.
There we are. Yeah. So it's Peter running with Matt. Thank you to our cameras for, even though they're not listening to us, for clearing our doubts. Matt, that right now he's unsponsored. He finished his contract with Nike, and he's back running independently, if I'm not wrong. So Matt Daniels. So we have now a pretty much international lead pack here with Andreas Reiterer from Italy, David Sinclair in chasing him. Just running together with him on the left side of the screen, and then on the right we have Matt Daniels trying to catch up with them to not lose the pace, and Peter Frano from Slovakia. Is it Slovenia? No, it's Slovakia, right? For Peter.
Let's just double check there, because I think I actually accidentally referred to him there briefly as Czech earlier, which is obviously, I know with the history of geographically it's not a big mistake, but it's important to get these things right. So he is indeed from Slovakia, Peter.
Yeah, and they are catching up. You see, they are all chatting together. I wouldn't. David and Matt have raced a lot together. They know each other. I wouldn't dare to be. We have all our 3 cameras there. We have like a selection of cameras now chasing this group. They usually, for those of you who don't know, who are not aware of the gymnastics of the live streaming production, these 3 cameras are there because there's usually not a pack of 4 running together. This is not the usual thing to see in an ultra race, so they usually go with the first, with the second, with the third. But now, fortunately, we have this a typical situation where we have 4 runners running together. We have now Matt Daniels as the leader of this pack and the leader of the race of the ultra here at the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX 2025 in its 15th anniversary. We have someone doing their long run on backwards of the race, just watching the race go by. But we have Matt Daniels, who's making a bit of a move right now. He's kind of pushing the pace a bit, with Andreas Reiterer also being left a bit out. David Sinclair taking second right now, and Peter Frano from Slovakia chasing, and we can see that Peter is being a bit left behind. But let me just say, with my buddy here, he's my notebook, my human notebook. Thank you, Martin. There, he's given me a beautiful description of what Peter is. Peter Frano was third at the 2023 World Championships in Innsbruck, where Andreas was on the podium too. Was his breakout race, and he's a silent assassin, as Martin describes him. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, and we can see here that move Matt Daniels made is having an effect. You know, we can see they're whittled down to 2. The others are not quite liking this early acceleration. So either they all could move with him at this stage. Obviously, you know, they all have the ability to push harder, but they don't like the level of effort it would take. So they are gambling, obviously, on the fact that they will be able to close the gap later, because to remind our listeners, there's a long way to go. You know, we're only 2 hours, 40 minutes into the race. As we said, we expect a winning time by 7 hours. You know, so it's over 4 hours of running left. So these moves are not necessarily decisive, but it's still exciting to see, because this is what we really like. This is the sort of cover we want to see: breaks, we want to see attacks, we want to see runners passing each other out. You know, that's what's exciting about this sport. It's what's exciting about a lot of the related sports like cycling. And running has a tendency to be, it's not always as wild, you know, as some other sports, because it's especially on the ultra distance, it's a long day out, so you can't be making crazy surges all the time. So whenever we get some action, we really need to appreciate it and try and figure out what it means, you know, tactically. What does it mean about the runners? Because what it tells us for sure is who's feeling confident right now and who's feeling good right now. Some would say, if they're listening, sometimes it shows who might be feeling insecure. You know, they want to make an early move and get a lead, but that's not usually the case with elite runners.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of confidence also. I think both this portion of the race is so first of all, I want to apologize. The guy that we were watching, it was not Peter, it was Robin, our French runner, Robin Julaguet from the Salomon team. He's running together with Andreas right now, but Peter is right behind the camera biker. He's just a few meters back. He was dropped from this team, from this elite pack. So now we have a lead pack of Matt Daniels and David Sinclair, both the United States guys who are leading right now, followed by Andreas Ryder and Robin Julaguet. And just a few seconds back, just a few meters back, is Peter Frano from Slovakia, running in 5th alone. So this is, as you were mentioning, Rene, it's really interesting to see the moves and see how the different strategies are being unfolded. And also what we were mentioning about having the 3 camera bikers all together when the race is having these sort of moves. Now, knowing how the racing style from Matt and from David, that they are really fast on these sort of runnable sections of runnable portions where there is elevation gain anyway. There's this rolling sort of hills as they are used to run in the States. I think it's a very smart move for them to try to get to the technical part of the race. Now also you and ourselves, we watch it. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be technical up there. It's rainy, it's sleepy, it's foggy. So I think it's a pretty smart move from the Americans to go and try to get a little bit of a gap, and try to get to that higher side of the mountain with a bit of a difference on 2 fantastic runners, on 2 amazing technical runners are as Andreas and Robin and Peter are.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because Matt and David are both known to be very, you know, exceptional descenders on the American scene, you know, and does it always carry over to these sorts of races? Well, we'll see. But you know, they have learned their trade, you know, as you mentioned there earlier, on the steep Colorado terrain, you know, around Boulder.
Yeah.
But it does look like they're banking on building a gap. You know, I think Reiterer is known to be a bit more, you know, he grinds out descents, you know, very efficiently. So if it's a long descent, he tends to be very strong. And of course, today it will be. Whereas, you know, Julaguet, you know, you could say he has a bit of an X factor because he's run well at places like Chianti and Templier, you know, where there's a lot of technical requirements, a lot of variety. So yeah, he could sprint home to a finish as well if they're still close.
Yeah, totally. So let's see how it goes. It's really exciting to see it. Let me just I'm just checking on the chat. This is my buddy Mariano from Argentina. is there on the chat, and it's interesting because he just won a race on the Great Big Wall of China, half marathon. So congrats to my buddy Mariano and my buddy Pablo, who are running there from Argentina to China, and also to Maris, who's asking about the ladies. We just saw Ruth a few minutes back. Ruth Croft leading the women's race through Las Deseadas. We are currently covering all three races, the half marathon, the marathon, and the ultra. So we are there you go, there you have her. That's Ruth Croft leading the ladies race. Once again, the defending champion from the Adidas TERREX team is going through the El Refugio del Pilar at 24.8k on this 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. She looks really good, right, Rene?
Yeah, she does. She looks well. She looks strong. Because she's getting. It's basically like when you have a professional team available to like Ruth. You know, you're like a Formula One car coming in to the station. You know, she's not getting the tires changed, but they're taking care of everything else. And she's probably getting rid of the poles now because it was interesting to see she had them handy there. I didn't see most of the men using them at this stage. You know, we were talking about it in the vertical how different runners have such different preferences when it comes to them. But with this long flat section now coming up, she probably is going to ditch them here. Or if that's not allowed with the race rules, you know, they're probably going to help her pack them up so they won't be in her way. And I think she has, if we look at the last timing point, she is. That was the wrong race I was looking at there. So she looks to be chased by still Annelise Ségoré from France, and she's not far back, and the neutral athlete Ekaterina Micheva. So that is very similar to the original top 3 update we had at the last timing point.
Yeah, I think this is if we start seeing changes, it's gonna be after El Pilar, as we saw it with the men's. I think everybody was taking care and just being cautious on how that uphill was going. It was definitely different on what we saw last year for Ruth. She was wearing just her racing singlet and also crushing the poles. She used the poles almost all the race, and I know from first hand that she has incorporated the poles, and it has kind of switched her race style and help her to improve. And as we see right now, we were with the guys, but we're back to El Pilar with Annelise Rousset being second right now, coming through in second. They're really close. The gap is not that big as we believe it should be, and also Ruth took a bit of a moment there, probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes. It's what separates Ruth Croft with Annelise Rousset. So
actually,
the race
the
is on.
screen is telling us there, Mari, that it might be Ekaterina Micheva that came in. So it is. That's just confirmed on the timing board there. So she came in just about 2 minutes 20 seconds down on Ruth Croft. So we've got Ruth Croft in 2 hours 46 minutes. That's 21 minutes after the leading men came through this area here. And then we've got, no, actually correct. So there was a mix up there. It is Annelise Rousset. So the graphics on the screen there weren't right. So 2:48.36 for Annelise. And then we're expecting Ekaterina next.
Yeah. So we have Inés Astrain leading the marathon on the ladies race up at El Mirador de los Andenes. This is around 15k. Let me just do a quick math. That's around 20k. Sorry, on the marathon. I'll go to the. I don't want to talk a lot of. I don't want to lie to people, you know. While we're back to El Pilar, can you go for it, Rene, for a second?
Yes, well, here we think this time we should have Ekaterina Micheva coming through. So she's running for Adidas TERREX. So it's really, really good day so far for the race sponsors in the women's race, because they currently have first and third, you know, and maybe we'll see. There's still a few twists and turns, because currently the difference between second and third is 1 minute and 15 seconds, you know, so very, very, that's nothing with the distance that's still to come. So everything still to play for in terms of the win. I think Rose Croft, obvious favorite, given her history in this race. But with the terrain and, the unpredictability of trail racing in general, anything can happen. So exciting race ahead.
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
back at the front of the marathon here with the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Ines Astrain, as we were mentioning, the Homa athlete from Spain, who has jumped to the main scene of trail running just a few years ago, with very short background on sports in general, but she managed to. She definitely has this internal talent that has brought her to win. She just a little less than a month ago, she just won a classic race from Spain, the MIM de Marató y Milla, the marathon and a half at Peñagolosa Trails in record time. So she's in fantastic shape, and as we can see her now. Right after, this is the Mirador de los Andenes, is right after El Roque de los Muchachos aid station. So more or less she's running in around 27k from this long marathon that we have, this 43.9k marathon that we have today in Transvulcania. She's starting this amazing downhill, this long trip down towards El Puerto de Tazacorte, and let me say she's looking strong, and she's a good downhiller. She's got a great downhill skills, so we will see how it holds on this amazing downhill we have right now.
Yeah, and she's put the most technical bit, or certainly the most dangerous bit, behind her there with those wet rocky slabs that we saw earlier, and as regular visitors to Spain might know, Mirador is usually, it's a viewing point, and it's usually a point where you can see a lot, but not today, unfortunately. And it's a real pity because they're nearly 2,300 meters up at that stage, and you can see into the Caldera de la Taburiente, which is the, for those who don't know La Palma and who are watching it for the first time, when I first saw it, I found it, really fascinating because it's like a big horseshoe to take up the entire center of the island, and when you run on the ridge the whole way around, you're just looking down into this massive forested landscape, and they're missing out, unfortunately, and we are missing out on that today. But for the trail runners up there, the terrain, is still very, very interesting, and they don't have much time anyway because they need to be looking where they're going. So for them, the challenge is that fog you could see there, which meant that our male leaders, they went about, just 15 seconds astray or so. But she didn't seem to, the female marathon leader there seemed to navigate that without any issues.
Absolutely, and there is just racing today. There is no distractions, no confusions, just plain racing, as there is not much to see. As we see our leader, Matt Daniels, together with David Sinclair, arriving to a Reventon aid station, and this is a strategy thing. Matt Daniels doesn't stop on the aid station. David stops for a second, and let me say there was another change also on the chasing group, as Peter Frano has overtaken Andreas Ryder and Robin Juliaguet. So Robin Juliaguet, Martin, if you can tell me how to pronounce that better, thank you. But we have Peter Frano in third right now, the Scarpa athlete from Slovakia, and then chasing him it's Andreas Ryder and Robin Juliaguet. In fourth and fifth, also arriving to El Reventon aid station right now on 2 hours and 54 elapsed of this Transvulcania Ultra.
Yes, so we got some good split points, getting some good footage here as they're coming through. So we only have officially online the time of Matt Daniels, but we should have the chasing pack shortly. So yeah, she said just under the 2 hours 54 minutes. So we are now nearing the point where it'll be just over 4 hours to the finish line. So for those who have to maybe go for an errand or anything like that, you will want to come back for the finish shortly before 1 o'clock. But of course, we'd much prefer that you stick with us for the duration.
Of course, just stay with us as we have our first drone image. That was a dramatic image of the chasing pack with Peter Frano, Robin Juliaguet, and Andreas Ryder chasing both Matt Daniels and David Sinclair, whose chip timing is definitely not working. So let's just be aware of that. And we're back with our ladies, with our women's leader, 2 hours 55, 39, 40 laps for Ruth Croft, our defending champion, our record holder here on these 73 kilometers of the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, and representing well the brand. She goes again, and she didn't leave the poles. Renee, she's she's holding to them. As we know, it's a massive tool to face the following uphill.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised she feels comfortable running with them, like that in one hand all the time and lengthened. I don't know the exact pole she's using there, but I always prefer to fold and unfold them as quickly as I can. And a lot of the models today are what's called telescopic for people who are new to poles, which means that it only really takes, you just basically have to drop them and one quick pull and you have them back straight. And that way I feel they're a lot less in the way. But, Ruth knows what she's doing. She knows what she likes. And clearly she prefers just having them handy, right? Actually, she's just changed them over to her other hand. So she probably has a bit of a strategy where she runs for a little while with them in her left and then she moves them over to the right. We actually have the splits now as well, Mauri, from the top 4 men. So there is currently a 44-second gap from Matt Daniels to Peter Frano, as you rightly said, who has moved into second place. A great move by him. And then a further 4 seconds down to Andreas Reiterer, and a further 1 measly second to Robin Joulaguet. And we don't have Charles Hamilton in yet. He was on course for 5th place last we checked in, but he would be a few minutes down on the pack at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget that David Sinclair's chip is not really working. We're not seeing him there. So Peter is the chasing pack from Peter, Andreas, and Robin. It's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I have my French friend Martin sent me there's Charles Hamilton on the tracking. Also, before we go through this, Charles Hamilton the Australian is running in 6th, and he's already around 4 minutes from the lead pack of Matt and David, Matt Daniels and David Sinclair, and already 3 minutes from the chasing group. So there is enough of a gap. He's gonna be running alone for a while now. Hopefully he can hold to that 6th place. And here's a proper French pronunciation of Robin's name, and I'm betting you, René, right now if we can say that correctly. Listen to this. There's no chance I'm saying that right. Sorry, Robin.
Joulaguet, maybe.
Joulaguet.
And unfortunately, while my name is René, I have no French. I'm sad to say. Beautiful language and beautiful country. And I was given a French name, but no skill of French. So I do apologize to any French listeners out there.
Absolutely. That's why I like calling my friends who pronounce the things well, the names well, and Martin himself, he's French born, and he's of course a French speaker. So thank you, buddy, for telling me. I'll learn. I promise. I'll try to get it. I know Spanish, Argentinian Spanish is enough, but I want to learn French. I want to learn Italian so I can tell the names properly. And now we have another image on our right. We have our lead women of the Ultra. We have Ruth Croft on our left side of the screen. On the right side is Annelise Rousset, who's definitely chasing. Is definitely going for her. Is definitely going for Ruth. She knows she's just a minute and a half. 2 minutes behind Ruth, and I think she's gonna go for it.
Yeah, she looks more aggressive in her style, and again, we can say when you're chasing, you kind of have to be as well, because Ruth looks very relaxed. She nearly looks like someone who knows exactly what she's doing, would be my interpretation. She's not struggling, she's not slowing down, but I have a feeling she's decided to conserve energy here, by her standards.
Yeah.
Probably from a confidence, she knows what she can do on the final section of the race. She might she'd probably favor herself to be the strongest. But good, we want to see a good move, because sometimes it's easy if you're feeling the pain a bit to settle. You think, well, look, I'm not gonna beat this person in front. They're just better. But of course, you're not elite, or most people do not become elite by having a mindset like that. You know, most of them think they can be the best, and they won't settle. And a lot of them will take risks. So that might be what we are seeing here. Well, hopefully, because it'd be great to see a little bit of a ding-dong battle in the women's race as well. And we don't want to see them drift too far apart too soon in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And they both know what it is to get on that pain cave and suffer and go for it and navigate that suffering that brings the idea of leading a race and trying to win one of these massive events. And yeah, I think we're gonna have something here. The body language, it's something that we always say here that we tend to analyze on the streamings. Is about the body language, and it's, even though it's completely different, the style of racing, the style of showing yourself on the race. Ruth has this, as you said, this more calm style, super efficient sort of pacing, but the situation is completely different when you are dominating the race like this, like she's doing right now, and knowing she can do it, knowing the race so much as she does. She was third here in 2017, I believe, and then last year she won with the course record. And then Annelies, of course, she knows the race too, and she's a fantastic athlete too. But today she's the chaser, so she has to take these risks, as you mentioned, and go for it. And I like to see it. Otherwise, because it's also really easy to settle on that second place. It's like, it's not bad. I'm second to Ruth, and that's it. But she's not giving up. She's not letting the race go and trying to go for that win too.
Yeah, and what we see as well is that they are obviously, as these two ladies are battling it out at the front, you know, they're catching some of the men that are kind of in the top, probably top 15% of the field, of the men's field. They're being eaten up here.
Yeah.
We get actually a few comments worth reading from YouTube as well. So we have a bit of support for Charlie Hamilton, so we'll call that out. She says, or Charlie O'Mahony says, my man loves being on the trail on his own. So love from home for Charlie Hamilton. Another one, Yanak says that it was a risky move for not taking anything at the checkpoint because there's quite a bit of distance in between. So I think he's referring back to, was it David Sinclair who ran straight through, or was it Matt Daniels who ran straight through without taking any support?
Yeah, it was Matt who didn't stop. Sorry, I just stood for a second as Ruth is just plainly stopped on the trail. But I think she was just having a bit of a clothes change, so that's why she's out. but I think she just stopped for a second to get a bit more comfortable and keep on racing. She knows she's got a bit of a gap. But yeah, we will see right now. Sorry, yeah, it was Matt Daniels who didn't stop on the aid station at El Reventón, and it was David who did for a second, and oh, wow, yeah, Annelies just caught Ruth.
Wow, so the aggression at the moment is paying off.
Yeah, but I think it was the pit stop that Ruth did that made her lose a bit of time, and she's trying to get comfortable. She seemed to be uncomfortable with her jacket, but now, yeah, the gap is gone. The minute and almost 2 minutes that Ruth had on Annelies is gone, and our lead women, we are watching them right now. They're running almost together in these awfully windy conditions up there in the ridge. But yeah, it's now Ruth Croft and Annelies Rousset running in second. Annelies that knows what it is digging deep on the pain. Annelies was second here in the island. She knows the race. She was second in 2016 and 2017, and also in 2019 she was second all these times. One of the details is that Shiva has already beaten Ruth on this race. When Ruth was third, Annelies was second. she knows what it is to suffer. She's got a lot of she's got a lot of experience in long races. Let me say that I want to highlight that she did the I cannot find it anymore, but she did the Diagonal de Fou, the Grand Ride de la Réunion in 2022. She was second. So if she can grind a 28-hour, almost 29 hours, 100 miles, she can do really, really well. She was second at Hard Rock in 2023, so she knows to suffer a lot, and I'm getting some insight that she's one of the best downhillers on this sort of ultras. So if they get together up to the top in El Roque de los Muchachos, it may be an interesting battle. And my insight is Martin, the French person you listened before. Martin is Ruth's partner, and is she took too long taking her clothes out, because that's usually his job. So that's why she lost it. But no, that's just a super internal joke, and they are running together. There you got them. They are having a little bit of a chat, and there you got. We have a fantastic, a really interesting race right now between both the men's side and then the women's side. Annelise Rousset has just overtaken Ruth Croft on the way to El Pico, to El Reventón and El Pico de la Cruz, the second uphill. Ruth is letting Annelise take the lead, and Annelise has gladly taken it and pushing a bit, doing a bit of a pace change there. What do you think, René?
Yeah, well, she shifted in. She clearly was annoyed by the poles, like I would have been, because Ruth has shifted them into the quiver, and she's back in the singlet now. So she must have gotten warm, it's interesting because we are getting reports from other parts of the coast that some runners have already retired with hypothermia, and it's just very changing conditions. But I think this rivalry does deserve a bit of focus. Because it goes all the way back, as you said, there to 2016. It's 9 years ago that Annelise was second and Ruth was third. And both of them have won the CCC. Annelise won it in 2014, Ruth won it in 2015. As you said as well, maybe it's not a surprise because one of the research team we have kind of supporting us here was pointing out to me that, Annelise is known for having a little bit of a conservative start because she's an absolute wolf on the descent. So maybe that's all we saw here, and okay, Ruth lost a bit of time because she clearly wasn't comfortable with the jacket and with the poles. That's all sorted now, but she hasn't gone straight back in front and said, no, hang on a minute, I'm still the leader of the race, I still dictate it. She's decided, okay, no, I'm going to sit now and see what Annelise does, or either she's actually looking at the pace that Annelise is setting and thinking, maybe that's a bit too aggressive for now. Very, very fascinating anyway what's coming up, because we've got two exceptional women with 20 minutes or 20 meters between them, but you can see that's opening up right now as we watch. So the moment there was any kind of descent, Annelise has pushed it. It's a little bit hard to judge distances, when you watch the camera like this, but it does look like it's opening up now.
Yeah, she's definitely taking the advantage of that downhill, and she probably felt that Ruth is struggling a bit, but and taking advantage of it and trying to get that little gap too, because it's interesting. Ruth is a fantastic uphill runner, and not that Annelise is not, but if we gotta go, go into the very small details, Ruth is in my opinion, a better uphill runner than Annelise. But Annelise knows that if she gets to the top, close to her, or at least with a small gap, she may take advantage of it, especially considering that if you get to El Puerto de Tazacorte with not much of a gap, then you have that final uphill is not really considered because it's a little uphill, but it's not. It's really steep. It's really hard. It's the final kilometers of the race, and yeah, you don't want to be really close to Ruth on that side, on that final part of the race. So we will see. I think the strategy of Annalise is pretty similar on what Matt Daniels and David Sinclair did regarding Peter Frano, Andreas Ryder, and Julien. So yeah, we will see. It's we saw that she was running fast, that she was running aggressive and trying to cut the gap between her and Ruth, but I didn't expect her to catch up that fast and go for it really quickly.
And it's difficult sometimes to read, what it means when you look at a runner, because it doesn't always tell the full story, what you see on the outside. Some people, anyone who's been at a race have probably noticed that, sometimes you run next to someone and they look like they're moving much slower than the way they move suggests, and vice versa. But it did look like Ruth was kind of taking it very controlled and versus, this very aggressive, bouncy style that Annalise is putting in at the moment. So maybe there was more to it, maybe it was that, you can just see she just looks a little bit more contained or constrained. So does that mean maybe she's struggling a bit today? It can happen to everybody. Or is she still just running a really tactical effort where she's saying, no, this, I have to hold it. I have to hold it back because my time is coming later in the race. It could be both. We're only really speculating based on looking in from the outside. But yeah, we'll see. We hope, I think, for the sake of the race, she's still well within sight here, so because we want for the race to not be decided too early. So hopefully she's still feeling good coming into the next big climb.
No, absolutely. I think it's a matter of strategies. Because they know each other. They've been racing each other for the past 10 years a lot, and they've been on podiums on some of the best races in the world, and I think anything can change. It's funny to see this happening where they, after so many years and after so many changes in the race strategies, the race strengths and weaknesses of each other, they are still running the same events and trying to chase each other, maybe faster than in the past, of course, but it's I don't know, it must feel weird to be on the same points, like, again. Is it again us battling each other? I really appreciate that and love that after so many years they are putting these huge efforts on races that they definitely like and they definitely love and try to come and do the best they can and give us a massive spectacle. It was not easy to see this 10 years ago. We were all refreshing the Twitter feed with our friends at Iron Far. Now they are also bringing us some insight in from the course, but it's really cool. We can see this live and watch the action unfold as we saw it for both the men and the women.
Yeah, and it'll only get better, as we know, technology, the way it's developing, everything just gets smaller and lighter, and so you would expect that probably more and more solutions will be found. I've seen technologies from America, Mari, where they have these mini cameras that are put into marking flags and things like that, and obviously that still has a bit of a way to go, I think, for full coverage. Because I remember you had a discussion last year with Owen, about would it be a good thing if trail running went to the Olympics or not, and I know you were skeptical because you didn't like the changes it had created to the format of mountain biking, which is a really valid concern, because I think we can all see the benefits, more exposure, more elite athletes being attracted to the sport and so on. But if we could get technology that would allow us to get great live coverage, even from fairly difficult remote locations, then you kind of solve all those problems, because then you don't have to compromise in any way on your choice of course. And it also allows, of course, the people at home, including ourselves, to see the really wild parts that sometimes we just can't get coverage of, because you might dip into a valley and there's just no signal there, and then you miss out on some of the key action.
Yeah, it's as what we just saw. It's I don't know. It's interesting. We're not gonna jump on the Olympic debate again. We are not.
No, we'll leave it. We'll see what happens in 2032.
My opinion hasn't changed. Actually, has been worse from last year to to this one.
Right.
But but yeah, it's really cool. Like it's we being here and watching our technical partners here, our technical side of the streaming. It has been a struggle today. I know there's a bunch of new technology, all the Starlinks, all the new antennas and everything. They are fantastic, but in a day like today, which happens, which is one of the key elements of our sport, it's the weather and the nature, the things you cannot control. Everything stops working. Everything goes sideways, and you gotta. It's not improvising, but it's just adapting to it and trying to bring you the best. And that all usually complicates things. But so far we are watching fantastic footage of we did saw our leaders, both the men women marathon up there after El Roque de los Muchachos. Then we got to see the guys here up to El Reventón, and now we're seeing the ladies, and we were able to see the action actually unfold with the lead changes and the chase pack modifications that were both on the men's side and now on the lead change on the women's side. We are waiting also for the third lady, for Yekaterina Mityaeva and the rest. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the rest of the race unfolds. Here's
lots of excitement ahead, and we still have, if we just look at our timings up there, so we have just under 4 hours now for the ultramarathon, but we should have a result in the men's marathon probably in the next 40 to 45 minutes or so. As I was mentioning there earlier, it's usually a kind of roughly just under 4 hour finishing time for the men, and just over 5 for the half marathon, for the women. For the women's marathon. So in the next 45 minutes, we're going to get the first race finishes. And actually, we should be getting some half marathon finishes really, really soon as well. So I might just leave you to it, Mari, for 1 minute while I check when our listeners should expect to see that finish line photo.
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to go with the top 10 men through... What are we watching right now? Oh, this is the lead man. This is the lead man of the marathon, getting to La Torreta del Time, I believe, the halfway point of the downhill. That's our Brooks runner. Wait, wow, we have a change also in the marathon on the men's side. Raúl Criado Sanchez is leading after El Time in the marathon, followed by Tobias Bagenstos, who is the guy you were watching right in front of Andrea Prandi, who is the guy in blue. That's Tobias, our Swiss runner, running in second, just 50 seconds behind Raúl Criado. And then in third, we are watching, who's the guy we're watching right now with the Dynafit kit. That's Andrea Prandi from Italy. Who is Jesus, our camera biker is doing an insane effort to go there. Look how technical that portion of the course is, and as we expected, it's sleepy, it's even a bit muddy, so we can see that it's gonna be a super tough downhill for everyone. And this is the second portion of it, the second what it would have been the vertical the other day, what it was the vertical the other day. Look at all those rocks and how complicated that is. The amazing job our cyclist is doing to chase Tobias and Andrea here on the podium of the marathon so far. Tobias in second and Andrea in third. Fantastic job, and he's going down to try see Tobias. Wow, it's I'm really surprised on the job our cyclist is doing. Let me just say, Mark Fleischer says shout out to all the Cocodona 250 live stream veterans, and welcome to all of you to the Transvulcania streaming, thank you for being out here. I know you guys have been watching a bazillion hours of trail running this year. Yeah. Martin says good massage for the cameraman. I suffer for his wrists, man, and his hands, and it's also extremely cold and wet. So shout out to our camera runners and cyclists on this weather. What do you think, Rene, of this downhill?
Well, I actually remember it because it was one of the descents last time I was in La Palma. I had a chance to go out. I really love downhill normally, but it's tricky descent, and with the rain, although as you can see that the ground dries surprisingly quickly, it has a lot of soakage, but still it adds to the challenge. And I think they look to have actually just crossed to about the 37k point. They're moving that fast. So if you remember, the marathon is 43.9 kilometers, so about 6 kilometers to go. They're moving towards the section now briefly where it's actually flattening out just a tiny bit. And then as they get to the last 6k, it becomes steeper again down to the finish. So we'll enjoy this footage while it's with us, because I think that's some of the best footage you can get, is always seeing seeing leaders descend on difficult terrain. There's been some over the years. There's been some spectacular things happening. We don't really want to see falls, but sometimes that does happen. And we have, as I say, I promised you an update just while you enjoy this footage. I promised you an update on the half marathon as well. So Luca Del Pero, the winner of the vertical on Thursday night, is currently leading, and he is racing an hour 51 minutes at the moment. He has just hit the highest point of the course and is starting his own descent, so that won't finish the same place as the marathon. It finishes much higher up at Pilar. He seems to have a reasonable gap to second place, which is Lucas Clocher from France, and then there is one of our pre-race favorites, Daniel Ozans. And actually it's too close to call now because of the nature of the updates we get, which they're not based on GPS right now, they're based on predictive algorithm. It actually looks like those three gentlemen are nearly right on top of each other. So we don't have another timing point, unfortunately, in the Medio Marathon until the finish line. So we'll try and keep an eye on it. There's only 13 runners in that race that have crossed the checkpoint, the high checkpoint at 17.5. So the vast majority of that field, nearly 600 runners, are still approaching it. So here you see as Mario was referring to, the heroic work of these mountain bike cameramen. You need. I'm not a mountain biker, so I can only speculate about the technical skill you need to come down in this and trying to keep a camera steady and trying to keep up with an elite runner, who's moving at a very, very serious pace. Yeah. So this is the flatter stretch that I was just referring to earlier. So you can see there's the gradient should start to come down a little bit, but the terrain difficulty has not yet. You can see it's extremely rocky. It's quite cut up. In the women's half, let's take an update from that as well. So we have the pre-race favorite and living legend, Mort Matisse, came through the first checkpoint there in 43:41, and she is currently she's moving towards the high point of the route and the final checkpoint, so we'll have another update there in a few minutes. She's chased nearly 3.5 minutes back by Silvia Diegues, and then the local favorite, Moana Queres. She is 4.5 minutes back. So that race, it does look like it's going to be another victory for Mort Matisse, and really the big excitement there is going to be who's going to be the first local racer. Will it be Silvia or will it be Moana? Because there's only a minute between them, and that could yet change. So here we see the terrain just keeps changing on this descent. Just as you think there's a nice stretch where you don't have to pay as much attention to your foot stride and the gradient goes flat for a little bit, then 10 meters later there's more rocks and more steep descending. So this is it's a sort of rhythm breaking, descent that if you're very agile, if you love the descent, if you like to change your pace, this is the stuff you eat up, where you create big gaps. But for those runners who are more rhythm based, who just likes, just to get into one gear and just hold a steady pace, this is a nightmare, you know. So thankfully, probably for most of the elites we are following, they have the, you know, they are quite adaptable individuals, as you have to be to compete at that level. So none of them will probably find it too big a challenge, but obviously the leader here looks to be confidently creating a gap now, and he's out on the road. So I think this is a brief road crossing from my own memory of running this. So I think in very shortly now he's going to dip back in here on the right onto another little trail. But it does give him just a little bit of a break to just try and get the pulse down just a few beats and be ready for the next technical challenge.
Well, hello, I'm back.
You're back, Mari. So
Yeah,
you missed some fantastic descending there by the leader. You can see the chaser coming. He's just hit the tarmac road and got a chance to rest a bit in his stride. But it does look like from this footage he seems to be building up nearly a minute to what I assume here is the chaser in second place.
Yeah, I cannot definitely tell if Raúl Criado is leading. We are just trusting a lot with the live trail. What I can say is that we have our fourth runner coming through the El Time aid station, which is Mario Olmedo, El Bandolero, from Granada, from Spain. And then now Diego Menendez has just gone through in fifth. They are far away. The first three are really cut together from the rest. Raúl Criado in 3:15:30. Tobias was 50 seconds back, and Andrea was running together with Tobias, as you were able to see. But then Mario Olmedo was almost 9 minutes back from Raúl, and Diego Menendez is 1 minute behind Mario. So we have a gap there, and check that out. Look at Tobias on the left, and how different the weather is here. It's kind of clear and not that rainy, not that foggy, and you can see him. It's still wet. It's still must be sleepy there on those rocks, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be that complicated as it was just a few minutes ago for them in El Roque de los Muchachos. And also, let me say that this is gonna, wow. Jesus, that was a risky move from the biker.
Yeah, that nearly went wrong. I remember this part as well, because for a lot of the routes here out at Tazacorte, you have to come up through these kind of, backyards basically of little farms and people's houses, and it is a little bit claustrophobic, and there's a lot going on. Because he's descending now. I think Tazacorte, it's not quite 0 meters, but I think it's down about 20 meters or so above sea level. So there's a bit more tarmac here again. So this is normally the hottest part of the course. You can get easily temperatures of 30 degrees Celsius once you get down here. But that's not the case today.
Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Let's see, dude. I was scared about that downhill. You can see, we just did an oh no,
technical fault.
Oh, how do you call those, the rayos? Those are the rayos.
Yeah, I'm not. I was just telling the readers here, I admire these mountain bikers because I've only been out on a mountain bike twice, and I really have no clue about the language or the specifics of the biking. Because the first time I went out, I had 4 crashes, and I thought, Jesus, this is gonna kill me. So I haven't been back since.
Yeah, trying to keep your life with you.
So they won't be hiring me to do this job. They have better folks. They look very, very happy runner at the checkpoint with one of those, classical Outback Explorer hats.
Yeah, that was a nice hat. But sorry, we are back. Just to put background on it, we are back to El Pilar, which is the 26K mark for the ultra. It was the start of the marathon, but we were back there, and we are gonna be coming and going from El Pilar right now, as at any minute right now should be the leader of the half marathon should be there in any second. and we're gonna see who's winning. But I believe that Luca Del Pero has done his thing, and it's gonna be cutting the tape today at the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX on its marathon distance, half marathon distance. Sorry.
He's looking good. He is, like, there's a great flow to what he's doing, and he's it's not always. It's only a bad sign if it gets into their head. And for a lot of these descenders, they run with these sorts of risks. I know, speaking to many top competitors in our local scene, that they would say, if you don't have a few falls on a descent, you're not taking enough risks. That's not true on every distance, because obviously in some longer distances you have to kind of minimize the risk. But in shorter, fast mountain races, you probably have to run on the edge. You have to have that little bit of a devil in your stomach. It's even, I think there's some research on that, Maori, that has shown that, apart from all the physical characteristics that really distinguish the great descenders from you could say just the good and the mediocre, psychological is huge. You really need to be fairly fearless, and you need to shrug it off if you fall. So he had a query there. This spot, it's a little bit deceptive. It looked like the steps go down, but he got corrected pretty quick.
Yeah. That this is where the vertical uphill race runners came on the other side, like backwards of what Tobias is doing right now. I'm really curious to see if Tobias is leading, and we have missed that he passed Raul. That's what the tracking is saying. We hopefully will get an update before the finish line. But I really believe it's Tobias Bagenstos that it's leading the marathon right now. The Brooks athlete who is coming down really well, super smooth and controlling. Ooh, shoot! No.
Oh,
well,
did the bike go down?
It happened. Wow. Poor guy. Hopefully he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. He's back at it.
Hopefully.
I think he managed to brake, to slow down before having a bad fall, and now he's gonna try to catch up with Tobias, which is probably the most dangerous thing to do. But
although at least on a mountain bike you can, if anyone has ever been to some of these man versus bike races that are very popular, or at least they used to be very popular, and I've done a few myself, it's on the uphill as a runner you have a chance. Especially if you're fit, but on downhills, and the easier the downhill gets, it's very, very difficult because the mountain bikes they're a lot faster.
Yeah, they fly. And he caught up really quick. I think we have electrical enduro bikes, so great job for him, and please stay safe there, buddy. There is still a lot of things.
There's still a few hours of work to do. Have you actually seen, because Mari, I've always been either stuck in a studio or in an office watching this. Have you ever seen how the logistics work for the mountain bikers and the runners? Do they go back and forth over one stretch? So do they come down, take a bit of a break, and then they go back out again? Or are there multiple and they just do one stretch and they're done?
They are, no. There are multiple, there's, the course are split. The course is split in sections, and in those portions they send a certain numbers of either bikers or runners, and each of them they have an assignment. In this case, this guy is following the lead man of the marathon, and he's gonna be coming back up after he gets to the point where he has to drop him. It's like a relay race, to call it away. We are on the look at here. We are on the road crossing. He's about to face the final 2.5 kilometers to the finish line, Mr. Tobias Bagenstos. And it's like a relay race. They go doing throughout the course, following people. So this guy is probably gonna drop Tobias at some point, and he's gonna come back and chase the lead women. While there is another cyclist coming down with the rest of the podium of the men's, and also there's someone else doing the rest of the podium of the ladies side, but they do it on this portion of the race. It's not that they finish here and they gotta come up to Los Llanos or something, they just stay here and they repeat this portion of the course as long as necessary. So it's a really, on the logistics side, is really complicated. It depends a lot on how many cameras you have, on how many bikes you have, and then it's not just anyone that can do this. You gotta be a talented cyclist, as you have just seen. Not everyone can go down on that sort of terrain. But yeah, this guy is nailing it, and he's done really well. Look at that. That is also super complicated. He's got the camera on the helmet, so to get that footage, he has to remove his helmet from the head, pass the runner, and then smoothly turn the helmet around and try to focus on and try to to make the framing good, so that the image is well taken. So it's not the everyday job, it's not like the everyday thing you do, being on a bike super fast, to follow runners, and also on technical terrain, and also filming with the camera and framing it and making it look as professional as possible, with all the different characteristics. So kudos and a massive shout out to our cyclists down on the course.
And a really difficult section we are seeing here now from Tobias Bargain stuff, because you might think, oh, tarmac, you can relax a bit, but the tarmac here for a lot of the part is about 22% gradient, and it's if anyone who's done races with a finish on steep tarmac, this is where your legs are hurting the most, and you would nearly prefer to stay on the technical trail, because you have, it's hard not to lean back a little bit, because if you lean forward on those steep roads, your legs absolutely start flying behind you, and it feels like your soles are on fire, from the friction. So it's not the most pleasant type of descending late in the race, but he's through that now, and onto another technical stretch. And I think we can say, Mari, we kind of called it, because when we started this morning and we talked about some of the favorites, we did say we had a good eye to Tobias because of that first place in Istria 69k, which was one of his big wins in his career, and he's not a junior racer, he's 33 years old, but that's a very technical race. He also did very well earlier this year in the Skyron, the Buffalo Stampede Festival, which would have been very challenging as well. And then last year he had a memorable win in the Ultra Trail Australia, so he's a good solid runner. So it's no real surprise to see him come out, but I think he wasn't our first favorite. He was kind of one of our first dark horses.
Yeah, but I gotta say that we need to pay attention to the chat. They were saying that he was one of the candidates, so we gotta listen to our people there, that usually they have more information than us, especially when they're following where they have their favorite runners and they're following them. So as they said, Tobias was a candidate to the win. We had it as a dark horse, but he was not. He's a fantastic runner. We just saw him demonstrate beautiful downhill technique on one of the most technical and complicated downhills in the trail running world, in these sort of races. So amazing. We're gonna be watching Tobias finish this marathon and see if he finally nails the win. Let's see. We're back to El Pilar, so that must mean there's a bit of action. There's gonna be a bit of action really soon. Let me see. Yeah, they should be here in a minute. They were all running together, as you said. Lucas Clocher from France, Luca Del Pero, Daniel Sanz, Sergio Alvarez, and a bit behind them was Baptisme. So we're probably gonna have a sprint towards the finish line. We will see who is the winner as we get back, while we wait for the winner of the half marathon. Mr. Tobias is on the final switchbacks. He's on this classic historical switchbacks down to El Puerto de Tazacorte. We've seen a lot of things happen on this side of the trail. It kind of looks now like an 8-bit race, right?
Yeah, it does a bit, and of course, that I think your nightmare, Mauri, of the Olympics. You don't need to worry about that until it would be possible to get constant, steady, high definition video, and that is difficult, as you can see. So we have a lot of great coverage, and it's come so far, video footage on trail races, but there's still a bit to go, because it's. You can't send 4K video from all these areas that is super steady, not yet.
No,
and we should say, down here in the Canary Islands, this is one of the places where this has been pioneered, so it's one of the first places where they really started doing this. So they would be, among the most skilled and experienced in this sort of, publication and this sort of broadcasting in the world.
Yeah, totally. I think the first couple of hours I've seen of trail streaming were here in Transvulcania itself, and also in El Reventón. So yeah, it's super interesting. It's crazy to see where we are so far. I myself, we are developing the same. Yeah, we're developing the streaming side of things in Argentina also, which also it's super complicated, as we see. Luca Del Pero, the Italian from Team Scarpa, is taking the win on this 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX half marathon. Luca Del Pero is our winner. Once again, won on Thursday night, and now winning again on this half marathon. What a race for Luca, René.
Yes, 3 days, 2 wins, and I think an unofficial finishing time, and we'll have that verified too, of 2:11:19, and we're expecting Sergio Alvarez Febles in second place, so we should see him momentarily. He wasn't far. I actually have him online as a finisher, so I don't know if our feed is actually behind the GPS or if the GPS has jumped the gun a bit there.
I don't know what happened there, but we have our winner, and we are seeing our leader on the marathon also coming down the Puerto de Tazacorte, the switchbacks. Right now, here's another runner from the half finishing, I believe. Yeah, it's Daniel Sanz.
Yes, in third place in 2:12:32. So Sergio must have finished, unless there's a really strange technical hiccup. He must have finished without us being able to see him.
Yeah. Sergio Alvarez was second, just a few seconds behind Luca, and we've seen Daniel Sanz finishing third. And on the rest of the runners, we are seeing now a bunch of runners finish. We will wait till Live Trail refreshes so we can give you proper names, proper times. While we are back on the left on the Puerto de Tazacorte with Tobias Wagenstad really close to the finish. He's in the final kilometer, maybe less than a kilometer there for Tobias to finish and take the win back home to Switzerland in the marathon.
Yeah, it's good footage. It's great to see it, from this angle as well. As we see, we have as well the ladies in the half marathon. We should expect in the next 15, 16, maybe 17 minutes. And I think you were listening in, Mauri, there while I was talking away. And Maud Matisse, unsurprisingly, has a good bit of a lead over Sylvia Lara Diegues and Moana Keres. But they seem to be the top three, so we should see them. So you can tune in for the ladies just after 10 o'clock in the half marathon. But stay with us, because we have the footage here of Tobias coming down towards the finish in the full marathon.
No, look at that. It was Raúl Criado. I was wondering. It was not Tobias, our leader. It was Raúl Criado, the winner of the marathon. In amazing race for him. Fantastic. Coming from the back. Not a dark horse. Raúl is a fantastic runner. The CMOD runner takes the champagne out and celebrates it. He did an amazing race coming, letting the guys push the pace, and then finally on the downhill, taking advantage of his skills in the downhill, he could take the lead. He went through El Time in first, but we were not sure as the camera stayed with Tobias. But Tobias is running in a fantastic effort, also in second after leading for a long time, together with Florian. But it's Raúl Criado, the winner of today's Transvulcania Adidas TERREX 2025 marathon.
Yeah, we missed the pass out. There doesn't seem to have been a camera on, unfortunately, so we couldn't see that action. So I don't know if he actually managed to drop the cameraman or the camera bike, or if he just wasn't able to get through, or whether he passed him out really, really late here while we were watching the finishes of the half marathon. But yeah, as it knows, he's not a stranger. He's not a dark horse. This is a runner with a great CV.
Yeah, absolutely. A guy who has run 4:09 in Zegama last year, which is insane, because running in 4:09 back in the day would have taken you to top 10, and he was 30. But let's go with Tobias Bagenstad.
Yeah, big shout out for Tobias.
Fantastic race for Tobias. He was second today. The Swiss runner from Brooks Running is second in the marathon. Tobias Bagenstad. He did a fantastic downhill. He navigated perfectly all the rocks, all the sleepy rocks that were a massive challenge on this final 5-6K from La Torreta del Time up to down to El Puerto de Tazacorte. And we're going to be waiting now for our third place finisher, who may be Andrea Prandi from Italy.
Yeah, and I wonder, has there been any changes? Was there much change to the marathon course this year? Because those winning times are very fast compared to what we've seen in the last few years, like 3:45 and 3:47. You know, last year the race was won in 4:04.
Yeah, no, the course is basically the same. I think it's the weather. I think the last year was humid. It was incredibly hot, especially for the marathon. And navigating that the higher portion of the course with that heat, it's super complicated, and then getting down to the finish line, which is also like you get down, run whatever 100 200 meters in a flat-ish portion of the course, and then you're done. So yeah, it took a huge toll on the runners, the heat last year.
Yeah, and we know, I was only talking about heat on a recent podcast, because there's a lot of interest in heat adaptation and heat training these years. Obviously it's something people have been doing, for many, many decades, but there's more and more research coming out because it makes such a huge difference, and it's actually a trainable quality, which it's more trainable than a lot of sports scientists used to think, but still within that there are limits. And once you get your body temperature over a certain level, it's just over 41 degrees Celsius. It's about, I think the record they've measured in an elite athlete for our American listeners is 105.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. But after that, you simply can't go any hotter. You just don't have.
Our dude with the Speedos has just passed through El Pilar, seems to be running the Ultra today.
Yeah, very good. The aerodynamics are helping him out once again, and if it's raining, I suppose it's nice not to have a lot of heavy wet gear.
Amazing. What a talent. And we're waiting for our third man, our final podium position, and there he is. Is that him? Oh, let's get back, please, to the finish line.
Buenos días, compañeros. Pues con frío, no te voy a engañar, Nacho. Tú hablabas de la señora de la manguera y yo lo único que pido es un café o un caldito caliente, por favor. Nos hemos tenido que desplazar desde el telescopio de Galileo para subir un poquito más alto hasta la zona del telescopio nórdico, porque es el único punto en el que ahora mismo tenemos cobertura, para ubicar un poco a los espectadores y que se hagan una idea de las condiciones en las que los corredores y corredoras están corriendo en estos momentos. Niebla, muchísimo frío. Te puedo decir que la sensación térmica puede ser de menos 5 grados tranquilamente. El viento azota con bastante fuerza y la verdad que la carrera está yendo bastante rápida. Hemos visto bajar a bastantes corredores ya. Sí que es verdad que hemos perdido un poquito la referencia de los que han ido entrando en los primeros puestos con la intención de poder conseguir esa cobertura de la que te hablaba antes. De hecho, la situación aquí es tan complicada que incluso la organización a nosotros mismos nos ha dicho ya que nos desplacemos porque corremos el riesgo de entrar en hipotermia. Es bastante complicado poder hacer la cobertura hoy aquí, pero bueno, intentaremos hacer lo que se pueda.
Well, that was Nereida Alonso, our co-worker who is up on El Roque de los Muchachos. She said that the conditions are really tough, that the aid station was changed. Fantastic job for them. As we see now, our men's podium for the marathon with Raúl Criado, our winner of the day, Tobias Bagenstos, in second place. And the man from Italy, Andrea Prandi, in third, taking the podium spot there. The youngling from the Valtellina area, who is in third today. Fantastic job for him. So good to see him back racing after a tough time with his health. And now he's there in third. We see the complimentary, like the mandatory pictures with the authorities here from the island. Great job for all three of them. They managed to do a fantastic race, an amazing downhill for all three of them, but especially for this guy we have in camera right now, Raúl Criado, who, as you can see, kicked the tape. He didn't cut it, he kicked it, and he takes the win back home to the peninsula. Fantastic and amazing race for him. Also here we have Tobias's finish, who did also a great effort trying to chase down Raúl after leading for a long while. Let's go
Yo intentaba, sabiendo que ellos son muy fuertes subiendo, intentaba no descolgarme mucho. Creo que me he pasado un poco quizá porque ya en altura el final se me ha hecho un poco difícil. Además me he perdido, he vuelto para atrás. Pero bueno, sabía que la bajada tenía mi opción. He conseguido conectar con ellos bastante rápido a los 2-3 kilómetros. Y desde ahí, viendo que tenía ese margen que ya había abierto, me lo he tomado un poquito más disfrutón, quiero decir. Intentaba ya, bueno, no sabía cómo iba, he preguntado, ¿cómo voy? Me dice uno primero. Y digo, vale. Entonces ya iba mirando, no venía nadie y digo, tranquilo, que hay que llegar. Que un tropezón tonto, cualquier cosa, se te sube un músculo o me pierdo. Entonces iba más bien concentrado, tranquilo, sabiendo que si venían apretaría un poco más, o sea, lo tenía un poco asegurado, por así decirlo, pero ha sido durísimo. Este descenso se me ha hecho eterno.
Bueno, un día además que no ha sido nada fácil, hemos tenido lluvia, seguramente mucho frío en la parte más alta y ya un poquito más de calor, como decías, para disfrutar del descenso.
Sí, hacía bastante frío, mucho viento, por suerte yo iba bastante bien abrigado y eso ha hecho también un poquito la diferencia porque yo he llegado muy bien arriba en el aspecto de temperatura, lo único que tenía eran las manos, pero bueno, al final yo creo que todos. Y el descenso me lo he tomado eso como progresivo hasta que veía ya en la posición en la que me quedaba y el final pues si vuelvo al año que viene tocará apretar un poco más, pero estoy contento, ¿eh?
Bueno, por supuesto que aquí te esperamos, nos quitamos el sombrero, la gorra, Raúl Criado, vencedor y recordman de la distancia.
So that was the word of Raúl Criado, the winner, the local runner, the Spanish runner who got the win today at the marathon. He was saying that he took it, he knows he's not a strong runner in the uphill, so he tried to help the pace of the leaders, and maybe he kind of overcooked himself a bit, and that took a bit of a toll when he got to the higher part because of the cold, because of the wind, the fog. He even got a bit lost, so he's been coming and going from the trail for a second. But then once he got to the downhill that he knows it's his strength, he managed to push to get the pace, to get the pace up, to push the throttle and catch the guys and pass them. And then once he did it, he controlled as much as he could until he pushed as much as he could until he got the thing in control. and had enough of a gap to finish. He said he suffered a cold, but not that much because he was well, he was well geared up. But in the end, he suffered a bit of cold in his hands. But he was extremely happy of winning. He says that if he comes back next year, he's gonna have to push a bit more just to do a better performance than this year. But this is enough that he's happy, already really happy with this win, coming here and winning. So yeah, kudos to Raúl on this fantastic effort he did today, especially on switching his strategy, which is knowing his weaknesses, that it's the uphill, as he mentioned, and knowing that your competitors are this fast and this strong on the uphills, trying to play it that way and try to hold to them to try to use your bullet on the downhill, and it worked for him. So again, congratulations to Raúl, who did an amazing race.
Yeah, and just before we give an update on where the women's marathon race is standing at the moment, there has been a change to the marathon course, but not to the route itself, but rather it was moved earlier in the day this year. So traditionally, the last 2 years, it's been at 8 a.m. start, which was moved to a 6 a.m. start for environmental reasons. So there's, one is they wanted fewer runners essentially in the most sensitive areas during the peak sun hours, but it's also to ensure less heat stress on the runners, as we were just discussing before. So now today was a bit of an unusual day anyway, so it might not have made as much of a difference, but in future years, it would mean if you go run the marathon, you're gonna on average have a slightly cooler race than would have been the case before.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's and I think also, considering the cold, considering the time change, they even had a bit of night hours. They didn't used to have night hours on the marathon, so I think this changed a lot. Of course, the course didn't change, but it does change the way people run races, and I think that's the best explanation for these faster times, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very good one. So I think we have another interview coming in.
Más rápido que nosotros llegando a Tazacorte, pero bueno, lo tenemos aquí, que me decía, vaya bajada y vaya carrerón, ¿eh?
Vaya carrerón, vaya pasada. La subida se me ha hecho muy larga, pero había que aguantar como fuese sufriendo, y también el clima ha sido malísimo, me ha beneficiado a mí personalmente, y la bajada al principio a muerte hasta que me he puesto primero, y ya viendo eso pues tenía un poco más de tranquilidad, ya lo he hecho, he disfrutado muchísimo los últimos kilómetros, porque lo iba pensando, digo, puedo ganar Transvulcania, digo, disfrútalo, porque es que no sé cuántas veces va a poder pasar esto. Y iba disfrutándolo a cada paso y mirando de ella cuando veía esto, mirando la meta diciendo, no me lo creo, voy a entrar primero. O sea, era como un placer que no me lo creía, y la verdad que, a ver, también había entrenado mucho para ello, me encontraba muy bien, o sea, no era ninguna, o sea, no me he sorprendido porque ya lo había comentado antes, había mucho nivel, tenía que luchar, pero me beneficiaba también mucho el perfil de bajada. Así que juego a mis cartas.
Y además has venido muy fuerte. Primera vez aquí en la isla de La Palma. Me contabas que tenías muchas ganas de competir aquí. ¿Ha estado a la altura de tus expectativas Transvulcania, así con toda la lluvia y con todo?
Sí, por supuesto. La verdad que, hombre, la única pena, claro, no puedes ver las vistas tal como, ¿qué pasa? Tal como a lo mejor te lo imaginas, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí está la excusa para volver. La he disfrutado muchísimo. Era lo que esperaba. Bueno, jolín, ganar era ya superior y, a ver, lo he cumplido. Es que no puedo pedir más. Estoy súper contento porque cuando uno entrena tanto hay veces que no sale, pero cuando sale es que hay que estar orgulloso y disfrutarlo, y ha sido una pasada, la verdad. No me lo creo.
Bueno, ya llevas unos cuantos añitos en esto del trail running, pero entiendo que ahora mismo igual no lo estás ni pensando, pero ganar la maratón de Transvulcania es un antes y un después, ¿eh?
Hombre, a ver, ya he hecho alguna que otra cosa por ahí, pero es cierto que esto puede que... No, y espero que, bueno, por lo menos yo he hecho mi faena, la demás faena se la dejo a los demás, yo no digo nada.
¿Qué es lo que esperas de aquí en adelante en el resto de la temporada? A ver.
Mira, sinceramente, no espero ningún resultado, espero seguir disfrutando, que las lesiones no me vengan y dar lo mejor de mí y que sea lo que Dios quiera, así de claro, tener salud y que mi familia tenga salud, y en el deporte, pues eso, sentirme fuerte, pero no me va más un resultado que otro, quiero decir, lo que venga es porque me toca y lo que no es porque no estaba para mí.
De todos los momentos en esta carrera de este año, Dime uno con el que te quedes, la meta, ese momento en el que ya empiezas a ver ese mar y ese puerto. ¿Cuál es? ¿Cuando te pones primero?
Te iba a decir cuando justo me he puesto primero, pero no estaba seguro. He tenido que preguntar porque no sabía cuánto llevaba adelante. Pero lo más emotivo para mí ha sido cuando ya me he dado cuenta de que estaba entrando en meta y, como siempre, miro al cielo por mi abuelo y la verdad que me emociona. Ese ha sido el mejor.
Seguro que te está viendo desde allí muy orgulloso de lo que has conseguido. Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Well, that was Raúl Criado with our interviewer down there. A very emotional race for Raúl. I kind of said we could listen a bit of what he was saying before. As we see more runners, the guy on the left lives in Girona. I've seen him training on the same trails like me. But Raúl said that it was a hell of a race. The uphill was a bit too long for him. He enjoyed the final kilometers and couldn't wrap when getting down there and seeing the finish line, couldn't wrap his head around the idea of winning this race. He's like, hey, I'm winning Transvulcania. This is gonna be amazing. That anyway, he knew he could do it. He knew he could win the thing, but the competition was fierce, so he had to be clever on the strategy, and it worked for him. Being trying to hold the pace during the uphill and then attack on the downhill. It's his first time on the island, and the expectations were really high, but the everything delivered really well. He said he was sad he couldn't see the landscape, as he has heard a lot of it, and he couldn't see anything. But well, it's the perfect excuse to come back next year. Then for the rest of the year, he says he just hopes he can still keep enjoying racing for the rest of the season, staying away from injuries, being as healthy as possible. Also, not just him, but also his family. He's not really looking for any sort of results, and he'll be glad for wherever it comes on his side. Our coworker asked what was the most emotional part of it. What's the best memory he's taking from the race back home, and he said that the moment when he saw the finish line and realized that he was winning, and he was taking it and looking up to the sky and dedicating it to his grandpa who passed away a few months ago. So he knew that he was sending him strength from wherever he is. So yeah, pretty emotional interview, a pretty beautiful words from Raúl Criado, our winner from the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Marathon today.
Yeah, no, great summary, and fair play to you for remembering all those interviews, Barry.
Oh, I took notes, buddy.
Oh, very good. Yeah, at our age you have to. But just as we have very soon, we should see Maud Matisse finish up at El Pilar. So that might be why we are seeing so she will be the winner of the Women's Media Marathon, which is a 24-kilometer race with 2,100 meters of climbing. And she had a stupendous lead of over 11 minutes on the next two women at the 17.5-kilometer point, so it looks like it's going to be an incredibly dominant victory there by Maud Matisse, and she will be the fourth race winner we get to see today. So once she gets in and the women's podium shapes up in that race, we will move on then and focus all our attention on the ultramarathon. So let's really enjoy the marathon and the media marathon, because we are coming into the final stages now of those two races.
Yeah, and the sun is out on the left. The sun is out in Puerto de Tazacorte, the finish line for the marathon and the final aid station for the ultra. It's gonna be interesting to see how the race unfolds. For now, if the sun comes out, it's gonna start being extremely humid after so much rain. So we will see how it
directamente desde Suiza a Transvulcania. Vamos a preguntarle, bueno, lo primero, sensaciones un poquito de la carrera y que nos resuma cómo le ha ido en esta maratón. Well, welcome to Transvulcania. First of all, we want to know what are your sensations about today's race, and tell a little bit about the race and how it was.
The race was very good. I had very good legs from the start all the time. And the weather was a little bit difficult because it was very cold and freezing at the top, but yeah, I think I did a good job with my clothes, so I did not have too cold, so I was feeling fine and yeah.
Ok, bueno, nos cuenta que el tiempo es la mayor dificultad en el día de hoy, porque es verdad que ha sido un poquito frío, pero que cree que ha hecho una buena elección con su ropa, con lo cual pues no ha estado muy frío en el día de hoy. Pero siendo de Suiza, me sorprende que el frío haya sido una dificultad para él. Le voy a preguntar más bien por la isla y lo que ha opinado de los paisajes. Bueno, because you're from Switzerland, I don't think that cold is a challenge for you. But maybe all the landscapes are really stunning. What do you think about the island?
The island is very beautiful. I've been here for 2 weeks for training, and it's amazing. I think it's my favorite Canary Island, so yeah, I have to come back one day.
Qué bueno, que quiere volver algún día porque lleva 2 semanas aquí entrenando, le encanta La Palma, dice que es su isla favorita. Le voy a poner un poquito en un aprieto porque creo que viene de correr en Croacia. You come from running in Croatia, right? Where did you run recently?
Sorry?
Where did you run recently?
Yeah, I run Istria, and now this is my second race of the year.
And which race do you prefer, that one or Transvulcania?
Transvulcania, the landscape is more beautiful.
Claro, le he preguntado que con cuál de esas 2 carreras se queda y desde luego prefiere Transvulcania. Are you happy?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
Muy contento y nada, que le ha dado la enhorabuena.
Well, I don't have to translate that one. That's amazing. Great job from Deborah, our partner down there. Fantastic job for her. I think our camera on the finish line, what we are watching right now, the finish line of the half, and also the passing here for the runners of the Ultra. This is the mid and back of the pack of the Ultra who are going through the 26K mark. 24 mark for them. We are gonna be, our camera did a bit of a sign there. I think Maud Matisse may be arriving really soon. So yeah, it's oh, there she is, Maud Matisse, the legend herself, 38 years old, from the Swiss runner, who takes her second win here at the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. She did win in full fashion on Thursday on the vertical uphill race, and today also she took a massive win on the half marathon. We believe it's gonna be an 11 minutes gap between her and the rest of the field of the podium. She celebrates with that champagne out in El Pilar. Fantastic race for Maud. Great to see her healthy and running again in her talent, in her times, and really cool to have her here at the half in Transvulcania.
Yeah, it nearly looks like the lesson we need to draw from this is that if you want to win a race here, you have to win the vertical first. So
yeah.
Because we have, for those who didn't follow, this is the double victory. So Luca Del Pero and Maud Matisse, both vertical winners. Nice warm-up on Thursday evening, and then they're ready here just over 24 hours later to go and win a second race.
Yeah, it's fantastic race for both of them, and it seems like there is no effort, which is insane. They ran so fast.
Yeah, she looked so relaxed in
Yeah.
the first race, and same here. You know, she really came in looking like she had more in the tank, and like her time 2:37:20 is what I've got here on my screen as the official time. A little bit slower than last year when Ondits Iturbe, who was a local runner, won it, but it would have been better than the winning times in the last 3 editions before that, which was 2023, and then of course there was a few years the event wasn't on, so we actually have to go all the way back to 2017 to find another winning time that's faster than this. So third fastest winning time in the last 8 years.
Wow, great job for Maud. Who's got the fast one? Do you have that information there?
Yeah, I have back to 2017, and it's another Spanish runner called Maite Mayora, who you might know.
Yeah. Maite Mayora in 2017. So she won the half here in 17?
Yeah, I have her down here with a time of 2:33:49.
Well, it was Maite's biggest year in trail running. She after this win in the half, she went to win Zegama. Nonetheless, she went to win Zegama in a course record that's stated until 2022, where Nienke Brinkman broke it. But what a year for Maite was 2017, eh?
Yeah, clearly in great shape. So this, you could say, the fact that Maud's time looks like it's 4 minutes slower is not a reflection probably so much on Maud as the fact that this was a time set by another runner who was having a really kind of breakthrough season.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just say we have more runners that have finished the marathon. In fourth it was Mario Olmedo. We saw El Bandolero while we were interviewing Raúl Criado, the winner. Diego Menendez was fifth. Alberto Garcia was sixth. Luca Pescalderon was seventh from Italy, and the legend himself, Marco De Gasperi, finished in eighth place. We will see who are the rest of the guys about to finish, while we also wait from some footage from the downhill for the ultramarathon men that should be getting to the top of the mountain really soon if they haven't passed yet. Then we need to wait for the women finishers of the marathon and the rest of the podium finishers of the half. We already have our winner come through, which was Maud Matisse. And yeah, we see how the weather has changed. It's crazy. It's the same island. There is probably in a straight line from where the half marathon finish and the ultra aid station on the right, and the finish line of the marathon is in a straight line. Maybe it's what could it be, 15 kilometers or something like that, and maybe a bit more. But it's sunny down in El Puerto de Tazacorte, and it's extremely cold on the right on the Refugio del Pilar. So that's the beauty of the island. That's the beauty of Transvulcania, and we can say a lot, we can show you a lot on imagery, but you gotta come experience it yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe this is a good time to just kind of give, especially late joiners, a bit of a lay of the land, like what's going on in the three races, what's the status at the moment, because we have a little bit of a lull here now before the shorter races are more or less decided. We're just waiting to see the second and third women in the media marathon, as we said, the 24k race. So let's just have a quick look at the ultra marathon. We'll start from the top. So at the moment, the status is that the leaders there are roughly 20 minutes away from the next checkpoint. And when we last left them, Matt Daniels and David Sinclair, whose tracker is broken, so you can't see him if you go on Live Trail, they were ahead of Peter Frano and Andreas Reiterer. So they were all fairly close, and it looked like an exciting race. In that race, there's already been 12 DNFs of the 1,000 that started. And we have the majority of the field are still back before the 32-kilometer point. So that is our marathon. So if we move on from, our ultra marathon. So if we move on to the marathon, we obviously had the winners there. We saw them just earlier. But in terms of who's still out there, well, it's the vast majority of the field. We have got about 23 DNFs after just under 800 starters. We've got only 9 finishers in at the moment. That leaves 725 people out there still racing. And a lot of them have a long way to go still. A lot of them still have over 10 miles to go until they get to cross the finish line that we see there in Puerto de Tazacorte.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Bib number 2020 is Diego Cardoso Machado from Uruguay. South America is in the house. South America makes it to the top 10 of this 2025 Transvulcania marathon. Fantastic race for Diego.
So to finish off our little rundown, we had the media marathon. It's not quite decided yet. We had the men's podium. We've got the first 10 finishers in in total in this race, we have 28 finishes, and we had just under 600 started the race, and 7 people has DNF'd so far. So what we're really waiting to see now is what is going on with second and third in the women's race there, because Silvia Lara Dieguez and Juana Lili Keres are quite close to each other. If we believe the predictive algorithm on Live Trail, it looks like Silvia is leading, but we've seen before you can't necessarily take that for given because it's based on the previous times and then a forward projection. So it could be the other way around, and I'm kind of hoping that the cameraman on the mountain bike will get back up there on the switchback so we could see. It'd be nice if there was a duel, maybe even a bit of passing going on between the two girls for a second spot.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have footage, and they might be climbing back up because they came down and up to the switchbacks. So I think the cameras are coming back up, and there was a gap between the lead men and the lead women in the marathon, as it also was already on the ladies and the men's side on the ultra. So I think we're gonna have good footage, if I'm not wrong. Let's see how it goes, and hope for the best, of course. We will see.
And it's amazing to watch the sunshine. I don't know how accurate the temperature on Live Trail is, but according to Live Trail, the finish up at El Pilar that you can see in the cloud, it's only 7 degrees, whereas it's 18 degrees down here by the coast.
It's incredible.
That's an 11 degree swing, that's quite a lot in one race.
It is incredible, man. It's unbelievable that the sun is shining this way here, and the runners of the ultra are just getting up to El Roque de los Muchachos, as I can see on the GPS. If it's working, if it's a bit accurate, they are around the 50K mark, and there it's we got a photo. Check the group we have with the streaming production. We just got a photo from someone that was passing the Roque de los Muchachos aid station, and that person is freezing. It's completely freezing up there, and here you can see it's the sun. It's a sunny day in the beach, and they are just 17 kilometers away, maybe a bit less in a straight line. So, yeah, it's really interesting, and I cannot tell what's gonna happen if the sun comes out and these guys have been pushing the pace so quick, so fast, and on the early kilometers of the race, and then if they start charging down the finish, charging down to the downhill, I don't know where that will take them with this little sun coming here and the humidity that this may take.
Yeah, I just looked at that picture there. He's standing, the runner's getting a hot drink, which is probably fairly unusual in this race.
Yeah, and what it surprises me the most in this situation is the lips when they get so purple, like white to purple. It's it's the worst. It's the worst scenario you can get when running an ultramarathon. Getting out of that cold, it's really complicated. But the aid stations are amazing, the volunteers are amazing, and they'll do the most they can for every runner to get them to the finish line, or at least to get them to the Puerto de Tazacorte sun,
So I'm just getting through some information here from the production team's GPS trackers that suggest that it might actually now be David Sinclair who's leading the ultra race. And as I said, if you are listening to this or viewing it, you can't see that because the tracker or his chip doesn't seem to be working anymore. It must have been damaged early in the race. So it does look like he's actually, he's either ahead of Matt Daniels or running with him in the lead as they were last time we saw them. According to our internal records here, Matt Daniels has actually dropped down to 6th. I'm not 100% sure I believe that. There could be an issue maybe with that GPS data. But it does look like David Sinclair is the leader, and he's just about to hit the 51-kilometer point in the ultramarathon, which puts him really, really close. That puts him within a mile of the roof of the course at 236 2,337 meters at Roque de los Muchachos. So yeah, we should get some kind of official confirmation. Maybe not of David, because as we say, his chip doesn't seem to be working. We hopefully will see some footage soon. But we should see if we are right about Matt Daniels, whether he's really dropped down, because that would leave Peter Frano and Andreas Reiter as the next chasers.
I'm sorry, that's my buddy Ezequiel Paulusac from Argentina. That's my good friend Ezequiel. Tati Paulusac from the Adidas TERREX team from Argentina, the captain of the TERREX team down in Argentina. Fantastic job for Ezequiel. He's 11th in the marathon. A great race for him. It's his first time joining the international Adidas TERREX team, and coming to this race was a huge illusion for him. It was a huge goal for him. A great race for him. Sorry I interrupted you, Rene, but he's been my friend for almost 20 years. I'm really glad. I'm so happy to see him perform the way he did today. It's a huge step up for him.
Yeah, no problem. Definitely worth interrupting for. And as I said, I think the people who sit on YouTube at the moment and are waiting to hear from the Ultra, I think they have a rough idea. Of course, some might be asking, as they did earlier, what's going on with the ladies, and we don't have recent updates, but last we caught up, which is probably nearly an hour ago now, it feels like less. Ruth Croft had been passed out in fairly dramatic fashion, so we're really looking forward to seeing now how that's developed. And while we talk about that, I'm just going to check in here to see if we have any latest data on the ladies. So okay, the last I can see, Annelise Rousset-Sigouret had a 9-second lead over Ruth Croft, who was herself 5 minutes ahead of third placed Ekaterina Micheva. So we have, as I say, we are just waiting to get some action shots here down from Puerto de Tazacorte, the sunniest spot of the race at the moment. We are waiting to see still the second and third placed women. Will it be Sylvia or will it be Moana? That's the big question we need to get answered here. And then we're going to get deep into ultra territory after that. So we are going to just take a quick look at the overall women's ranking. So the last checkpoint that we had on the female races in the Ultramarathon was at the Reventon checkpoint. That's quite a while back. That's back at 32.6 kilometers. So, they are currently expected. So we expect to have an update on the women's race in quite a bit. It's in 1 hour and 26 minutes. So if you're here to follow the women's race, you will see the next big update just before 12 o'clock. And for the men's races, we should have it a good bit sooner. As we said, we think David Sinclair is really very, very near Roque now. So we'll give you an update as soon as he comes through. But let's return here to where we are at the Media Marathon finish line in Tazacorte. So we have just seen, at this stage in this race, 39 finishers come in. And the last finisher, we will let's see if we can go through a few of the people that we had here. The last finisher we had in was Jose Acosta, one of the local runners. So we are waiting now. We expect that the next runner could be the female runner. According to the last predictions, there's one more male runner now to cross the finish line imminently, and then we should see either Moana Queres or Sylvia Lara Dieguez come in to take second place in this race. So I'm just seeing here on my tracker that we actually have updated times for the ladies rankings. So according to the data online, we have second, third, and fourth place decided. So I do either that, we'll see in a minute whether that's an error here in the feed, that we simply didn't get the footage, or whether the tracker here has taken a wrong reading, because the last reading we got here is actually that Alba Ramirez from Todo Vertical finished the race in 2:48.50, that Silvia Lara Dieguez finished in 2:49.31, and that Ruth Aldea Tonsan finished fourth in 2:51, then with Moana still to come in. So how accurate that is, I cannot tell you exactly at this point, just because we did not see the footage of the female runners finishing. So see who we have here. This runner with 2:5.44. So we're getting double screens at the moment. So what you see on your right hand side is the finish line of our half marathon up at El Pilar. Since we will soon turn our attention over to the ultra race, one of the key facts to know about Tazacorte, which is what you're following there on your left, is that it's a lovely sunny town on the western coast of La Palma, you know, just above the sea level. It's a checkpoint for the ultra at 67 kilometers, you know, so we are going to return here later in the day, but it'll be in the very decisive later stages of the ultra race. It marks the end for those runners of a nearly 20-kilometer descent from Roque de los Muchachos, which is where we should see the leader arrive soon. You know, so a very, very long leg pounding descent. But for the ultra trail runners, it doesn't end here. You know, you have that long descent into Tazacorte, and then there's just one more brutal climb of about 250 meters to finish in Los Llanos. It does have a tactical significance as well. So for some of the races, you know, this is your final aid station before that last push, you know, and I'm sure we will see some of the leaders will make a decision. You know, are we going to go, just run straight past it, go for every second, or is it absolutely critical to get that last bit of energy on board? The descent into Tazacorte here, which we followed earlier, you know, it's been some of the best footage that we've seen so far. It's a very technical switchback. You know, it's known as El Reventón, and you know, for those of you who are not fluent in Spanish, it means the blowout. You know, and it's named for what it's meant to do to your legs. The runners are coming in here still in good distances in between them. We have you shouldn't be so surprised that it's sunny, really, you know, compared to the rest of the coast, because it is meant to be one of the sunniest spots in all of Spain. You know, so if you do plan coming down to La Palma because you're inspired watching this, you know, maybe Tazacorte is the place to book your accommodation. Last time I was in the area myself, I stayed in El Paso, but there's loads of great places. But you do need to be aware that, like most of the Canarian islands, there's a lot of microclimates, and there can be a big difference of what the regular climate is like on the west, east, north, west coast of each of these islands. So, you know, if you're very particular about the sort of weather you want, and especially the sort of weather you want where you're staying, because obviously everything is more or less within driving distance. The islands are not that big. You know, just really do your research. Make sure you pick the right spot for you. So we're still waiting here for an update for people who are joining. Because we're coming towards 10:30 now, and that means, you know, we have We have an hour and a half until we get into the real, hopefully midday sun, which will bake them here in Tazacorte. You know, midday temperatures can sometimes reach 30 degrees, although they won't today. But they are already nearing 20 degrees. But on a lot of the routes, right now, as we've seen this footage, it's 11 degrees colder. But it's only going to get warmer from now on. You know, so it's that kind of heat stress that tends to be a challenge in this race. It's only really becoming a factor now as we go into the next phase of the race. Just while you enjoy this footage, I am going to just go back here and have a quick check to see how the standings are in our Ultramarathon, whether any new ones. So here we have
René.
Mari, you're back and you're just in time.
I made it. Amazing. We have our lady winner of the marathon. That's Maria Teresa List. I'm here in the back. You cannot hear them. Maybe he's coming in through the mic. But I'm hearing Albert, our Spanish commentator, saying she's a doctor and a specialist in cardio. How do you say that in English?
A cardiologist, potentially.
Yeah,
yes.
No, but in specific cardiologic problems. She's an investigator in that and a specialist. So she was definitely not a clear favorite for today's race. But she nailed it. She excelled today. She was leading from the very beginning. She took off. We saw her on the tracking that she was leading from the very beginning. But we did see Inés Astraín and Sheila Vilés running, but we didn't see her. But she definitely had an amazing race, and maybe she took a bit of a fall too, right? She seems to have.
Yeah, she has a bit of dirt there on her leg, on her left leg, but she does seem unperturbed. You know, that's all forgotten now once you cross the finish line first.
Yeah, she's so happy. It's definitely a consagratory race for her. This is going to be a huge push for her running career. Fantastic race by Maria Teresa. Really, really good for her in a time of 4:29. Also, it's a fantastic time on the ladies' side for this long marathon, almost 44K, with this incredibly tough downhill. So great job for her. And I also missed the podium, right? Missed the half marathon podium.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second because there was a bit of confusion there. There was I couldn't see them on the screen. My attention was on the left. So we actually got them in, and we'll walk through them there in a second. But just to finish off, as Maria Teresa La Chica L'Oeste, like she is, that's a good time. Like they caught us by surprise, 4.5 hours. To say quite often it's around 5 hours that the women's race is being won in. And she was not a favorite. She doesn't have like a huge CV of racing results. So definitely someone to watch in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have her in any minute right now. Deborah, our partner down there, she's all ready to interview her. But I think no, not yet. We're gonna be seeing the rest of the women's podium really, really soon. But we're gonna have Deborah interview Maria in just a minute to hear her. It's actually my first time seeing her race, so I'm really...
Sí, yo estoy con ella, lo que pasa es que estamos dejando que beba un poquito de agua porque venía la pobre que lo necesitaba.
Tanto frío arriba y el calor abajo se ha notado, pero muy bien.
Yo no sé si pedirte que nos enseñes cómo fue esa caída ahí, ¿eh?
Bueno,
a ver, un poquito de...
metros, mucho barro.
Mira por aquí abajo, mira.
Me vine arriba.
Dani, enfoca aquí.
Bueno, un poquito de... Fue caída de resbalarme así en la curva.
Pero eso...
Y nada, me he levantado muy rápido. Manos sucias, en el primer avituallamiento me ha limpiado un poco y ya está. Y para adelante. No había que mirar atrás. Ya sabía que estaba a primera y muy bien. Además, eso siempre... He ido sola todo el rato, pero es verdad que en algunos puntos algún chico, pues me ha venido bien para ir.
Yo te voy a hacer una pregunta. ¿Tú eres consciente de lo que acabas de hacer?
No, la verdad es que no me lo esperaba. O sea, queríamos hacer un buen tiempo, llevamos tiempo preparando la carrera. Con mi grupo de running Cricri entrenamos mucho y entrenamos muy bien y disfrutamos mucho de la montaña. Y tenía el gusanillo, me apunté a una maratón y se suspendió por el tiempo y necesitaba ya hacer una maratón de montaña porque me sentía fuerte. Así que nada, hoy a darlo todo, el tiempo no importaba, entrenamos con lluvia, entrenamos en altura. O sea que era solo cuestión de focalizarlo, verse en la meta y ya por ello.
A partir de hoy a nadie le va a pasar desapercibida María Teresa, la chica. Yo he tenido que googlearla, yo no sé, tú eres investigadora predoctoral, me salían unos resultados, digo, ella es experta en patologías cardíacas.
Sí, estoy haciendo el doctorado en Barcelona, en San Pau, y nada, pero mucha flexibilidad, eso me permite entrenar también, que se agradece. Y bueno, y la verdad que
me vas a permitir que ataque a tu madre que está por aquí, porque madre mía, cómo se ha emocionado esta señora. A ver, la madre del artista, ella sí que no se lo esperaba, ella sabía que ibas a hacer un buen tiempo.
No me lo esperaba para nada.
Es que
yo sabía que podía sorprenderme, pero no me imaginaba que me iba a sorprender tanto, ¿no?
Te hemos visto con lágrimas en los ojos, grabando.
Es que no es para menos, no es para menos. Sí.
A ver, el padre también.
El otro 50%.
¿No te he visto en el roque llorando?
Vaya hija tenemos, ¿eh?
Sí. Es cabeza, yo creo que aparte del físico y la tenacidad, es que hay que tener cabeza. Y bueno,
una mula parda, la niña.
En fin,
enhorabuena, ¿eh? Ahora a celebrarlo.
Sí, a descansar y celebrarlo, que más.
Gracias.
Enhorabuena. Seguimos aquí pendientes de más llegadas, de más féminas.
That was a fantastic interview with Maria List and also with her mom and dad that were on the sideline. She said she was the first thing she said she's really thirsty. Oh, as we see Sheila Avilés Castaño in second place. Amazing race for the Catalonian girl who's back on her level. The Adidas TERREX team racer. She's second here at this marathon. She's definitely taking some falls. There's a bit of blood on those knees. Fantastic race for Sheila, who's gladly back on her running legs. We are so happy to see her again crushing this marathon here. She's second today behind a relentless Maria. A great job for both of them and for the Adidas TERREX team. Amazing race for Sheila. Let me get back for a second with the interview of Maria so we don't miss it. She said she was really thirsty. This is something we were talking about, like intrigued on what was happening because it was extremely cold up there, and once she started coming down, the heat started feeling, and there on the switchbacks and in the final parts of the downhill, the heat was super hard. It was an insane heat in her words. She took a fall early in the first kilometers of the race, the classic slip fall, and she said it looks worse than it was, but just lots of mud. She got helped by some volunteers at the aid station to be a bit clean. And also that she said, like, everybody's crazy to know me, and I'm just a runner. And she said she's been training for a marathon, and she wanted to switch it to a trail marathon. So this one suit perfect for her. Then they would have had a bit of a chat with her mom that said that besides of her body and her tenacity for racing, she has a really strong mind and a really strong mindset. And her dad did the comment that she's like a stubborn mule. That was the words of her own dad. But yeah, they're extremely proud. The dad was extremely emotional, and she was making fun of him because she said that he was crying up at El Roque de los Muchachos when he saw her. So it was a fun little interview, a familiar interview with the young Maria and her parents. So congratulations to both Maria and Sheila. Our first and second place on the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Marathon. What do you think, René, so far?
Yeah, no, I think it's always, I like seeing someone that is a surprise, and it came. I didn't understand the interview until you translated it, obviously, but it came across already from the tone of it that that was a lot of fun, and it's what do you call it? It's always good to see proud parents, right? That
yeah, absolutely. And it's the inside of the she's like a stubborn mule was interesting.
Yeah, that's a good skill. That's a very good skill to have on the trails.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the basis of being a great elite athlete. Then in at the very end, when you can just overcome anything, that's the base. Then you just need to train and try to keep it strong.
And I think if I look right here on the data, it looks like she had a 7-minute gap on Sheila Castaño. So that's. That is a bit of daylight, and 4:29. Yeah, that's a great time.
Yeah, so, and also Sheila, she's not just a runner. She was a podium in World Champions. She has won the OCC. So the future is bright for Maria. I believe she's an amazing runner. I always like seeing this. Also paying attention to the shorter distances, because you get to see the future. Who's coming? Who's showing up on the rest of the distances, so it's really cool. Actually, last year it was Inés Astrain who was second behind Gemma Arenas, who was the winner of the marathon, and this year Maria had a breakthrough race, I believe, and really hoping to see what the rest of the season holds for her.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting, and I will just check here while there's a little bit of quiet in Tazacorte to see if there's any updates from our Ultramarathon.
Okay, go for it. I'm checking on the chat. So, we have, before you go, we have almost 500 people there connected watching us, but nobody speaks too much. I don't know what's going on. Again, I think the people in the US are waking up, maybe in the East Coast. I don't know, in down under in Australia and New Zealand, in the Britons, what's going on. So hopefully we can get to interact with them a bit. Tell me, René.
Yeah, so no, still nothing. It's nothing new from the Western Front, although it's to the east, but it's imminent according to our trackers. So we should any minute now we should see it. The internal tracker we have on David Sinclair suggests that he is only about 400 meters from the rocket checkpoint, but we won't see that, of course, slow up on live trail unless his chip has kind of jumped back to life or he's had a replacement.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's it's not really working, right? Hopefully we get some input on what's going on up on El Roque. We have Charlie O'Mahony saying, Ale, Charlie Hamilton. Charlie, who was still sitting in the top 10, right?
Oh, he should be, yeah. Let me have a look here for us. So we don't have a GPS tracker on him, but according to the livetrail.net system, he is predicted to sit in 6th at the moment.
Yeah, he was, somebody said there that he usually trains alone, so being alone, not in the group, in the elite group, it was okay for him. So let's see how Charlie does.
I see there's a comment as well about our, a surprise to us maybe, or maybe just to me, I don't know, but it wasn't a surprise to Cristina Garcia Ombravella. So she says here, Maria, the Cree trail star, betting on her from day one.
Yeah. Yeah, she said that the Cree trail is her team, it's her training group, and that they've been preparing, training a lot for this marathon together. So it's interesting. I really like when their training partners know more than us about the racers. I love to see it. I love to have that input, and it's awful again in Tazacorte.
Yes,
windy and rainy.
Yeah, they were holding down the tape there, but they look like they're preparing for something. They know something.
Yeah, maybe we are gonna round up the women's podium. It should be Inés Astrain. Let's see who's coming on the marathon side. On the ladies, should be Inés Astrain. She had a bit of a gap with Anastasia Davidova on that was on fourth, but anything can change. Yeah, and she went almost 10 minutes in front of her in El Time, and should be safe enough for Ines to hold on third place. I was looking at the times from last year. Gemma Arenas won in 4:35. It would have been second for her today. We have another Adidas. No, we have another runner with a nice Adidas T-shirt, and Adidas vest. And Inés Astrain did a 4:38 last year with Kimi Schreiber from Adidas TERREX being third, and actually my coast city Argentinian Florencia Milanesi was fourth with 4:45, which it's actually an outstanding time for Maria Lest. It's not Sheila last year would have been second too, but it would have been a nice battle with Gemma, I believe. So yeah, outstanding performance for Maria Lest.
I think we can give a shout out to her club, because I get curious when I hear, especially a funny name like Cricri Run, and as far as I can see, it's a trail running community based in Barcelona, founded by Cristina Garcia Ombraveda, which is obviously, she was in the chat there, so she's clearly the coach and the leader. So it seems to be focused on trail running enthusiasts, especially. And if I'm not mistaken, and you would know this as the native speaker, Cricri is the sound of the cricket. Is that right?
I was gonna say that. That was my addition. Cricri is what we say for crickets, and when there is an awkward silence, we say Cricri too. So it's a really interesting expression. But yeah, let me just say hi to Trisha King from New Zealand. Hi Trisha, it's 9:44 p.m. on Saturday night for them. Looking forward to seeing Ruth on screen again. All the Kiwi hooligans rooting for Ruth. Yeah, hopefully we get to see some footage from up in El Roque, but it was awful. We could see our partner Nereida up there. She was freezing, and the weather was completely awful up there. So I believe the broadcast is not gonna happen. But hopefully we just get our fingers crossed and hope for the best. Hope we can get some footage from up there.
It would have been lovely, but we know that they've been working really hard and really against the elements all morning to try and get some of those high exposed locations working, and there is limits, as we say, yet to what the mobile camera technology can do. Is this, who do we have coming through here?
Yeah, that's Inés Astrain, the athlete from Homa, with a huge smile. She was second last year. Today she's third. She looks like she's suffering a bit. Great job for the Homa athlete, finishing in third at this 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Marathon. Great job for Inés. What was her, do we have a time already?
Yes, so we have 4:47:26 is the official time on Live Trail at the moment.
Yeah, great job for Inés. As we said, she may be paying a bit the effort of the course record at the Maratón y Milla in Peñagolosa Trails, one of the elder races in the trail running calendar, that she won just, what was it, 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, with 63 kilometers race. So great job for Inés, finishing in third place today and rounding the women's podium on the marathon at the 2025 Transvulcania. It was a huge gap, huh? It was again this only confirms the huge performance that Maria did.
Yeah, we talk sometimes about race density, how close together our finishes, and it's something that people who study these things, they often look at that to see is it something that could indicate how competitive a race is. And sometimes it does show that, if you have very big gaps in the top 3, top 5, top 10, it can sometimes show that there's a few outstanding athletes, but there's not a lot of people at the same level. But I think today we have to allow for the fact that there's a real breakthrough, a prodigal performance from Maria Loest. And then, we know, as you say, Sheila, a very, very good athlete from Adidas TERREX. And same here with Ines Moreno from Joma Trail. But they just got split up, with a gap of 7 minutes between first and second. And then nearly 11 minutes, or over 11 minutes between second and third.
Yeah. So amazing performance for all 3 ladies, but especially for Maria, of course. I'm just surprised on how the weather just drastically changed to awful, from sunny, beautiful Canary Island sun in the side of the beach to awful, to just awful. Wind, cold, rain. You can see people already getting their hoodies up, and yeah, hopefully everyone stays safe there. But yeah, it's 10:50 local time. We are still waiting for more runners to come through on the finish line of the marathon. We are waiting for some news regarding the ultra, that they should be already passing the Roque de los Muchachos area. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see how everything unfolds on this Transvulcania. So Rene, what do we have? We're just waiting. We have a comment from Jan Merains. It says, thanks for the nice live broadcast. I'm working on construction right now and watch this beautiful event on La Isla Bonita. And friend and me will join Ultra Transvulcania 2026. We are in preparation. Thank you, Jan, for hopefully we are being good company for you while you work. We end up being like the radio, right? We are like the radio.
Inés Astraín, ¿qué quieres saludar,
wait.
Inés?
Let's go with
Estamos en
Inés.
directo. Amiga, muy bien. Dice, me habré caído como 10 veces.
Sí. Yo creo que voy a hacer una porra, a ver si entre voluntarios y corredores, a ver cuántos me han visto caer. Porque por lo menos un chico me ha tenido que ayudar 2 veces.
Pero mira, aún así tú has llegado tercera, amiga, orgullosa.
Sí, a ver, muy contenta porque con la climatología que hemos tenido, a mí, mira que vengo de
Mira que a
zona
ti te
fría,
gusta el fango,
no,
pero ¿esto qué
no,
es?
a mí me gusta el calor, por eso siempre vengo a Canarias. Pero, ha sido de entrada, yo es que, yo no he podido prácticamente ni calentar porque en el Pilar estaba cayendo un tormentón que estaba metida en el coche hasta última hora. Y bueno, pues muy contenta porque Seila ha quedado segunda y la verdad
¿También
que
se ha caído?
muchísimo.
¿También se ha caído?
Es que ¿quién no se habrá caído? Es que estaba súper resbaladizo el terreno, al final es un terreno con muchísima roca y claro, pues con la lluvia, ahora sobre todo esta última bajada está súper peligrosa porque parece que estás ya en la playa y que aquí no está lloviendo, pero ya se ha puesto a llover y los de la Ultra lo van a pasar mal porque si pasa toda la gente de la maratón va a estar muy resbaladizo.
Bueno, Inés, llevas un año de a ver quién para a Inés Astraín. ¿Qué más te va a deparar este 2025?
Bueno, no lo sé.
¿Qué te gustaría? Venga, sé honesta. ¿Con qué sueñas?
Yo sueño sinceramente con una buena preparación y un buen resultado en OCC.
Ahí vamos.
Sí, ese creo que va a ser mi objetivo.
¿Y volverás a Transvulcania el año que viene a intentar rematar?
Sí, seguramente sí. Algún año me gustaría hacer la Ultra porque es un carrerón y me da mucha pena que haya salido este tiempo hoy porque las vistas de esta carrera son impresionantes y hoy no hemos podido ver nada. Yo creo, no sé si he visto poco por lo mareada que iba o por la niebla y la lluvia, la verdad. Ahí ha estado.
Bueno, lo están sufriendo los que todavía siguen corriendo, así que nada, enhorabuena y la isla te espera con los brazos abiertos cuando quieras volver.
Muchas gracias, es mi isla, o sea que encantada.
So that was Deborah our partner down at Puerto de Tazacorte, the finish line of the marathon, interviewing Inés Astrain, that said that she fell a lot of times and says that she could make a lottery and try to guess on how many runners and volunteers saw her fall during the day. The weather was awful, in her words, and that she suffered it a lot. It was extremely cold up there, and that the weather changed to the heat down to the beach was terrible. But in general, it was super cold. That she wasn't even able to warm up before the start of the race in El Pilar, because it was really, really bad, raining extremely bad and super cold. So she decided to stay in the car until last minute and go with the flow at the first kilometers of the race and try to hold and warm up. During those times, she mentioned that she was really happy with third place, but especially really happy for Sheila for being second, having her back. Also added that the downhill is way more dangerous than what it looks like, and can understand if somebody doesn't fall, cannot understand how that happened. But yeah, in general, she said that the downhill was pretty dangerous, and she's kind of worried about the mid and back of the pack of the ultra, as there's gonna be a lot of people passing by already, and with the rain, the downhill is in a complicated side. So that is kind of tough for her. Then she said she's on when asked about the future, about the rest of the season, she says she's just aiming to have a good preparation and a good result at OCC. The 50-ish kilometers race at the UTMB festival in late August, and says she's gonna be coming back for Transvulcania next year, of course, because it's her. She loves the race. Hopefully, she was already second and third, and trying to get that win here at the marathon, and of course doing the ultra at some point in her career. She said also that it was a pity that the day was like this, that it doesn't make justice to the race, and she was sad that she couldn't see anything. She said that she couldn't understand that if it was just the weather that didn't allow her to see anything, or was it also that she was pretty dizzy trying to keep the pace up and running for third. So just to wrap up, she said that La Palma is her island, where she feels fine and that she will always come back. So that was the words. Those were the words of Inés Astrain with Deborah, our partner down in the finish line at Puerto de Tazacorte. So hopefully you enjoyed that interview. I wanted to ask Jan Berains, who said that she was that they were listening to us on in the construction. Where are you working at exactly? Where in the world, actually? And they are preparing with a friend the ultra here at Transvulcania 2026. Hopefully you don't get the same weather, Jen, as today, and get to see the other side of the island. So as we see more runners coming through, more runners finishing the half marathon, as we see right now on the right of the screen there at El Pilar, we are also seeing runners still coming through the aid station for the ultra on the 24K mark. It's interesting. It's already, I did lose the timing there up in the screen, but it's almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 58 minutes on the race. we're back. We're back with the half marathon finish line and the aid station at the for the ultra. I think that little break was for our Spanish friends, our Spanish commentators, to go to leave the pass to the Canarian TV. We're gonna be not just broadcasting in Spanish and English, but also doing it on the classic TV. On people here in the island can go just turn on their TV and not go to YouTube or anything and just watch us, which is insane. But yeah, hopefully we can get some more footage from the leaders in the race. Just let us know. Are you expecting to see anyone? Are you expecting to see any friend, family? Are you following your significant other? What are you doing? Why are you watching us? Where are you watching us from? Where in the world are you? Are we making you company while maybe you're running, maybe you're working, like Jan said on the chat? So yeah, just let us know. We're just waiting for more information. I'm gonna go do a quick check on the tracker to see if we have anything on the tracking. There is nothing yet from with the last timing point we had was in El Reventón, as we see the beautiful Puerto de Tazacorte, that dark sand, that volcanic sand, part of the landscape of the typical landscape on all the Canary Islands, but especially here, it's the dark sand and the beautiful colored buildings in the back. And what you're seeing there is the finish line of the marathon, and on the side of it, it's you can see where the blue arc is. That's the beginning of the finish line, the last couple of meters of the finish line of the marathon. And then on the left, it's the aid station for the ultra. The ultra goes through this Puerto de Tazacorte. They do a couple more meters. They are not doing the Gorge of Sorrows, the Barranco de las Angustias. They are gonna go outside of it, as it's been raining. If you're just tuning up, it's been raining for the past 24 hours, and the probably during inside of the gorge there is a lot of water running through. So we will see how it goes. Let me just check. We have a question there. I don't want to. Let's see what Live Trail said. No, it's just the tracking is not working.
Yeah, I wonder, because we're just we're checking in. We're still missing our timings from, well, not missing, we don't have them yet from Roca de los Muchachos, but we as we know, David Sinclair has had issues with his tracker all day, and his GPS tracker as well now is suggesting he might have abandoned. But please don't take that as gospel, because it could simply be a continuation of the earlier technical issue he had. So at the moment, all we can see, okay, so we actually just got an update there. So the manager of Team Craft, Abel Regnald, is saying he has not abandoned. So David Sinclair fans, if you're out there, he's still on the move and probably in the lead, and we should see that hopefully soon enough, as we probably won't have actual footage from Roca de los Muchachos because of the weather conditions. But as soon as these runners pass, which is, we've said it for a few minutes, should be imminent, but hopefully soon it'll come true, we will know what the actual standing is, and we will assume that David Sinclair is either with Matt Daniels, which you can see on Live Trail, or he is just ahead of him, because that's what looked to be the dynamic that was kind of emerging when we go all the way back now to when they left the Reventón checkpoint at 32.6k.
Absolutely, we will see. I think once they start getting closer to La Torre del Time, we will have some footage there from the ultra. hopefully we still have that battle that we saw that back there with all these 5 guys crushing each other, squeezing themselves to get the win on this one of the most prestigious races in the world, one of the most and let me say this, not with all due respect to all the rest of the races, but we used to have back in the day, it was for people running the closer to 50-mile distance, let's say between 60k to 80-ish kilometers distances. It was running. If you wanted to be good, you had to perform at Transvulcania in May, and then you had to perform at the endurance challenge in San Francisco later in November. Now we have lost a bit of the 50-miler thing. It's coming back in the US, and hopefully we will get another race of that caliber later in the year. But Transvulcania has managed to stay on the sights of all the top athletes, so of the world, of course, and so a win here can determine what the rest of your career is. Basically, we've seen that with guys like Dakota Jones, who won in 2012, make the jump to the big scene. As we see the highlights of today, this was really early in the morning, 6 a.m. local time, 5 hours and 6 minutes ago, on the start of the ultra. But as I was saying, it's the trampoline to the world of trail running and ultra running to be famous. To be not famous, I don't want to say famous, but to be an acknowledged runner with a good pedigrees. Having Transvulcania on your palmarès is a big deal. So hopefully we get to see that battle that we saw earlier today, and we will still have Matt Daniels, David Sinclair, and all those guys battling for this first place.
Yeah, it would be nice because it's an iconic descent. You know, it's nearly 20 kilometers that you have of descending battle, and they still need to keep in mind that once they get all the way down to sea level, there is that last punch. There's a quick aid station with a lot of tactical decisions. Will I just run through it? Will I get my last bit of energy? Who are we seeing here? Actually, I think we are.
No, that's from earlier today.
Yeah, from earlier in the day. I thought for a second when I saw fog and high mountains that maybe we had come through, but no, not a chance. But yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. When I have run a few races that were like that, where you had a really long, fast descent, and you can get carried away. You know, I know the elites, again, they don't make as many mistakes as those of us who are not elites. That's one of the many reasons they are where they are. But it's easy to misjudge and just put that little bit too much into the penultimate descent. And then you hit, even if it's a fairly short climb, and the legs just stop working, you know. And of course, at this level, it doesn't even have to be that dramatic. It just needs to take a few % more out of you than your competitors, you know. So it's such trail running is a very complicated sport in many ways, you know. Of course, some people would say the opposite. They'll be screaming in the chat maybe now, say, no, look, it's really simple. You just need to know your body, and you need to listen to how you're feeling and run by effort. And that's true. But that's easier said than done. Yeah, absolutely. We are just sitting here, analyzing and talking. But yeah, it's interesting. I also I just got a voice note from my buddy Ezequiel, who finished 11th in the marathon. He's just telling me that they had a really bad time. That it was really bad up in the El Roque de los Muchachos. With the really low visibility, really awful weather, super cold, that they were running together in a group there with Mario Olmedo and the rest of the guys, and they had a rough times. And these people, even though they go as light as possible, of course, that's also a risk that these guys that are competing in these races take. But anyway, the weather was pretty complicated, and it made them suffer a bit too much. So I'm happy they are back down. But imagine if these guys that are running really fast and they are taking 4 hours ish, 3 hours ish to finish,
this race. Imagine the people that it's going to take 12 hours, that is going to be for so long during the day out there in the mountains. So hopefully everybody stays safe. But luckily the organization had activated the cold weather kit. So assuming everybody is well geared up to face the highest point of the mountain. This is the start of the marathon, right?
Yes, as we were saying, the marathon start moved 2 hours earlier in the day than normal, so that's why we saw some of the elites were in such a rush to finish the 43 odd K that they didn't even have time to remove their head torch because they were finishing in daylight, but still wearing the head torch. Maybe it was the safest place to keep it. But yeah, that's a new feature, which we think might have explained why the times were very good this year, because you get those 2 hours where the temperature is notably cooler, although maybe this year some of the guys would have, actually we're being told there it's actually the ultra. So our excuses, it's hard to see in the dark. Here's the start of the marathon, so Salida Marathon, 6 a.m.
No, that's the marathon. Somebody said to go update the ultra. Let's see.
Right. Okay. So let's have a look.
And it's not for us. It's for the guys who are just tuning in the Canary TV. So, yeah, we we don't have. Okay, so the people who is up there in El Roque de los Muchachos says that 3 runners have gone through El Roque. We don't know who. Hopefully we can get at least bib numbers. Let's see if we can get at least bib numbers, and we will be helping each other with the ground team. I'll go see. Yeah, he says that no, you cannot even see their faces because they are really, really hiding. So, I have information. I have information from
Buenos días,
16 minutes
aprovecho también
ago.
para saludar a Rafa y a todos los espectadores de Televisión Canaria. Pues sí, estamos con la segunda clasificada, muy a su pesar y a sus grandes esfuerzos y a sus caídas. Sheila Vilés, enhorabuena igualmente porque es un puesto tremendo.
Muchas gracias, la verdad que muy contenta.
Bueno, has tenido una caída especialmente que ha sido como muy cerquita de la meta.
Sí, bueno, a falta a lo mejor de 5 kilómetros así, me he resbalado y me he caído y bueno, la verdad que por suerte me ha dejado continuar, pero bueno, no me ha hecho perder muchísimo tiempo, así que bueno, ha sido, yo creo que espero que sea más, que se ve más que otra cosa, la verdad.
Sheila, venías a esta carrera muy preparada, volviendo a coger sensaciones con estas distancias un poquito más largas, como es la maratón, con ganas de hacer un buen tiempo, una buena actuación. ¿Ha cumplido las expectativas desde ese punto de vista la carrera?
Sí, la verdad que yo estoy muy satisfecha con mi carrera, no tenía ningún objetivo de resultados, sino de dar como siempre mi 100% y la verdad que me he quedado vacía, o sea, ya no tenía más para dar y bueno, muy contenta con el tiempo, a pesar de que ha sido muy difícil las condiciones hoy aquí en la isla. Hemos pasado muchísimo frío al principio, yo creo que había mucho viento, mucha niebla y las piedras estaban muy resbaladizas y ha costado correr rápido.
Bueno, Sheila, le preguntaba un poquito fuera de micro por el Mundial, este año se celebra en casa, sé que te haría mucha ilusión participar, esperemos que esta carrera pues sirva un poquito, ¿no?, para que se fijen en ti y puedas entrar en esa selección.
Sí, ojalá que se fijen, la verdad que yo poquito a poco estoy volviendo después de una lesión y un año muy malo el año pasado, pero bueno, vengo con ganas, sé que poquito a poco voy a estar cada día mejor, así que bueno, con confianza y a ver si hay suerte puedo volver a representar la selección.
Desde luego que sí, además que el trail femenino ahora mismo en España estamos viviendo un momento estupendo. Está esta gran corredora y muchas otras, seguro que sí que puedes estar dentro de esa selección y que te va a ir fenomenal este 2025, enhorabuena.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Sheila Vilés, segunda clasificada en esta maratón.
So I have notes on what Sheila says, but I think it's a bit more important to let you guys know that thanks to our friends at Iron Far, we have some information, we have some insight on Roque de los Muchachos, where right before Roque de los Muchachos, the new leader of their ultra is Peter Franjo from Slovakia, the Scarpa guy who's running in probably the worst conditions ever up there. In second, it was David Sinclair, 5 minutes back from Franjo. And we have a fourth place, which is Matt Daniels, but I assume we're missing something here. Probably let's refresh to see the old school way. How did I run far get it? But it's basically Peter Fragno on the lead with David Sinclair 5 minutes back, and Matt Daniels in fourth. I am assuming Andreas Ryder is in third, but we will have to wait to have some input on that. So, yep.
Fair play to them for being, for the reporters from Iron Far, and other sites who do similar work for being right out there. What we sit here nice and covered, Mari.
Yeah, we're lucky. We're lucky enough.
But yeah, 5 minute gap. That is, we don't really want to say decisive at this stage, but it's getting into the territory. It's difficult to claw back.
Yeah. So we will see now. So that's the input we have so far. It's interesting to see what Peter Fragno, like we know he's a fantastic downhiller, so we will see how he manages we will see how he manages to go downhill after the El Roque, and after like everyone has said the same. I'm gonna translate really quick what Sheila said so we don't lose it, we don't miss the data on Sheila Vilés. She says she fell. She was asked about her bleeding knee, and she said that she fell with more or less 5 kilometers to go, but that it looks worse than what it is, and hoping it's not really damaged. She says she's happy with the race. She came to the race with no specific goals, just trying to understand how her body is after a very bad year with injuries and personal situations that we mentioned before. So she's extremely happy on how the body responded, and especially on such a hard day where it was really cold in the beginning, and that it was hard to stay warm and hard to stay to keep the body moving, and especially hard to run fast with this weather and such a sleepy terrain, not just in the downhill, but she also mentioned in the uphill and the rest of the race. Also, the last question was about her. Sheila has been a part of the Spanish team several times for World Championships, and this year, as you may know, the World Championships are going to be held in Canfranc in Aragon in Spain. So she was asked if she was interested in being there, as it's in home terrain, and she says she's specifically trying to catch up on the level. She has been on national teams before, and she wants to be back on national teams, of course. So trying to be back on her level of racing to be taken in account for the national teams. And she says she's in a good path and feeling really good and hoping for the best. So fantastic race for Sheila, and we're just waiting for more information. We already know that Peter Fragno is leading the race with David Sinclair in second. Let's see what our fellas at Iron Far have to say about it. Not much more than what we said, so we will have to wait. René.
Yes, we'll have to be patient, because I was trying to study there while you were talking about that interview to see, what does Peter Fragno's chances look like how strong is he for what is ahead on the course, and I can see if his competitors had time to sit down and read, which thankfully they don't, they have better things to be doing. It's looking a little bit ominous, because he has really good track record on these sorts of 20-kilometer descents. Like he last year in CCC on the final 20k plus descent from Colferret to Chamonix, he held on basically to his pace and finished second. So similar demands, and he also got a bronze medal at the Trail World Championships in Innsbruck over 80k, you know, that had a lot of steep alpine climbs and descents across the Tyrolean Alps, you know. So it sounds like this is a man who, he's not just a good descender, which is one thing. It's another thing to sustain a descent that is 20k, you know, and he seems to have those skills.
Yeah, totally. I was just while I was listening to you, I'm always wondering if there is another race, maybe in the Dolomites, maybe in the Big Alps. There's another race that has a descent of 2,500 meters straight out. Not asking for sea, not asking for sky to sea, just a 2,500 meters descent. But I cannot think about anyone because there's Grand Col Ferret, but that doesn't have 2,500 meters of elevation loss. It's just insane. The amount of time you're crushing your quads, it's brutal. And then the transition, it's really short to start running up again to Los Llanos. But then again, that's the end. If you get in one piece from El Roque de los Muchachos to el Puerto de Tazacorte, you're gonna finish the race. That's for sure.
We're seeing a bit of footage here from earlier in the day, like we saw Maud Matisse, among others, they're crossing the finish line in the half marathon. So this is the top 10. So maybe a good time just to recap that was won by Luca Del Pero, you know, who was the winner of the vertical on Thursday, followed very, very closely, like 12 seconds by Sergio Alvarez Febles. Now we move straight on here, or rapidly on to the women's top 10. So I'll just go through the top 3. So Maud Matisse in a dominant 2:37.20, followed by Alba Ramirez in 2:48.50, and 40 seconds further back, Silvia Lara Dieguez.
So I got from Abel, the team manager for Kraft, that David Sinclair has just withdrawn from the race because of hypothermia. So he's out, and David Sinclair is out. So we got one competitor less in the men's race. Up in El Roque de los Muchachos. We have imagery from El Time, where we assume we're going to have something from the leaders really soon, but the big breaking news is that David Sinclair is out of the 2025 Transvulcania.
That's big, you know, because you think the elite runners can put in a lot of effort, you know, they can generate a lot of heat. Obviously they're also very fit, so they do overheat slower than a lot of the rest of us, but you'd still, you know, the fact that hypothermia can strike even someone who is up there at the top running fast, you know, shows that conditions are quite difficult. So maybe he just, it's hard to know, of course, what he did. Maybe he'll speak about it later, but maybe he just kind of underestimated the amount of time he had to kind of layer up to get over the top with the right body temperature. But it's an awful pity because he was looking good. He'd withdrawn from the vertical to focus on this race, and now he won't get to finish here.
Yeah. One moment, please.
So the camera is shaking a bit there just to test our eyes. So here we are looking at the checkpoint at El Time. So it's stocked and ready, and just to give everybody an idea of when runners will be there. So we're moving around a little bit here, by the way, as you can see, to different areas where there's action. But the Torre Time checkpoint is at 62.7 kilometers. So at that stage, you're more or less over halfway down the climb. And you have a little bit of steep section after, but then it starts to level out a little bit, you know, but it really is only a little bit. But from Time, the runners, once you see them passing Time checkpoint, you will see they still have another 8 kilometers of descending. Now at the moment you're looking at El Pilar, so for the people tuning in late, we've kind of revisited it a number of times already, but that's the 25.7 kilometer point of the full marathon. But it's the finish line for the media marathon, which is the race over. It sounds like a half marathon, but actually, if you go check, it's a 24-kilometer race.
Yeah. Yeah, we will see. I was just informing all our friends outside of that. Every bit of information we are getting, we are spreading it out. The big news is that David Sinclair is out. Yeah, so yeah, the situation at El Roque is kind of critical right now with the weather. It's crazy because this race has this. The year I ran in 2014, there was a heat wave coming from there's something called Calima here in the Canary Islands, which is the Sahara Desert wind that comes from the west. Oh, I had a problem with the with the cardinal points for a second. That comes from the east to the west, and it brings sand and the extreme heat of the Sahara Desert to the islands. We had Calima. No, we didn't have Calima itself during the race, but we had it the day before, and it kind of stayed for the day of the race. So the temperature was extremely high, and also it was super dry. So there was a huge heat wave, and on the contrary of what we are having today, the frenzy was because of the heat, and the aid station was there was a lot of people in the aid station trying to stay cool, to manage to stay cool, to manage to get some fluids in, some food, and it was extreme. Let's say it was extreme, but the organization managed it really well. But then it's crazy that today we have the absolute opposite on what it is with a situation of extreme cold winds and a lot of things that complicate their race. So hopefully everything is going on their tracks and there for all the runners in the 3 racers that we have, over 3,000 people somewhere in the course right now, and yeah, we're just waiting for more information. We have imagery from El Time right now. We're gonna be waiting for the leaders of the ultra to come down, as you saw them before in the bikes. Hopefully our camera bikers are warming up, just making some jumping jacks and stuff to stay warm, and we will see them coming downhill in a while for sure.
Yes, and what we're seeing at the moment is happy and relieved half marathon finishes up here at El Pilar. And I was doing a bit of research there in the background just to see, was I missing something with how tough is this final descent? As you say, it's nearly a drop of 2,400 meters over 20k. And right enough, it is considered one of, if not the longest continuous descent in trail running. And if you look at a few other famous ones, I won't go through too many, but just to compare those who run TDS, there's a famous descent there from Col du Tricot to Le Rocher, which is an 1,800 meter drop over 17 kilometers. So it's also long, also technical, but it is slightly shorter. And another good example, a little bit further afield, is Mount Fuji, where they drop 2,000 meters, but there's more breaking up of that descent.
So sorry to interrupt, Rene. Even Col Tricot has 1,800 meters. This one has 2,500. It's insane. So just to put in perspective, that's one of the most technical and complicated downhills in the ultra running world in TDS, and this one is even worse. At least in the elevation loss, right?
Yeah, you get, just depending on what tool you put your data into, you get slightly different readings. But it does sound like the difference, if you take the drop per kilometer in TDS in that big descent, is about 100 meters per kilometer, and here it's over 120. So it is, and it happens very late as well. Which is it is insult to injury in a way, or you could be positive and say, well, it's a unique challenge, and it certainly is.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting race to put on the bucket list and to come do it. I built probably some of the best memories of my 20 years of racing at this downhill. I remember almost everything about it, and I remember passing over 100. I was a decent downhill runner back in the day, and I remember passing over 100 people from El Roque de los Muchachos to El Puerto de Tazacorte, just from the ultra, and also another bunch from the marathon. But yeah, then I had nothing to go up. I kind of dropped it all there, and I forgot that I have 5-6 more K after El Puerto to the finish line, and it was tough. Let's say it was tough for me to go up. As we see, our bikers are paying attention to what the crew there is doing, but it seems to be extremely cold. Rene, I'm gonna propose that we do a little break right now, so I can go grab a coffee, grab something to eat. We can just do a small break for a couple of minutes, and we will be back soon. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. I'll go make the same. So yeah, for everybody out there, if you can bear with us for a little bit and just take in the footage, maybe go for a break yourself, and we'll see you back really soon.
Buenos días a todos, buenos días Televisión Canaria, buenos días compañeros, todos que estamos dando voz a esta 15ª edición de Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Un día, como pueden apreciar, un tanto desapacible, pero como habrán podido ver también en todas las imágenes que habrán ido saliendo, la sociedad palmera no ha dado la espalda, ni mucho menos, paraguas, mano y chubasquero, lo que fuera necesario, y vemos pues aquí en los llanos como ya cada vez más es más numeroso el grupo de aficionados de ese. También creo que tiene...
Me das tú el labial y vemos. Hola Nacho, muy buenos días desde el Roque de los Muchachos. Aquí estamos, como bien decíamos antes, pasando algo de frío. Hemos visto ya bastantes corredores de la maratón, principalmente ya lo que nos queda es el populacho. Y en cuanto a los ultreros, ya ha pasado el primero, con bastantes condiciones, las condiciones meteorológicas no les están acompañando. Y sí que hemos visto también, Nacho, como apunte a corredores con muchas heridas. Seguramente han sufrido más de una caída por las condiciones del terreno. Nosotros al final hemos podido volver a la zona de habituallamiento porque nos han desplazado de la parte alta y vamos a tratar de ver si podemos dar la entrada del primer canario. Si no me equivoco, hasta el momento Estanislao era el que mejor colocado estaba, pero seguiremos pendientes hasta confirmar el dato, compañero.
Sí, y a lo mejor, Nacho, si yo te digo Sergio Turul, me vas a decir, ¿esta persona quién es? Pero, y P2Follow, que tiene más de 500.000 de seguidores en Instagram. Una de ellas, por supuesto, yo. Aparte de influencer, corredor, y corredor por muy buenas causas. Yo me alegro tanto de verte en esta meta en Tazacorte.
Muchas gracias.
¿Lo has disfrutado?
Dentro de lo que ha sido el día, que ha sido un día duro, mucha lluvia, viento, frío, pero sí, llegar aquí abajo, ya con la playa, solecito, eso es maravilla.
A ver, es que esta isla es así, o sea, el tiempo varía en función de la altitud, con lo cual hoy has experimentado un poquito todo lo que te puede ofrecer La Palma. No era la primera vez que estabas por aquí, ¿no?
No, yo corrí la ultra ya hace 2 o 3 años y este año quería probar distancia maratón. Sobre todo la bajada quería probarla y ha sido larga, pero bueno, muy bonita y sobre todo la última con las vistas al mar es increíble.
¿Cómo has encontrado tú ese último sendero del Time hasta aquí? Porque dice que está resbaladizo, ¿eh?
Sí, la verdad que había que ir con cuidado, pero bueno, vigilando mucho y al final mucho compañerismo también entre los compañeros, de todos los corredores que estábamos ahí. Y hemos ido con cuidado y yo creo que disfrutando al final. Que es lo
mucho
que
compañerismo. Yo sé que tú le das a todo, porque él corre mucho asfalto y además distancias muy largas, pero también trail. ¿Qué vibra tiene el trail? ¿No te mola el ambientillo?
Precisamente lo que hemos vivido hoy, que de repente llueve, de repente sale el sol, de repente sube, de repente baja. Al final el asfalto es bastante más monótono en ese aspecto y por eso me gusta ir variando un poco para no ponerme en la zona de confort, sino tener experiencias como esta.
Nunca, mira, yo que te sigo desde hace años, siempre le veo en los retos y digo, ¿qué más va a inventar este chico? Pues tiene un nuevo reto, todavía inventando más. O sea, ¿en qué andas ahora?
Sí, a ver, el ultrafondo al final, cuando ya no sabes qué hacer, te inventas retos. Y sí, este verano vamos a volver a recorrer España, vamos a hacer 50 kilómetros al día en las 50 provincias de España, 50 días consecutivos, y por el cáncer infantil recaudando otra vez, como el año pasado, y esperando que mucha gente se una, y por supuesto en Canarias también correremos.
Eso yo te lo iba a preguntar, porque cuando lo vi digo, hombre, las 50 provincias, yo espero que venga por aquí, no sé cuándo te cae para acompañarte, podemos acompañarle en esos kilómetros, ¿a que sí?
O sea, de hecho empezamos en Tenerife, va a ser Tenerife y Gran Canaria, o sea que todos los que estén por ahí, bienvenidos a correr.
Pues estaremos muy atentos. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
So welcome back here for everybody who has been waiting for. We had a little bit of a break, myself and Mari out in the sunshine. We've got some footage returned here. We can now see the leader of the Ultramarathon here. It's just a small disturbance in the feed here, but we are on the middle stages of the long 20-kilometer drop from Roca de los Muchachos, that's at the high point of the course, heading towards the next checkpoint, Torre de Timay, at 62.7 kilometers, where we will start to see the actual classification. But while we watch that, as you said, the big news for those who are tuning in now for the first time is that we had David Sinclair withdraw, and I'm just now getting information as well that his compatriot from Boulder, Matt Daniels, has also withdrawn. So I don't have absolute confirmation on that, but that's what the tracker tells us, which means that the new man in the lead is the Slovak Peter Franjo, who has run a great race. He did not lead out early. He stayed close and in contact with the lead pack, and then he made clearly a very, very timely move. The way things are looking from our trackers is that he's got about a 3-minute 5-second gap, which roughly equates on this descent to half a kilometer down to Andreas Reiterer. And then there is quite a significant gap to the next runner. So it looks like, as this race, it has had its casualties. We know David Sinclair went out because of hypothermia, and it has been extremely varied conditions, from 22 degrees Celsius in the warmest spots of the course, and then nearly down towards 8 degrees at the highest and most exposed parts of the course, where the runners has run in heavy mist and strong winds, and they started out in the rain as well. So it took its toll. We don't know yet why Matt Daniels has withdrawn. We might be looking, I'll be following as soon as we get a minute here. We will see whether there's updates from some of the journalists on the ground that are doing, God's work out there, such as our friends from Iran Far, who have, also just confirmed that the women's standings in the race, when they reached the top, was still the same. So we had Annelise Jose coming through Roca de los Muchachos in 6 hours 34 minutes, with Ruth Croft about 6 minutes behind her. If those who followed us since the morning might remember that Annelise made the move on the kind of flatter section before the climb to Roca. She managed to catch up a 2-minute gap to Ruth and break away. Third throughout the day so far has been Ekaterina Micheva, whose husband was meant to run in the elite men's field today as well, but he had to drop out, as far as we know, because of injury. So there's some of the big stories, and hopefully that'll kind of catch you up if you're tuning in for the first time here. But we are following what actually appears to be the two leaders. So it does. You're back. Good to.
Hey Rene, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm back, and that's exactly where Andreas Reiterer is pulling the trigger on Peter Franjo, taking the lead on the 73K of the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Ultramarathon. They are battling really hard. It's insane to see how fast these two are going. And we were saying it earlier today. In these conditions, in this technical terrain, that's where the States runners, the North Americans, they can get to suffer a bit. And as you were mentioning, it took its toll on Matt Daniels and David Sinclair. As far as I'm aware, Matt Daniels also was out because of hypothermia. It was a nightmare up there in El Roque de los Muchachos, as you could have you've seen so far. Even with Nereida, our partner there, our reporter, she was almost. You when you see the white fingers and the purple lips, that's the worst sign of cold you may have. But this is crazy. This that we are seeing right now, I don't know how long has it been since we had such a tight finish for this race. These two guys are crushing it down the hill. They are running. Oh, woof! That was a close one.
It's funny how they seem to. It's really a tug of war here. You saw one was pulling away from the other, and now the gap's being closed again. It's just sometimes shows that every runner has slightly different preferences when it comes to. You can be a superb runner on rocks, but then you don't like the slippy stuff. and vice versa. You know, there's so many. Of course, there's a few lucky people. You know who you are out there listening, who are good at everything. But for most people, there is a preference, and it'd be lovely now if they stay together, because there's still a long while to go. There's probably about an hour, maybe a bit less, until they hit the finish line. So it would be great to have a race nearly all the way to there.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna happen. We just well, you know, there's with the final change there on the Gorge of Sorrows. That's gonna change a bit the tactics of the race, because that part is, it's super complicated, and these two guys specifically are really good at technical parts, as you may be able to see. But yeah, that road section, I think it's gonna be determining for
decisive.
Decisive, exactly. Thank you for the end of the race, and especially then when the uphill is not technical, it's just tough. It's just really tough, and it usually gets tougher with the heat. And today with the cold, I think it's gonna let us enjoy about a beautiful final battle between these two that are giving a fantastic show. We are happy to be able to get back to see it. Look at how green this is. This is not usually that green, but it has been raining so much in the past 2 days that it changes the whole landscape for the race. So fantastic effort for both Andreas Reiterer and Peter Fragno, the Italian and the Slovakian respectively, and also both of them podium on one of the most technical world championships so far we had in trail history, which were the Innsbruck ones in 2023, and now seeing these two battle here, it confirms they are probably in this sort of terrains. They are probably as per today, they must be the two better runners in this distance and this sort of technical races. So it's fantastic to see them. It's Andreas already has a lot under his. A lot of water has gone under his bridge on the result side, but for Peter, I believe this is going to be a huge step on his career.
Yeah, we'll see what way the battle goes. But I was trying to do a bit of research on tight finishes in the race there, because you brought it up, and I think when you were commentating last year, it's not common from what I can see, but it has happened on a few occasions, and it seems like last year's finish, if I'm not mistaken, was extremely tight, not just between first and second, but first, second, and third.
Yeah, the thing was that last year, the difference was that last year, Jonathan Albon had a huge gap on the rest up to El Roque de los Muchachos, and he lost everything on the downhill. But then he was in control. He never got to be seen by the rest, so he managed to finish in first. But this sort of battle between one and each other, I haven't seen it. Like I gotta check, but the last image I have in my mind of this is the famous 2012 battle between Andy Simmons, Dakota Jones, and Kilian Jornet. That all three of them were going down together and pushing each other on the downhill, and they got to El Puerto de Tazacorte, split out by like 30 seconds from each other, and then from there to the finish line they pulled their triggers, and was Dakota the one who won. So yeah, let's see how it goes. They're both looking really strong. I think Andreas got in first there because he kind of prefers going down, having sight of the trail, like not having any sort of obstacle in the middle, just trying to lead because of view sight, like being better, like being the first one opening the trail.
I think most of us who enjoy descents, that's it's nice to have a clean run of it, because it's always, when you go out in training and you do a descent, you can often get a really nice and clean run of it if you're feeling it, even if you don't have the adrenaline. But it's a totally different thing when there's someone either someone right in front of you, someone right behind you, or, you know, the lead is shifting many times because, you know, as you say, first of all, you can't see, and you really rely on seeing those 20 or 30 meters ahead of you, especially, you know, for optimal speed. So if you know you're like that, you know, very often you will want to take the chance and just get ahead, so at least you can dictate the pace. And you still have the stress of the chaser, you know, if that affects you, and it probably affects most people, even elites. But at least you have the clear vision. So there's always a big advantage, I think, in being the leader, unless you're unlucky and the person behind you actually feels stronger and they're just waiting, you know, just letting you take the reins and following. And then
and then, you know, also you have. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. Then you have this, you know, they are passing the marathon runners that they are already.
Buenos días, Nacho, Feliciano. Buenos días de nuevo a todos. Pues sí, efectivamente, estamos con el presidente del Cabildo Insular de La Palma, Sergio Rodríguez. Que bueno, yo me atrevería a decir, Sergio, que te noto entre alegre y tenso, concentrado. Hoy no está siendo un día fácil, está siendo un día épico, pero eso, marea buena nunca ha hecho buenos marineros. Buenos días, presidente.
Muy buenos días. Efectivamente, esto es un reto para todos porque Transvulcania nunca se había abordado con esta meteorología. Esta mañana empezamos a las 6 de la mañana con un palo de agua tremendo allí en el Faro de Fuencaliente, y por todo el recorrido que he ido haciendo en los Canarios, el refugio, el puerto, bueno, pues lógicamente ha afectado al desarrollo normal de la prueba. Pero como dicen los corredores, son carreras de montaña, más allá de garantizar la seguridad, es para disfrutarlos, son retos distintos. De primera mano hemos recibido la alegría de esos propios corredores. Se han batido 2 récords ya en la maratón, tanto masculino como femenino. Pero bueno, seguimos muy pendientes porque también sabemos de algunas retiradas en el pico de las deseadas y hay que garantizar la logística, ¿no?
Bueno, ahí está, lo importante, la seguridad de los participantes sobre todas las cosas. Se ha tomado la decisión de hacer la carrera, que creo que de momento de forma acertada. Pero bueno, usted, presidente, que lleva en Transvulcania desde el primer momento, de alguna manera, deportista, gestor municipal del municipio del Paso con mucha implicación en Transvulcania, y ahora como máxima autoridad, presidente del Cabildo Insular de La Palma, la responsabilidad va subiendo, pero también cuando se va viendo que se va avanzando y con el evento, donde uno de los eventos que la idiosincrasia palmera reconoce como referente y como señal de nuestra identidad, eso también compensa personalmente mucho.
Desde luego, nosotros teníamos un objetivo desde que entramos al gobierno, que no era otro que recuperar la conexión que había entre los palmeros y esta prueba. Muy lastrado en años anteriores, yo creo que llegó a tocar fondo. En algo tan importante como el instrumento, yo creo esencial para la promoción de la isla, y como digo, muy importante también desde el punto emocional con la gente de La Palma, ¿no? Bueno, el año pasado se notó un cambio de dinámica. Este año la percepción de la gente en cuanto al planteamiento sigue siendo positivo. La meteorología nos juega malas pasadas, esto no lo podemos controlar, eso no lo podemos decidir. Pero bueno, yo espero que si remite las condiciones a partir de mediodía, como dicen, bueno, pues que se sume gente a recibir esos corredores como merecen.
Bueno, pues eso es lo que iba a decir, presidente, y hacer un llamamiento. Gracias por estar con nosotros. El programa horario le llama, muchas gracias, y a seguir empujando.
Gracias a ustedes.
Bueno, pues seguimos aquí y volvemos a hacer un llamamiento a todos los que nos están viendo aquí en La Palma desde su casa. Vénganse para los Llanos de Aridane, porque la fiesta aquí está empezando.
So that was Sergio Rodríguez, the president of the town hall of La Palma. He's in tension, of course. There's a tense ambience because of the weather. There's a bunch of people who have already withdrawn from the race. There's a bunch of evacuation happening in different points of the race, and he's of course happy because of the party that is going on, that the race is being able to be held, and the 2 records that were broken on the marathon, but also taking care and worrying about the rest of the runners, the people who also make the big party on the race, and trying to take care of the rest of everyone, actually, and just paying attention to everything and making sure that all the logistics of the race are working, and he's calling out to everyone who is around the island to get to Los Llanos de Aridane to receive the runners. who maybe in just a couple of minutes, just maybe an hour or so, maybe a bit less, the first ones to run down that blue bike path, one of the most famous bike paths on the world of trail running, in Los Llanos de Aridane, that blue line that kills your brain in those final kilometers, those final 2 kilometers to get to the finish line. It's going to be one of these two gentlemen, these two fine running gentlemen, Andreas Rader in the yellow La Sportiva kit, Peter Franjo from Slovakia in the blue, light blue, white kit from Scarpa. As we can see the sea right now, we can get to see the ocean. And finally, they are coming to the Tazacorte, Puerto de Tazacorte, through the GR 131. You know, René, this one of the nicknames of the of this great route, the GR 131, is the Ruta del Bastón, which is the road, the trail of the pole. Would it be? How do you call when you are an old person and you have this little pole that helps you walk?
Oh yes, a walking stick.
A walking stick. It's the route
or
of the
a cane.
walking stick.
Cane would be another one. And so clearly trying to suggest that the best way to approach this is with pole support.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I would take poles, definitely, and with these two massive uphills they have, and of course for the downhill too, they can be, when your body is not working anymore after 1,500 meters of elevation loss, and then you have another 1,000 more. I think poles could be really useful for the common runner.
Yeah,
like
so
us.
maybe what it really means is that's what you need when you're finished with it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the non-told story about why it's called like that. But the real one, the one that it's public, it's that if you see the trail from up Peter Franjo is down,
yeah.
But he got that was not tough. It was just the classic slip. He didn't lose a second there to be back. He's kind of hurting, huh?
Yeah, he had a near miss as well, just before we got over to the last interview. You know, he kind of got just a small twist on his right foot, so it might be accumulating a little bit on him, which is not bad. It's not great news for him because there's still a bit to go, you know, and then of course he has the final climb as well. A bit of road now here where he might be able to compose himself.
Yeah. Here he goes. No, he's fine. He's fine. He's controlling. But yeah, so just to finish up the story of the walking stick route, is that so if you see the GR 131 from a GPS track perspective, from up the top, it has the shape as it starts and down on the southern point of the island, del Faro de Fuencaliente. It goes up to El Roque de los Muchachos and then does a little twist and comes back down to Tazacorte and up to Los Llanos de Aridane. It looks like a walking stick, so that's the story behind it. But it's actually a reminder that you have to bring your trekking poles or your running poles to have a better experience and not suffer that much. We're gonna look at that. That was what we were mentioning before. Our camera bikers doing the scene. The maneuver there to get to see the faces of the runners. Hopefully we can get that camera soon to see what's the faces of these two, because they are not even, Andreas is not even looking, like not a second looking back over his shoulder and not trying not to show any sort of sign of anything to Peter. He's just charging and leading the way.
And it's one of the first things you learn, you know, if in athletics, is generally, you know, when you look back, it's a little bit like pouring blood in shark-infested waters. You know, it's an invitation. So, of course, sometimes it's useful, but you try and avoid it. You know, whether you're racing in the trails or cross country or track, like you try to only get a little glimpse with your eyes over the shoulder when there's a natural bend, you know, and then you can get the information. But here he doesn't need to because he can hear him.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say, so for as far as I can see, Blandin Leitondel is out, Marina Cugneto is out, Lambert Santelli is out. We are seeing both Andreas and Peter on the GPS track, as Annelise Rousset is out, and Andreu Simon is also out of the race. Annelise Rousset, I said it already, but I said it again. Annelise, did I say it or did I not? Annelise Rousset seems to be out of the race, which means
Oh
that
no, because she was. I'm looking at the GPS. Still hasn't confirmed it. She had a big lead on Ekaterina, who was actually, it looks like, overtaken Ruth Croft at this stage. So yeah, it'd be a real pity if she had to withdraw.
look at the GPS track right now.
Yeah. It's off the course. Yeah, it's off the course.
And I can also see Ruth is also out of the track, like on the road. So hopefully that's nothing, and we will see. But yeah,
We'll get certainty at Timay. So let's see when are we expecting? When were we expecting our ladies leaders at Timay? I'm gonna look into that. I'll work away in the background here and see if we can get an idea of when we should know for sure.
Only still seems to be in race. I don't know. We will wait now. We will try not to get a rush. But what we do know is that Andreas Ryder and Peter Franjo are battling to win this thing. We're battling to win the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. They are they're holding, huh? They are controlling. So yeah, our partner Nereida, who is up in El Roque, was trying to tell us a couple of things. She was in an off voice there, if you could hear it for a second. But all I could get before it got cut, it was that they are suffering a lot from the cold up in El Roque. So let's see if we can get anything from her. But yeah, these two are going all for it.
Yeah, they are, and they've got off the steepest bit of the tarmac, which would be the most painful at this stage. It seems like it's just the gradient has just relaxed ever so slightly. It won't last, unfortunately, but you can see they've just kind of settled into a nice, relaxing rhythm. It's going to get very tactical now, very soon.
Yeah, I like this. I like how how they are not showing any sort of feeling, like there's nothing being like, I'm not giving you anything, any hint of anything. So it's interesting. It's really interesting to see that.
When you're this far into a big race like this, you at this stage you'll probably start to think this could be the day I win it. I take it home. So, but a small mistake, a small error of judgment, and it could all go. So I'd say they are totally in their own zone right now. They're probably barely noticing the cameraman around them.
Yeah. They are just controlling. We are seeing probably the third runner here, or is it? No, this guy was running with the first women, right? The guy in the right? No, but this is already down in El Time.
Yes, I was trying to figure out who they are showing us here.
He's the third runner. Wow, he flew. The biker on the left just flew 3 stairs. 3. Wow.
Because we had on live tracking we still had the estimated third place being Robin and Julaguet. But according to the GPS trackers we have, the third is Ramon Manech. So I can't quite see it there because they've changed jackets as well as they've gone through the race. So it gets difficult to keep track of them from the back. But hopefully we'll figure it out at the next timing point. We'll know exactly who's actually the last podium contender.
Yeah. And now we saw a movement there from Peter Franjo trying to escape from Andreas, but it didn't work. He tried to, but it didn't work. So they are still... Holy shit. Sorry about that. That was scary. The perspective is really... the perspective from the bike is really scary. But yeah, Peter tried to do a bit of a move on Andreas, and it didn't work. Andreas connected it again. So we will see now how it goes. It's all gonna. I think it's all gonna go down to what they do at the aid station and how they are feeling there. But it seems that both of them are they look great. They both look great.
Look at that angle.
Yeah.
Just look at, you really get the full depth perception here of how far they still have to go down.
Yeah. And it's really narrow, but I know that the camera looks way more dangerous than it is for the biker. It's the trail is pretty wide and it's okay, but it's kind of vertiginous is the word. It's it's scary.
Yeah, it's not a casual word, but a good word. Vertigo obviously is something a lot of us get just watching this. But it's true. It isn't quite as bad when you're on it. Generally speaking, it looks a little bit, but just the distance down to the town, right? It looks like a massive drop, and it is. And as you're saying, we can see here this dynamic with the marathon runners being on the trail, and it's something a lot of fast runners know. It's a challenge, in races. In a lot of races, there's multiple starts or there's multiple distances. Sometimes you have early starters, and it does lead to these situations where you get a lot of convergence of lead runners, runners from other races, and of course, just regular casual trail users, hikers on the trail. And it can create situations sometimes, and it was part of the reason that probably the marathon was moved earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Because imagine if they had crossed all together the area of El Roque de los Muchachos with the lead runners, so it would have been complicated. But yeah, I gotta tell you, René, my hands are sweating when I get a bit of vertigo. My hands start sweating. And I'm feeling that from our camera biker that it's doing an amazing job, and I knock on wood on that. But there we have another attack there for Andreas Ryder. I think he gets nervous being behind, not having the full sight of the trail. That's my sensation. It's not that he's trying to run away from him. It's just that he feels uncomfortable not having the full sight of the trail.
Yeah, it could well be. You can hear the brakes there, or the bike brakes there. It's a good thing that human joints don't make those sounds. Not most of the time, anyway, because it's constant. He has to work them there to one sharp bend after the other. But it is quite draining on you. There's obviously zigzags on many trails in many countries, but because this climb is so long, there's so many of them. And one of the things that costs a lot of energy in running is acceleration or decelerating and re-accelerating, and they have to do that constantly here, every single bend.
Yeah, and it's not just because of the switchback. It's technical. It's really you can see that it's not crazy, it's like sky running technical, but it is. It's uncomfortable for the ankles. It's uncomfortable for your knees, and you gotta be full focus. Just a small trip there could end up really bad.
Ooh. The biker nearly didn't make it there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's really, really tight. At least in a few of those spots, there's a tree
Pues sí,
that might catch
efectivamente,
him.
Nacho, estamos con Javier Llamas, alcalde anfitrión. Son 15 los años que ha llegado aquí, a los Llanos de Aridane, Transvulcania, en su Ultramarathon. Y Javier Llamas, que es deportista, que es alcalde, hoy con el corazón partido seguro. Esta pregunta se la hago siempre, pero también con cierta tensión, porque hoy más épica que nunca esta edición. Javi, buenos días.
Hola, muy buenos días, Víctor. Pues sí, como bien dices, creo que es la edición. Lo hablaba además con el presidente del Cabildo, con el alcalde de Fuencaliente esta mañana en la salida del Faro. Digo, ¿tú recuerdas alguna edición de Transvulcania tan pasada por agua? Y desde luego que no. Había habido algo de frío, alguna bruma, alguna pequeña llovizna, pero lo que hemos vivido este año hace que los corredores hayan tenido una épica, más que nunca hayan sido unos corredores épicos, yo creo, ¿no? Ya lo veremos cuando lleguen aquí y nos empiecen a contar sus aventuras o sus desventuras.
también es cierto que por parte de los responsables es épico para ellos y una responsabilidad añadida, como también una responsabilidad no solo para el municipio de Los Llanos solo, sino que la ciudad de Los Llanos raya a un nivel lo suficientemente alto para que Transvulcania, más allá de nuestra frontera insular, regional, inclusive nacional, siga creciendo.
Sí, desde luego. A ver, tenemos en nuestra prueba por excelencia, Transvulcania. La hacen grande todos los corredores, siempre lo digo, la hacen muy, muy grande la gente de aquí, los corredores de aquí, los corredores populares y los corredores élite que nos visitan, porque luego son los que llevan el nombre de Transvulcania por todo el mundo. Desde luego, los Llanos de Aridane, como he dicho en estos días, ha sido meta de Transvulcania, como tú decías, durante estos 15 años, muy orgullosos de que así sea, muy orgullosos de que siga siendo así. Hemos recuperado en estas dos últimas ediciones la verdadera esencia, esa esencia que tenía Transvulcania desde el origen. Nos agrada muchísimo ver a la gente disfrutar de Transvulcania, ver al sector comercio feliz de que así sea, de tener tanta gente por aquí, tantos corredores con sus familias, y desde luego los Llanos de Aridane seguirá de la mano del Cabildo haciendo que esta prueba siga siendo la que es y siga creciendo.
Pues para que siga siendo lo que ha sido y lo que es, hacer un llamamiento ya por último de la gente que está en su casa para que venga aquí a Los Llanos, a la Plaza de España, a la Enrique Medero, y hacer lo que es Transvulcania, enorme.
Sí, pues desde luego, el día ha estado como ha estado, ha llovido mucho, pero en este preciso instante y aquí en los Llanos de Aridane y por decreto del alcalde hemos ordenado que salga el sol. No, afortunadamente y por lo más aparte, pues ha salido el sol, deja de llover, o sea que toda la gente que esté en casa diciendo no voy a irme a la plaza porque está lloviendo, lo veo en casa, que vengan a vivirlo aquí, que se vive mucho mejor en directo. Este pasillo es increíble disfrutarlo para nosotros como aficionados, pero para los que corren y pasan por aquí es el doblemente increíble. Los que han tenido la suerte de hacerlo, es único tener esta vivencia, así que vénganse aquí, vénganse todos los que están en casa, vénganse para acá, que hay que arropar a estos hoy más que nunca héroes.
Bueno, pues nada, esas han sido las palabras de nuestro señor alcalde Javier Llamas, alcalde de la ciudad de Los Llanos de Aridane. Y nada, pues a seguir esperando y bogando en la espera, que no debe faltar mucho más de 30 minutos para tener aquí a los primeros clasificados de la Ultra.
So that was the major of Los Llanos de Aridane. Really happy of having the race once again after 15 years, but we have a fantastic action. I think this is what we were all waiting for. The runners, the lead runners, have just passed the final aid station at El Puerto de Tazacorte, and Peter Franjo made his move. René, what do you think about this?
Well, it was as you said, they probably would just rush right through the aid stations, and they did. And as you said, Peter, he clearly was strong enough to make the move, and he decided just to allow, to allow Andreas to take the lead, which he clearly wanted on that descent. And now he's going to try and take it on. He's built a fairly good gap here on the flat. This, again, we don't really like to use the word decisive too early, but it's a good gap. So unless he is gambling too heavily here and really has issues on the climb, it's a great sign for Peter and for all his fans from Slovakia and anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm watching his he's looking over her shoulder. He is trying, but there is still a long way to go. It doesn't feel like it's much. It's he's in time for an early 7 hours finish, which is the usual winning time here. But hopefully it's not an early move for him. There's still a bunch to go, and Andreas is he's a strong dog. He's not he won't give up really easily, and for what we saw, he was refueling. He's trying to get his thing together. We just listen on the talkback that we're gonna go to advertising for a second. But yeah, Peter Franjo has made his move. The Slovakian from Team Scarpa is leading right now the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, but with Andreas Reiter right on his heels.
Yeah, and it appears from me when I'm going on live trail where a lot of our listeners might be following, it does seem like all of the leaders have issues with their chip at this stage. So I don't know if because they were working early on, but if say they're running over, I take it the chip could be it's probably in the bib as
Luis.
That was the end of the commercial break for the Canarian TV. But yeah, let me just go punch a bit of the course and also see. Yeah, that was Andrés Garcia. Sorry, did you see the guy we were watching in? They're not that far away. That's a minute gap, but Andreas looks worked.
Yeah, he looks he looks like he's in a steady gear there, all right. But it looked from the little graphic that, the graphic is drawn from the live data, and unfortunately the 2 leaders are not on it. So instead of seeing a top 5, it looks like we basically saw 3rd position to 7th there.
Yeah.
So for the people who are tuning in, we are watching Peter Frano pull away from his long-term companion in this race, Andreas Reiterer, and those two were part of a group of 4 that battled it out for the first and the middle part of the race, but eventually that wore out. The 2 Americans, David Sinclair, and his name just dropped from my mind there for a second.
Matt Daniels.
Matt Daniels, yes, of course, Matt Daniels. So, hypothermia, as we know, with David Sinclair, and we're not sure why Matt Daniels had to pull out. But from 4, it's 2, and now it nearly looks like it might be down to just 1. He's building a strong lead now.
Yeah, you can see it's clear. It's super clear for me that Peter Frano is securing the lead and securing the win here at the 2025 Transvulcania. He's jogging up the course, and Andreas Reiter is struggling to get up to it, to get up on this final push towards Los Llanos de Aridane. But I have more news from our friends at Iron Far. Is that the 3rd place male, who was the person who we were watching before in that color kit, is Andrés Garcia Blanco. That we haven't seen him here before because he was running on the back of the top 10. Even he got 12 at some point. But it seems like he recovered a lot on the downhill, and he's running in 3rd. He went through El Mirador del Time, which is where the road starts, where that final road starts on the downhill. before the road crossing, and he's 34 minutes behind the lead group that was Andreas and Peter. Of course, Peter now all alone. But yeah, it's Andrés García Blanco in third place, which is it's kind of a surprise. He's always there. He's always in the top 10, but this would be his step up race, his show up race, and I love it. He's a great dude. From Asturias, if I'm not wrong. I think he's from Oviedo. He's good friends with Pablo Villa, and Javi Ordieres too. Well, Pablo, who's in the race too, and running in the top 10, and Javi, who's a personality, a famous personality on the Spanish trail running scene. He's an influencer and a great motivator for the trail running crew. So happy for Andres, who's running in third. Let's see how it goes and what's the gap with the rest. But I think we have there a good gap between Peter Fraño and Andreas Ryder, and I think the spots are secured.
Yeah, it looks that way. So, with that nearly secured, it would be a lovely story to see someone who's, not really expected to take a podium at all and to get onto it. So he's, as we say often, that's what you have. That's why when you stay in contention, often great things happen, because the best runners in the world can drop out. Things can happen to them, and then there's an opportunity. And at the moment he's taken it, he obviously has to. We have to see how he does when he transitions back into the climb, because he does still have pursuance. But I believe he's fairly young as well, from what I can see. I think he's running in the male 23 to 24 category.
Yeah, he's young. He's super young. I'm just trying to understand if Andreas may have if he can see him, but I think he doesn't. I think Peter is right at the point where the sightseeing is lost from each other. So I think for Andreas mental race, it's gonna be tough right now, and he's just there. I think it's just a minute or so there. It's not a massive gap. It's enough, but it's not something that Andreas could not battle in other scenarios, right?
Yeah, no, he still needs to be careful, because obviously when he gets up out of this climb, it's not like the finish line is right there around the corner. He actually has to run off the trail and a good bit into the town center, so he gets the full experience and the full Canarian welcome with all the razzmatazz. But the cost of that is that if you totally bonk because you just misjudged the last climb, you could still lose a good bit of time. So he does look more comfortable though, and that's probably the biggest indication that he'll probably hold on, because he just keeps going in that nice rhythm that he has. Whereas for Andreas, he's doing a lot more power walking.
Yeah, he's suffering. Andreas is suffering. He just did this kind of like back releasing movement. No, the gap is big. It's at least 2 minutes now. And now we have Andrés García Blanco. Andrés García Blanco coming down to El Puerto de Tazacorte in third. We've got him right now. There it is. We're gonna suffer again with the downhill. Jesus. I think this cyclist is a bit more cautious than the one that was following Andreas and Peter.
And he does look like he's taking his time maybe a little bit more than we saw with the two leaders, which obviously they are moving at a faster pace, that's kind of just objective, but they also had to be more attentive, because they were pushing each other and testing each other, whereas he must be aware that he's got a bit of a gap, so this gives him an opportunity to run smart and to run conservative, and just try and get into Tazacorte.
En el centro neurálgico Transvulcania en este momento en los Llanos de Aridane, esperando a pocos minutos de la cabeza de carrera de la Ultramarathon, pero entre tanto seguimos compartiendo con personas responsables de esta 15ª edición de Transvulcania. Estamos con la consejera de Sodepal, entre muchas otras responsabilidades dentro del Cabildo Insular, pero hoy la que quizás más le ocupa es Sodepal, porque es la empresa pública responsable de la organización de tremenda fiesta. Miriam Perestelo, buenos días.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Bueno, hoy mucha atención, pero cuando lo vienes visualizando en semanas y meses anteriores, para que lo bien que está saliendo todo no sea una casualidad, pues hoy estás entrenada porque llevas semanas y meses muy duros.
Hombre, indudablemente hay un gran trabajo que además quiero poner en valor detrás y que el equipo lleva muchísimo tiempo trabajando, ¿no? Y además lo hacemos en colaboración con otras áreas del Cabildo, trabaja deportes, trabaja medio ambiente, seguridad y emergencia, es decir, son infinitas áreas las que también se implican y además administraciones a todos los niveles, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, es un trabajo que se viene desarrollando, que no es fácil, pero que sin duda pues es garantía para que hoy las cosas puedan salir bien y sobre todo pues con absoluta tranquilidad.
También es cierto que siendo responsable, entre otras áreas, desarrollo económico y comercio, la contrapartida, que eso no hemos hablado con ninguno de tus compañeros del Cabildo, esa respuesta te toca a ti, esa pregunta, la contrapartida de una organización, de un sacrificio tan grande como Transvulcania, obviamente es positiva.
Hombre, por supuesto, y nosotros somos fieles defensores de esa idea, ¿no? En lo que se refiere a la prueba en sí misma, sabemos y conocemos que tiene un impacto importantísimo, un impacto a nivel social y también a nivel económico, ¿no? En ese sentido, pues somos plenamente conscientes de que conlleva una inversión por parte del Cabildo de La Palma y de puesta a disposición de los recursos públicos que son importantes, pero que sin duda revierten en la calidad de la prueba, revierten en ese impacto social y económico que es importantísimo, ¿no?
Bueno, para concluir, consejera, una última. Hablábamos de todas las personas implicadas. Es verdad que son muchas las personas implicadas en un evento de este nivel porque es nuestra prueba señera, la más internacional, nos da a conocer en cualquier rincón del mundo, pero hay que hacer mención especial hoy del voluntariado, sobre todo de esos en la parte alta de Punta Llana, de San Andrés Sauces, Barlovento, Grafía. Madre mía, mención especial a todos los voluntarios, pero en especial a eso.
Sí, yo quiero agradecer desde aquí todo el trabajo de tantísimos voluntarios. Tenemos unos 600 voluntarios que vienen trabajando y se vuelcan a nivel no solamente profesional, sino personal con la prueba, la que es su prueba, la de todos los palmeros, ¿no? Y por supuesto que sin ellos, pues esto tampoco sería posible. Todo ese voluntariado, todo ese dispositivo de seguridad y emergencia que está haciendo un trabajo hoy maravilloso, además con unas condiciones meteorológicas un poco complicadas, pero ahí están ellos para garantizar la seguridad de la prueba y por supuesto a todos los corredores que se implican, especialmente los palmeros que participan en las distintas modalidades y desde aquí mi enhorabuena y felicitarles por supuesto pues a los ganadores.
Pues nada, esas han sido las palabras, gracias consejera, de nuestra consejera Sodepal para hoy especialmente. Y decir nada, que la suerte del Cabildo Insular de La Palma es la suerte de Transvulcania y también a los que amamos Transvulcania.
So that was the Sparks Council for the Cabildo de La Palma, but what we have here is the man, the myth, the legend, Peter Frano is on the blue cycling path. He is in one of the most recognized blue paths on the world. It's the final 2 kilometers of the 73K of the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Ultramarathon. And this 2025 is going to see the Slovakian Peter Frano, who is suffering. He's completely focused. He's all in for it and trying to escape from Andreas Ryder, who's not giving up. He's really close to the blue path too, but I think the gap is going to be enough. It's going to be terrible for Andreas to get on the blue path and see a small Peter Frano in the front after the battle they've had together after that insane downhill they've done. But it's amazing. Fantastic race for Peter Frano. Such a great performance for the Slovakian kid who is, he's jumping to the big plane. He's jumping to the big scene of ultra running, the world's ultra running. So René, it's done.
Yeah, it looks done. It looks done. And now the beauty now of a long finish through into a town center or a city center is that you could really have time to soak it all up. You know, it's like a lap of honor when you come into the stadium, you know, in the Olympic marathon. And it's something that you can't experience in every trail race because a lot of, you know, small local affairs and a lot of them are quite far up. But for many of these kind of big popular classics, you get that experience, you know. And I think it's nice in a sport that has come from being a niche sport that the best athletes who work so hard to be here, they get a chance to kind of soak it all up, you know, soak up the admiration and the support.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially here in Los Llanos de Aridane, you see the town gets out on the streets, gets there to the blue path and then to the finish line, that final finish line, to receive the runners, to host them, to give them this warm welcome back to town. Andreas is about to jump also on the blue path, but now it's all about Peter Franjo, born March 2, 1996, 29 years old, born in Brezno, Slovakia. He's currently 897 UTMB index that is gonna probably jump over the 900 after this result. Fantastic race for Peter, who knows what it is to be in big podiums. He was second at CCC last year at UTMB, but I think this also makes him jump to the big screen, makes him jump to the big names of ultra running. Some of the legends of this sport have been forged here in Transvulcania. You know, Dakota Jones, Kilian Jornet, Luis Alberto Hernando, Thibaut Garrivier, Pere Audet, and so many more, so many other runners that have written history here in La Palma, from trail running history, not just for Spain, not just for the Canary Islands, but for the world itself. And today is the Slovakian kid, under 30 still, and running with such maturity, such intelligence today, and being really aware of when to do the final jump, the final attack to beat a relentless Andreas rider that also had a fantastic race, and it's one of the biggest athletes in this sport, in this distance. So he's full focus, Rene. He's not. He's avoiding even the high fives.
Yeah, no, you can see whether it's tiredness, concentration, or both. It's probably both. You know, you can see it on his face. And I suppose you just don't. A lot of top athletes, you know, they're coached from a young age, and of course, I don't know from how young Peter was brought into the sport or the other sports you could be, but you are taught to run through the line, you know, because you don't want an embarrassing moment where you showboat or you coast, like it's been seen sometimes by very famous athletes over the years, and then someone just comes from behind. And we don't know how much information Peter has either about what's going on, you know, because we see a lot of different things. We have all the timing checkpoints, but he wouldn't have all that information, although I'm sure his team is trying to give him, you know, some of it. But he's a man on the rise, you know, as you said. He had that bronze medal in the 2023 Trail World Championship over 80K. He was second in 2024 in CCC, you know, over 101 kilometers. And then he had that great win in Istria not long ago over the 69K. So he's a man, he has the ingredients. He's got good descending ability. He's clearly got the endurance. He's very smart with his pacing in most of the races, you know, we've seen him come through. So yeah, maybe a man to watch now in the coming years.
Yeah, absolutely. He started trail running when he was 18. He comes from a background of football, and now he's one of the best ultra runners in the world. We're going to see him get to the final 100 meters. The little kid from Slovakia, born in the Low Tatras mountain range in Brezno. He's now getting to the orange carpet, this so famous orange carpet. He cannot relax. He cannot believe it. He's still looking over the shoulder, scared about what Andreas can do, but it's yours, Peter. This race is yours. The 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX is gonna be for the man, Peter Franjo from Slovakia. Takes the win. in 6 hours, 55 minutes. Fantastic race for the Scarpa kid, who had a fantastic battle with Andreas Reiter. René, what a beautiful finish.
He's tired. You could see that he finally allowed himself a smile on those last 20 or 30 meters, but you could see he's not jumping up and down and dancing with celebration. Like this took a lot for him to finish.
Yeah,
so, it's great. He can soak it up now, and hopefully in 5 or 10 minutes he can really start celebrating.
Well, he's tired, man. He's really tired, but I think it's gonna take him a couple minutes until he can soak it in. Now he's gotta guess about where the champagne is. Yeah. He's been asked to go say hi to the people, but I think he's gonna wait for Andreas. He's gonna show respect to Andreas, and then they may go and say hi to everyone. He's tired. It took a huge effort for him to say goodbye to Andreas and to take this win. And there goes the champagne. There it goes.
Yeah, it's well-deserved celebrations, you know, and what a scene it is here. If you're sitting close by, you would hear it's an absolute in, but we are a bit sheltered here, so it doesn't fully come through, but you can just see the amount of people that have come out. And here is Andreas, so we will see him now in the next minute crossing the finish line.
Fantastic race for the guy from La Sportiva, the Italian Andreas Reiter, also a fantastic racer, a guy who knows how it's to be in the podium of a world championship, with so many races in his palmarès, and here he adds another massive podium. Ask the people to scream up, to cheer for him. He's even though he battled until the last 4 kilometers, he got left out by Peter Franjo in a super fantastic way. Andreas is doing an excellent work today to finish in second place. Hands up for him. High five to everyone. We see our biker there, our amazing camera biker that we had today, but that's him, Andreas Reiter with bib number 6 from Team La Sportiva from Italy to the island of La Palma. He's gonna finish in second place, another podium for him on the island. Super stoked for finishing in this second place behind a stunning Peter Franjo, but now it's Andreas Reiter who crosses the finish line in second place, 6 hours 57, a bit over 2 minutes behind Peter Franjo. Great race for Andreas.
Yeah, it's great to see that he's so delighted even with second place, because of course when you've been in with a chance to win the race for so long, it would be natural to be a bit disappointed, but clearly this second place means a lot, and he's not going to leave this on a down note.
Yeah, it's it was a tough battle. They both were able to manage the violent pace that was taken by both David and Matt in the early kilometers of the race. Here's the hug, the respect from each other after so long, so much. But yeah, now they go to celebrate with the people. There you see Andres on the right, and Peter. Peter is hurting, man. Peter is suffering a bit, but there he goes. To high five all the people from Los Llanos de Aridane, all the people from La Palma that are there to witness history being written on the sport of trail running in this 15th anniversary. Nonetheless, that 15 years of 15 editions, for Transvulcania from 2009, with a bit of a hiatus because of nature, of course, and because of COVID. But finally, 15 years have arrived, and it's a big celebration. Let's see if we can hear what Peter has to say. No, we're not gonna have ambience audio here from Peter, I believe. Under 7 hours, both of them. They were, even though the course was not was modified, still running under 7 here is amazing.
yeah, still very impressive. And I know there's a few people on YouTube now asking us, what's going on with the women's race, and we will come back to it. We have the third male finish, not imminently, but in the next 10 minutes or so, and then we'll put our full attention to the women's race, because there has been a little bit of uncertainty about who's leading there and who has dropped out, because we haven't had any coverage since before Roque de los Muchachos. So from what I can see, Annelise Rosé might actually still be in it, because her tracker has moved back on the course, Mauri. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what's going on there. But it does look like she might still be on, leading ahead of Ekaterina Macheva and Ruth Croft. But we will see what the real story is there once they get past the El Timé timing point, and that should be quite soon as well. So keep an eye on live track as well if you're really, really curious, and just rest assured we will return to the women and the battle for the top three there.
This is Manuel Anguita. When we were in one of the interviews, we saw Manu fly by Andrés Garcia. I don't know if you could see it, René. Look at the hand there. Amazing. That's really cool.
Unusual competitors, yes.
Yeah. There and sister is sprinting Manu there, huh? She was running away. This is Manu Anguita running in third place, running for third place right now. Let's go get some background for you for Manu Anguita, who also has some great palmarès. Let me see, Manuel. Here we go. So Manu Anguita from Club Olimpo Granada has been. Oh yeah, of course. Manu was top 10 at UTMB last year. He was 8th at the 100 miles there at the loop of Chamonix, the loop around the Mont Blanc. He was 5th at the 90K of the Mont Blanc Marathon. He won the 110K at Tenerife Blue Trail. And he was 7th last year, so he's bettering now. He's jumping on the podium. So let's see, before we get back to Manu, let's see if we can hear what Peter got to say with our partner down there on the finish line. I think... We're going to wait for Peter right now. No, he needs water first, so we're going to wait for a second. Good. Let's talk about Manu a bit more. Manu is also like Andres. He's always there in the top 10, close to the top 10, but this would mean a lot to him to be on the podium here. It would be probably one of his biggest podiums outside the top 10 of UTMB. Let's say the top 3 podium would be... here's Manu again. We are back with Manu. So yeah, Manu is gonna be the top Spanish runner today at the 2025 Transvulcania, behind a stunning Peter Franjo and relentless Andreas Ryder. But Manu seems to be, he's running even faster than Andreas, I believe.
He's looking good here. Again, he has that.
El ganador con el amigo Peter Franjo, un tipo que fue de menos más, nos está contando aquí en off que estuvo el año pasado en maratón, que hizo segundo, y de qué manera viene segundo año y gana la ultra. Peter, congratulations, friend.
Thank you very much.
Last year, second place for you in marathon. This year, the first time on the ultramarathon, on the first position. Are you happy, sure?
Yeah, I'm happy, but it's not first time. I did ultramarathon 8 or 9 years ago, so it was one of my first international races here, so I'm happy to come back again and win.
For him, I am too. When did you see your change to victory today?
It's hard to say, maybe only in the last few minutes.
The last time?
Yeah.
Last moment. And now this result is the best for you, I think so, no?
Yeah, one of the best, for sure.
What are you waiting about this result? Because Transvulcania is different.
Yeah, it's a very difficult race, but I'm super happy because it's one of the legendary races, so I'm very happy to win this race.
Can we expect the next one from you?
Sorry?
Can we expect for next one from you?
Oh, yes, I really like this island, so I'll be back for sure.
Thank you, congratulations again. I am waiting for you next year.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues espero que se me haya entendido. A él también, compañeros, todo vuestro.
Great job from our partner down there, and Peter's such a humble man. He said that I didn't know that he raced here as a popular a bunch of years ago, 8-9 years ago. So it's fantastic to see this his link with the race, and also of course as a fan of the sport, he must have seen the history in being forged here, and now being a part of it and writing his own history here. So it's fantastic, but such a humble dude. he's like, okay, yeah, that was good. That was a great result, and as we could tell, René, he was scared until last minute.
Yeah, he didn't take it for granted at all. He really didn't, and he could see behind, and he didn't. Yeah, I suppose he didn't look behind all the time. So, I'm just getting here. Oh yeah, we still seen the battle for third place.
Yeah. This is Manu Anguita again. This is our third place runner. That he may finish under 7:30, I believe, or so. But he took off from Andres. They were running together on the downhill, and then when he passed, he got to stay in this third place. So there is Manu Anguita. We are with him. Just wanted to tell you that. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm gonna go to the chat. Thank you. Peter is racing Western States next month.
Sí, estamos aquí con Andrea Reiterer, un hombre obviamente contento, no puede ser de otra manera. Buongiorno Andrea, complimenti.
Grazie, italiano.
Un piccolo italiano, ma...
O inglese.
Ah, bueno, ok. Are you happy your second time here? 2 years ago you could get the 3 position and now second. Maybe next year on the first?
Yeah, that would be very nice, but yeah, 2 years ago third, today second. I'm very happy with this race, yeah.
What do you think about the weather today? Too strong, too wet, too rainy?
Yeah, the weather was very hard because it was so cold and a lot of wind. I ran the 5 hours with the jacket, but I didn't have gloves, and yeah, but it's for everyone the same, and yeah.
A little strong for you only, no?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck on the future, and next year we are waiting for you, okay?
Yeah, I will come back.
Thank you. Bueno, pues nada, que es un poco duro, las manos, todo, después de 6 horas todo es complicado, pero bueno, ahí está, segunda posición en su segunda participación, y quién sabe, como él ha dicho, si en el año 2026 viene a luchar por poder poner su impronta y su nombre en el Paseo de la Fama en Fuencaliente, esa placa conmemorativa, quién sabe.
So yeah, that was Andreas suffered a bit today. That was clear, but yeah, we are back with Manu Anguita. He's swinging right now, power hiking, trying to. It's there, the podium of his. I would say it's again, it's his biggest podium, his biggest top 3 of his career, I believe. Even though he did nail that top 10 at UTMB last year, I think this will taste different, and really worked actually, because with such tough conditions, with such a horrible weather up there, just managing through it and getting to the finish line in third place in a race that he's been a part of several times. It's really cool. I was reading the chat, René, and somebody said that Peter is running Western States next month, and yeah, it's he won the golden ticket at CCC, so it's gonna be interesting. He's in great shape, and let's see how he handles the Western States heat. Yeah, absolutely. we will see how it goes. It's gonna be an interesting Western States this year for sure. After we get to see, our bikers are waiting for the first ladies up in El Time. So once they get to El Time, we're gonna have imagery from the first ladies. That, if I'm not wrong, I'm calling it right now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like we actually had an official timing on Live Trail from Time with Annelise Rousset Segure. She came, according to this, she crossed there at 6 minutes past 1 o'clock. That would have been 4 minutes ago. That means she's expected down in Tazacorte, as we just saw them, at the seaside town. That she will be there in about 42 minutes, so close enough to 2 o'clock today. So it does look like she's still going. Her GPS tracker shows her roughly in the same place. So the rumors that circulated that she might have dropped out may have been false, and I hope so, because she was looking great when we last saw her, which was quite some time ago.
Yeah, no, I think, you know what I think that happened? She may have switched backpacks or something like that in El Roque. And probably the GPS went down with the backpack, and as it is it's not a compulsory thing. It's I believe it's a security tracking, like to check where the top athletes are. It's something that it's used to be done for the streamings, and maybe that's what happened, or maybe it's just the GPS not working at all. But yeah, we have Manu Anguita right now with the motorbike, getting towards the blue cycling path, and getting ready to round in third place, and also escaping from Andrés Garcia. He just passed him on the final switchbacks of getting down to El Puerto de Tazacorte. So let's see how it goes for her. I'll go check our loyal friends at Iron Far to see. Yeah,
he's gritting his teeth now. This.
Yeah.
It's hard work, just this last little bit of flat stretch, but at least the climbing is more or less done.
Yeah. So we had a bunch of runners coming through the Mirador del Time with Ramon Manesh, an unidentified runner, and Thibault Leroy. But they are far away from both Manu and Andrés. Still no words on the Mirador del Time regarding Annelise, so let's hope that our cyclist is back. I'm pretty sure our cyclist was following Annelise, so I think once they get to the road, we're gonna get to see her. To see her up there. On the left, we have Manu Anguita sprinting for third, and then on the right we have Andrés Garcia Blanco holding for fourth. Just both crushing, and Manu with all the excitement there. Of course, pumping up the people there to cheer him. It's a fantastic race for him. So
yeah, he's home and host at this stage. There can be no doubt about that. So we have our podium for the day in the men's race. It's pretty much confirmed, unless something extraordinary was going to happen right now. So Peter Franjo in first, Andreas Ryder in second, and very, very soon now it's going to be Manuel Anguita Bayo in third.
Yeah. Fantastic race for Manu. He's got it. He's got it in his hands. Andres is not far away, but the gap is enough. Trying to cheer the people, trying to get that final shot of adrenaline from the public, from all the town of Los Llanos de Aridane, and of course of the little boys there. Super happy of getting the thumbs up from Manu, who's gonna sit on the third spot of the podium today. Well deserved. super fine in holding there and working through the hardest part of the race in a great way, and also battling a lot with this guy on the right, with Andrés García Blanco, who you can see he's clearly worked out right now. He's struggling a bit. Once the poles come out on the flat, is because you need all the support to finish. But with absolute respect, of course, it's a fantastic race for Andrés García Blanco. He's still all smiles. They had a mini hug with Manu. They know each other pretty well. They raced a lot, so yeah, pretty happy to see these two in third and fourth on the 2025 Transvulcania Ultramarathon. So way to get it out, way to get it done, and there is still a bunch of meters for Manu, but he's not stopping, huh?
No, he's not. He's kind of sped up as he's shed off that final climb. I can feel the finish line drawing him near. But at the same time, Andrews, I think, probably shouldn't feel too bad about it. I know it's always gutting to be, fourth, just outside the podium, but he did gain from Reventon, which was, nearly midway, not quite. He did gain 5 spots coming down toward Puerto de Tazacorte, and then he lost one later on. But generally, he ran a good race. Obviously, some of the spots he gained was, to say, the 2 Americans who dropped out, but that's part of the game. He looked after himself, and he did things right. It just wasn't quite enough, because Manu here, he just has a bit more in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. We have as we wait for Manu to come to the orange carpet, we see Manu Anguita and Andrés Garcia third and fourth, Ramon Manesh in 5th, Thibault Leroy in 6th, Patrick Ahrenthaler in 7th, Charles Hamilton in 8th, Pablo Villa in 9th, and Giles Roux in 10th, rounding the top 10 through Tazacorte. They're going to be coming up pretty much one behind the other in the next couple of minutes, so it's great. A shout out to my buddy Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, who is about to get to Tazacorte in a couple more minutes. He's currently sitting in 12th. Great job for the South American as usual. But now it's all about Manu Anguita giving high fives to the kids who are absolutely enjoying his. This is one of the nicest things to see here in La Palma. All the kids out there high fiving the athletes, learning about the sports, falling in love with the sport, and probably, why not, running in a couple of years, being a part of Transvulcania, if they haven't already, because this one has a kids race too that was held yesterday at Refugio del Pilar. So yeah, it's a great basis for the rest of the sport. But yeah, now here he is, Manuel Anguita Bayo, el Granadino. The Spaniard from Granada gets to the orange carpet, giving high fives to the people, enjoying the moment. This is his moment, probably his most important podium of his running career, getting the people hyped up. Hands in the air for Manu Anguita Bayo, who finishes in third in 7 hours, 19 minutes and 25 seconds, well under the 7 hours and 30 minutes mark. Fantastic job for Manu today.
Yeah, really great performance, and he sat in 20th place at the second checkpoint at the top of the first long climb, and which just shows, you have to box clever in a lot of these races, and it's not over just because you have been a little bit conservative at the start.
Amazing. You can see now we are with Andrés García Blanco, who's picked up the pace. Of course, there the blue cycling path and the people, of course, they pump you up, they get you going. It's just high-fiving everyone there, the little boy there. Great job for Andrés, of course, who's also getting one of the biggest results of his career, for sure.
Yeah, and they're finishing here, you know, for those who don't know, in Los Llanos de Aridane is the full name of the village here, which lies at 325 meters, you know, so not quite at sea level as where they started. So population is about 20,000, I believe, you know, so it's one of the bigger places on La Palma, which is, you know, is not the most populous of the Canary Islands. So it's one of the historic centers, but not just for the Palman history, but also for trail running, which is just so deeply respected here.
Yeah, absolutely. Andres, who's been 7th at the 47K at Tenerife Blue Trail in March. He was 3rd at the Montañas de Prades Epic Trail in the 25K in November. But now this is, as we mentioned, he's always something that is really interesting about him is that he's always running Zegama, and he's always running around 4 hours and 8 and 4 hours and 20, which is fantastic time for the race. He was 6th here in the marathon in 2022. He's fully emotional. You can see that. It's fantastic to see. So cool to watch Andrés García Blanco with that massive smile, even though the podium slipped through his fingers for a second. But I believe finishing 4th today with the fierce competition we've had and the fierce weather they battle during the whole day, it's amazing. Great job for Andrés García Blanco, who finishes in 4th place today at the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Ultramarathon. So yeah, now we're gonna try to get some footage from the ladies. Let's see how's that going. One more runner has gone through El Puerto de Tazacorte. That's Mateusz Segler from Italy too. Let's see what's happening. And there she is, Annelise Rousset, leading the women's race, because we're not back in the 50s, we are in 2025, and this is the women's race. We have 1st place Annelise Rousset in the final part of the downhill towards El Puerto de Tazacorte, and in the right I believe we have let me just double check real quick.
That is Ekaterina Mitreveva there, and she is on the last checkpoint, looks to be about 13 minutes down, so a big gap.
Yeah, but she's definitely in 2nd. We were speculating that if she was or if she was not in 2nd. She is 100% in 2nd place. Ekaterina Mitreveva, great race for her also after a couple of not best results for her on what she can do, and finally she's getting to nail this race. But Annelise Rousset is still running with the same aggressive pace that we saw her earlier today when she picked up Ruth Croft in the ridge before El Reventón. And look at her now flying towards the win. She still has a bunch to go. She still has still need to go through the road crossing towards the El Puerto de Taza, and then the final kilometers to El Puerto de Tazacorte, doing all the switchbacks, and then of course the final 5K up to Los Llanos de Aridane. I don't know if anybody's hearing me, if we can go back to the women's race, but we have the mandatory podium photo for the men's with Peter Frano in the middle as the winner, Andreas Ryder in yellow, our 2nd place, Manu Anguita in 3rd place, and the president of the town hall of La Palma, the mayor, and the sports council for president, I think, from the island. So there goes Annelise Rousset trying to go through some of the back of the pack runners from the marathon, but she's just crushing. She's just crushing, Rene.
Yeah, no, she looks great, and it's that move was clearly not just. It was not a move of overconfidence. We can see that now. Like, she really had something, and she must have felt it. I do wonder, what's up with Ruth Croft and where she is exactly, because if we look at the GPS trackers that we have access to, it looks like she's quite far back, like 9 kilometers, which would seem very dramatic, you know, unless she has some kind of issue. So either her GPS tracker is acting up and she's actually closer than we think, or she has an issue, maybe an injury, or maybe she wasn't feeling so well, which would mean that Ekaterina here, or is, you know, has a solid lead for second, and then it would be very, very open who is the third woman.
Actually, Martina Balmasoy just went through in third.
Yes, just as we speak. Yes,
yeah.
Right. So
that was in the last minute. Martina Balmasoy is now standing in third for Mom Lucia del Favero, who is in the chat there. Your daughter Martina is now in third, and running, what is it, 4 minutes. 4 minutes behind Ekaterina and going fast down the hill. We're back with we're back with Annelise right now that she's getting closer to the final bits of this part of the trail, and then she still has the road crossing, and then she'll go down to the switchbacks to El Puerto de Tazacorte. But I think I don't want to be that person who speaks a bit too much, but it seems that she's doing a great job on holding for first here. And still super aggressive, still super fine. We'll see how it goes. Let me just check. I want to see something about Annelise.
Yeah, while we watched this, these are just some of the very technical switchbacks. Even here, the mountain biker is having a little bit of trouble following, and runners are trying to get past as well. But you know, let's look into Martina Balmasoy, because we didn't really see her early in the race. That means we haven't had much of a chance to talk about her credentials. But she actually won Transvulcania in 2023, where she pulled away after a really good descent on this stretch here. You know, so if there's only a few minutes in it, who knows what she can do. She has several other good results in her career, and she's another one who comes from ski mountaineering.
Yeah. Martina is an all-around athlete from winter to summer, from summer to winter, from winter to summer. Mountain athlete, of course, now with living in the Cadore region of the Dolomites, and also, as you mentioned, won this race.
Pues sí, efectivamente, compañero Nacho, estamos con Manu Anguita, estábamos hablando con él. Derrocha cansancio, pero yo creo que aún más felicidad, ¿o me equivoco? Buenos días, enhorabuena, Manu.
Buenos días, pues wow, muy contento, ¿no? Porque a la quinta Transvulcania ha conseguido un tercer puesto que para mí sabe a gloria, ¿no? Una carrera muy especial para mí. Llevo ya 5 en mi palmarés y, joder, hoy era épico el día, frío, cosa que no me va a mí bien. Y he sabido luchar y sufrir, y está ahí, sí.
¿En qué momento sufriste más? Quizás al principio, y el paso por los Canarios estaba complicadísimo, lo que seguimos ahí en nuestro streaming, complicado, pero te has dicho, ¿cómo ha sido? Haznos un resumen de tu carrera para aquellos que nos están comenzando a seguir ahora.
Yo he sufrido desde la salida hasta meta, las cosas como son, porque la verdad que venía con muchas dudas, es la primera carrera de la temporada, y bueno, al final se salió tranquilo y eso me benefició un poco, ¿no? Pero ya en los Canarios pues hubo un grupito de cabeza que se fue y bueno, tuve que tener la sangre fría que tuve el año pasado, de quedarme allí, de hacer mi propia carrera, confiar en mi ritmo y esperar pues a la parte de altitud y a que la carrera se iba a poner muy técnica porque estaba todo mojado y yo ahí me defiendo bien. Entonces en la bajada he hecho una buenísima bajada y creo que eso me ha permitido pues llegar a Tazacorte bien posicionado y poder luchar el podio.
Un podio que vas a recordar nosotros también, porque hacemos tuya nuestra alegría también con tu permiso, pero también con tu permiso y con el de todos los palmeros. Me atrevo a darte las gracias porque has corrido con nuestra mochila de Transvulcania, con nuestros colores, y eso hay que agradecerlo. Me fijé tan pronto cruzaste la meta, aunque en streaming también lo pude ver. Gracias.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, para mí esta es la mejor carrera que existe de media distancia a nivel mundial y el trato que le dan no solo al corredor élite, sino también al corredor popular. La bolsa del corredor cada año de Transvulcania es una brutalidad, en plan, te da una sudadera, una mochila que va de lujo para una carrera como hoy
y por supuesto pues yo me la pongo porque estoy agradecido con la organización, porque cada año cuenta conmigo y me ayuda para poder estar aquí.
Bueno, pues se puede decir más claro, o en este caso más alto, pero no más claro. Manu, gracias y por muchos años más con nosotros aquí.
Vale, muchas gracias. Gracias a vosotros.
Bueno, pues este es Manu Anguita, tercer clasificado de forma más que meritoria. Y como dije antes, su alegría también es la nuestra.
So that was Manu Anguita talking with our partner down there on the finish line. Says that after 5 Transvulcanias, he was able to finally get to the podium, could suffer and fight during the day to get to it, and Stoke, of course, to finally get to the third spot of this podium. He was asked when was the time that he suffered the most. He said he suffered, he's not gonna lie, he suffered from start to finish. As it's the first race of the season, he still doesn't have all the racing he would like to have to get to one of these races. But as the race started with easy pace, was helpful for him to be in control. But then after Los Canarios and El Pilar, he saw how the lead group did a good push and had to be mentally prepared and be in control and do his race and not catch the hype of the fast runners that took off there. So because he feels well in bad conditions, that he knew that they were going to be after that, and took care about everything to make a final push on the downhill, which was finally a good decision to do. He's extremely thankful for the organization because of how they count on him for every race, for each and every year. And of course, thankful on how they take care of everyone, not just them that run faster than the rest, but also the popular runner, you know, the everyday runner who comes here to enjoy and gets a nice packet when they, you know, the race packet, the gifts they get from the organization, and of course all the treatment during the race. So he was happy about it, and he made an amazing race. So that was Manu Anguita on the finish line. But we're back with the ladies. On the left we have Annelise Rousset leading the 2025 Transvulcania, and on the right we have Yekaterina Midiaeva, the Adidas TERREX runner, who is on the way to finishing second. But we gotta see where the rest of the ladies are. Let's go to Live Trail, René, and see what's going on. But before that, I just wanted to say, I was Googling Annelise Rousset results here. She was 5th in 2014. She was second in 2016, 2017, and 2019. And finally, Annelise Rousset is gonna win this thing. After 4 tries, she's gonna get it. Let's talk about coming back and doing it until you get it, and that's what Annelise Rousset is doing right now. If everything goes well and she keeps it in control, she's gonna be our ladies winner today. Fantastic race for Annelise.
Yeah, great story. And you know, speaking of great stories, I had a look to see what actually went on with Martina Valmasoy in today's race. And she has really worked her way up through the field, because she was as low as 65 at the first checkpoint at 8K. She was still only barely inside the top 50 women at the second checkpoint, you know, the end of the first climb at roughly 18 kilometers. And she actually stayed. She was down in 50th position as far as Reventon, you know, halfway through. And then by the time we see her time at Team A, I'm looking at it wrong. I was looking at the overall rankings. But she actually has gained 20 spots in the general classification since Reventon. So she's been passing out a lot of male runners and moving up from 4th to 3rd place in this race.
Yeah, it's an amazing progressive race for her. Also Yekaterina was always in the mix, I believe, but yeah, I'm kind of glad that she made it to. She's here where we are right now, and in good spirits. It's gonna be good for them, for both of them, especially for her, but also for Dimitri, that might be trying to get back to the trails as soon as possible. This is gonna be a huge push for them. They are really loved on the trail community, so glad for them both. But look at Annelise flying. She's still holding that technique. She's got actually she's running really smooth. It's a great job for the French lady who's putting back up her name in the first place of the podium after, let me just check, when was her last biggest. She won Wild Strubel UTMB in 2023. She was second last year in Madeira at the MIUT 115, another classic race in the world. She was second at Hard Rock, which is insane. She won the marathon at Maxi Race in 2023. But yeah, I believe after a couple of years, this is her biggest result, her biggest win, let's call it. Yeah, because she. Yep.
So getting some footage here of Ruth Croft, I think, in the pink, coming down fast. So she will probably try and have a last go at seeing can she get back on the podium. But I think it's a sizable gap she has to close.
Yeah, I was just reading Annelise's results. I couldn't see it. So let's check on the.
It was very brief. We just got a shot of her coming onto one of the technical trails.
Let's see how it goes. Yeah, Katerina is moving. She's moving forward. But if there's somebody there that it's running a bit smoother as Annelise is doing, she may be caught.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit, as I say, I've said it a few times, but you need to be careful reading into how people look from the outside and how things look on camera. But, it definitely looks just a little bit tired. She's still holding it together. Her form is still pretty strong, but she's not moving that fast coming down. And she did have a near miss, just while you were reading through those results there on the trail. So maybe that affected her a little bit here as well. So she does have to. She had 4 minutes on Martina at the last checkpoint, but that's easily lost on a descent like this if Martina is moving well.
Yeah, I got another point of information that you cannot see it on the ITR race list or the UTMB index, which is that Annelise is the record holder of the GR20 in Corsica, which means she's a beast going down in technical terrain, as you can see right now, how she's flying down the switchbacks. So yeah, she's gonna open a gap and save and be safe of the first place, I believe. Let's see, the timing mat at Tazacorte will give us a shot on how long the gap is, and we are back to vertigo. We are back on the vertigo position here, and now that the sky is clear and we have the reference of the sea, it's even worse. So we'll see how. Yeah, Annelise is flying. It's flying down the hill, and she will secure. This will help her secure the win today at the 2025 Transvulcania.
Gracias.
Her time, I think, in that chance was about 31 minutes.
Aquí estamos disfrutando de esta 15ª edición de Transvulcania. Madre
serious
mía,
and long
una vez
challenge.
más, esto no está dejando indiferente a nadie.
It will be a
Tanto por
surprise.
lo épico desde primeras horas de la mañana, ahora porque tenemos casi una mañana perfecta para la práctica del trail. Y lo que, a ver qué piensa nuestro consejero de deportes, Jürgen Hernández, que hoy el toro era vitorino, ¿eh?
Pues sí, la verdad que sí, la verdad que desde primera hora de la mañana, ya desde ayer estábamos muy pendientes, no sé si decirte preocupados, pero sí ocupados de cómo iba a transcurrir el día de hoy, porque ya nos hacían presagiar que las condiciones climatológicas no iban a ser las que normalmente Transvulcania nos tiene acostumbrados. Normalmente Transvulcania en esta fecha suele ser que las temperaturas son bastante elevadas, y en este año en concreto pues no ha sido así. Viento, lluvia, muy baja temperatura. A mí me ha tocado estar en la salida de Refugio del Pilar en esa maratón a las 6 de la mañana, y como decimos en La Palma, como decimos los canarios, un palo de agua brutal, increíble en esa salida, las temperaturas bajísimas, un frío impresionante, y aún así los corredores, las corredoras de esa maratón salieron como cuando no ocurre, y yo creo que eso es para valorarlo, para ponerlo en valor, como te digo, porque parece que que son de otro planeta, no parecen humanos. Todos, no solo los élites, los palmeros, todos los que nos han acompañado en esta ocasión, en esta edición, y he tenido la posibilidad de hablar con algunos de precisamente en esa meta del puerto que también he podido estar, preguntarles cómo ha venido sucediendo la prueba, y todos han coincidido en que los que ya habían repetido en la prueba, que ha sido para ellos la edición más dura hasta el momento. Entonces yo creo que con eso lo decimos todo, ¿no? Que aún así esté saliendo todo desde el punto de vista de la seguridad bien, que no hayan habido incidencias reseñables e importantes, también es para estar contentos, y bueno, y en ese sentido pues lo estamos.
Obviamente una edición muy épica para los deportistas, también para el organizador, valentía por ambas partes, pero me gustaría hacer nuevamente, aunque sea repetitivo, ese llamamiento para lo épico que es también para el voluntariado, porque sobre todo en la parte más alta, entiéndase, desde el refugio del Pilar, pasando por la Punta de los Roques, el Pico La Cruz, el Roque de los Muchachos. Oye, toda la gente que está ahí desde la madrugada, vigilando, montando y haciendo más fácil a los corredores su paso por allí, oye, también hay que hacer un nombramiento a toda esa gente.
Yo, ya que me das la oportunidad, que me das el micrófono, que me das las cámaras que nos están viendo, yo aprovecho para agradecer enormemente, y lo digo de verdad, no es por quedar bien, no es porque estamos delante de un micrófono, es una realidad. Siempre decimos que sin voluntarios no habría Transvulcania, y es una realidad, pero en una edición como esta todavía hay que ponerles mucho más en valor. Al final estábamos hablando, pensando en los corredores, en los participantes, si para ellos está siendo dura, para el voluntariado es exactamente igual. Todos esos voluntarios que han estado y que están en la cumbre, en esas temperaturas tan bajas, pasando inclemencias meteorológicas, que ya le digo que yo he estado arriba y que las he podido sufrir en esta ocasión, y son brutales, y que estén arriba dando el callo y a pie del cañón para darle todas las facilidades del mundo a todos los participantes, eso es para quitarse el sombrero, y hay que agradecerles enormemente que un año más sigan estando en Transvulcania, que quieran estar y que lo estén haciendo hasta el momento como lo han venido desarrollando.
Pues nada, muchas gracias, consejero. La verdad es que sí, que podríamos decir el año que viene más y mejor, pero es que nos queda mucha tela que cortar. Tenemos que recibir a las primeras chicas, los primeros palmeros, canarios, palmeras, canarias. En definitiva, la fiesta Transvulcania está más viva que nunca en su 15ª edición. Y nada, yo como comunicador también, sin ningún tipo de obligación, pero sí con mucha emoción, agradecimiento absoluto a todo el voluntariado regado a lo largo de esos 73 kilómetros de recorrido de la Ultra. Gracias, chicos y chicas.
So, that was the Sports Council of El Cabildo de La Palma. As we see our camera biker there, and here we have Annelise Rousset flying, but literally flying down the hill. We had a glimpse of Martina Balmasoy, who was also flying down the hill, trying to catch up on Yekaterina Midyaeva. So yeah, it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be an interesting finish for the women's Jose on the aid station. She just went through the Tazacorte aid station in 7:45 elapsed. We will get a reference, but that's gonna be at least 20 to 25 minutes on Yekaterina Midyaeva. I think she just she just crashed down the hill, so she opened a bigger gap on Yekaterina, the Adidas TERREX athlete. But now it's sunny. Look how beautiful the sea is. I think this is gonna give a massive punch on the bodies of the athletes, all the runners that are coming through. And there we have her. Our women's leader, Annelise Rousset, is running on the road, just on the side of the Gorge of Sorrows. This deviation they made because earlier it was pouring water down there. Now it's that the sun's out, the rain has stopped a bit. It's a bit better, but anyway, they still, as the change was made for a bunch of them, it's for some of the athletes, it's done for everyone right now. So there she goes. There goes Annelise Rousset in first position, controlling, easy pacing. She knows what she's got left. She's raced here 4 times, a 5th place, 3 second places, and today going for a 1st place. While we see some hydration for our camera biker, of course, very well deserved hydration before they tackle the final climb, this brutal climb to Tazacorte. What do you guys? How are you there? All on the chat, you're all pretty much silent again. What's going on? How are you guys doing? Let us know. What do you think it's gonna happen? I think on my opinion, it's Annelise's race is pretty much secured unless anything happens on the uphill. But I think we're gonna have a nice battle for 2nd and 3rd. What's your thoughts on it? Rene, are you around? Rene, where are you? But yeah, we got Annelise. Yeah, she looks like she's struggling a bit, but she's in control. She's definitely in control and has a lot of experience in this sort of races.
Sorry, Mario, I was talking away on mute there for a second.
No worries. It happens, man. It's part of the game. I think Annelise is flying.
Yeah, no, she's looking good. Like you can see, it looks like she has dropped the pace either because she has to or because she can. You know, it's probably she must know at this stage she has quite a big lead. You know, only injury really could stop her at this stage. So there's no reason to take chances. And maybe that's in her head. I don't know, but you know, there's.
That final thing on the road running. So yeah, it's what we are seeing right now is the drone image from the final. You can see there the blue cycling path, the famous blue cycling path. This is the town of Los Llanos de Aridane, who has hosted the finish line for Transvulcania for its 15 editions, and this one couldn't be different. It's a fantastic, beautiful town on the plains here between the Caldera del Taburiente and the rest of the mountain. On the west side of the island, just a fantastic little town, and where you are more than welcome to come, and people will make you feel well. You will see it right now with the finish line. You probably already seen it with the guys, but now with the ladies too, you will be able to witness how cool and how warm the people is to welcome the runners on the finish line. Yekaterina looks like she's running again on the roads. So yeah, she's fine. She's back at it. She just gave a smile to our camera biker, which is good signs. Let's see how it goes. We still have one more portion of technical terrain and then the world famous zigzags to Tazacorte.
And she was just shaking out Ekaterina there was just shaking out her arms a bit, trying to loosen up, which is important, you know, as you come into these transitions. This is a great chance for it on the road where you don't have to think too much.
And after so much tension, right?
Yeah, a lot of tension with all that climbing, you know, and concentration, having to come down such a, you know, it's hard to be relaxed when you're running down something that's that steep and that technical. You know, as we know, there are a few people who have that ability, and because of that, they descend better than nearly anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering. This one is. That one is
very strange.
It's super straight. I'm just wondering how painful it is for your body to switch from the extreme cold temperatures that they had in the top to this. It's hot now. It's hot down there. It's you can definitely tell it's hot again. It's Transvulcania hot. After a super weird morning we had with below zero temperatures up there. I don't know. The temperature shock must be really hard for your body, right?
Yeah, you would think so, because normally when it's this warm, you'd think it's an advantage if you start with a lower body temperature, and it probably is. But for your skin and your psychology, it's still a big transition. And then of course they need to manage their gear as well, which we didn't see because we didn't see when they moved out from under the cloud and into the nice climate. But clearly here, Annelies was already, by the time she got back on our cameras, it was the same with Ekaterina. You know, they were both back in just their singlets. They discarded jackets and everything else.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's sorry, every time that we get to this switchback side, I cannot get to it. Like I cannot get used to it. I get nervous anyway. I suffer because of our cyclists. They are doing an amazing job. By right now we know it's how technical it is. But yeah, it's definitely tough. We have some high fiber there. And Annelies has pulls out for Annelies. We said it before, she knows what it is to be where she is exactly and what's left for her, so I assume she knows where to push and where not to push. And I cannot hear the ambience audio, but I think she's really chatting to our biker, at least to be a bit distracted, right?
Yeah, unless she's on top, and she feels like a bit of a chat. But we can actually see that Annelies is demonstrating for people who are getting into the whole pole. So she's demonstrating all the styles there. You know, you've got on the really steep bits like the steps, she's using both poles at the same time, roughly every 3 steps. And then when it gets a little bit more shallow, we see them all kind of more like Nordic walking, more like skiing. You know, where it's on you alternate the poles. So that's something that requires quite a lot of practice if you actually want to make use of it in a race. You know, if you don't practice it, you can often end up working the poles and using a lot of energy in your upper body, but it's not actually aiding anything. And actually, some of the studies have shown that you spend more energy then, so if you are thinking about it and if you are inspired watching here, just make absolutely sure that you take them for plenty of practice and you watch a few instruction videos on YouTube.
Yeah, it's I did that. I did what you don't have to do is like testing something you've never used in your life in a race, which was using poles on an ultra, and I had upper back problems. My legs were perfect, but my shoulders and my upper back, a disaster. I had to sit down for a while. and then ended up dropping because my body couldn't take it anymore. But yeah, don't do it. Just practice. Practice, get your poles, practice. They can be really useful. But as everything, as you train, as you don't use new shoes, as you don't use new nutrition, or you just do not go from 5K to a marathon from one week to the other, practice with your poles too.
So I think Katerina was getting some kind of either advice or encouragement from the mountain biker there, but I couldn't understand it. I don't know if you caught it, Mari, did you?
No, I don't have ambience audio here, so I couldn't hear it. But yeah, it's cool. I always like listening to those little interchanges between the runner, the biker, and the athlete. I don't really like when they are trying to get some information from the camera, you know. But this, like, hey, you're doing good, like all the cheer up, it's really cool. But yeah, here we have Martina Balmasoy in image, the Italian from Cadore, from the Cadore land to the world. Martina is running now in third place. She's really close to Ekaterina, right? These are the switchbacks already.
Yeah, she seems close, and we had that feeling, you know, just looking at their CVs and just looking at how the two of them appeared to be moving on the screen. We thought with a 4-minute gap that it could still be a battle developing here between second and third.
Yeah.
She looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, I'm letting her partner and really a good friend of mine is Dakota Jones, who's former winner of the race, and he's waiting to crew her down in Tazacorte. He's not really fond of streamings. He's not really paying attention to the streaming, so I'm letting him know. He's like, dude, be ready. But yeah, it's she's running fast. I cannot. Wish we had both images to get some. Thank you, producer.
There we go.
Yeah. Is that? I think she's 2 switchbacks up. We have a camera there. Okay, it's 7:58:29. Shoot, we lost the image from Martina, but I think we're gonna have. There we go. We're back with Annelise. Okay, we're gonna have a battle, that's for sure, René.
And we're back at it here too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have a look at our trackers, you know, so obviously they're not always 100% updated, but we'll see here if I can get any useful information from them. So from this tracker, the gap looks still to be a good few minutes, but they may not have updated at the same time, so I'll just check that here. Oh, that looked painful.
Shoot. He's fine. He just shoot. I could hear that. I think I have ambience audio again, and I could hear him breaking, just trying to break. But yeah, we have images from el Puerto de Tazacorte. Yeah, the cyclist has gone up here waiting for Annelise Rousset. Nah, Annelise is perfectly fine. Yeah, she's got it.
She's time to smile, you know, and if you were about to catastrophically blow up, that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
So she's got this under control.
I'm fooling around with the biker, you know, like trying to talk. Smiling around. I think we're gonna have an interview with Pablo Villa on the finish line, who I think he finished in the top 10. Let me just see. Should be popping up in our feed in any minute. Yeah, we had Santos Gabriel Rueda, the Argentinian. finishing in 13. If any of my friends are there listening, we got Yekaterina Mitiaeva at the Puerto de Tazacorte. Let's see how it goes. Let's see what's the gap between Yekaterina and Martina. She's moving though. She's smiling, saying hi to the people. Let's see if she has crew. I don't know if she's got a crew. I assume the Adidas people is going to be there. Yeah.
It looks like a gap of about 15, 16 minutes.
Between her and Martina?
No, sorry, between herself and Lise in first.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, Martina, we'll see. She's not that far behind going by the GPS track. And just to return to Pablo before we hear the interview, he seems to have finished 8th.
Yep. Yeah, great job for him. It's another of the guys I'm really keen on. I've known him for so many years, and I've seen him on his golden days and over the darker days he's had lately with injuries and dealing with some really bad injuries that took him on the side of the trail, but he's finally back and racing, getting closer to where he wants to be. So super happy for him on this top 10. So Yekaterina is out of Tazacorte. She seems to be cooling off a bit. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. What's the gap between her and Martina? Hopefully our biker is fine.
Yeah, he looks to recover.
Yeah.
We'll see shortly in any case. And yeah, as you were saying there about this race, it's obviously unique in that you can have these big variations in temperature. And we're saying, how does it affect the runners? And it seems that one way that the challenge is that the body starts by trying to conserve heat. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, it has to aggressively cool itself, and that switch can be very difficult sometimes for the system, and at the same time, you might underdrink. That's something that's actually been seen in this race on a few occasions, because people don't feel the thirst up there in the cloud and the cold, and they don't actually refuel as much as they might need to, and then suddenly it gets really hot and they just rapidly dehydrate. So it's an interesting race. There's so much you have to manage on most days. Temperatures, terrain, gradients.
Yeah, and especially today the weather. It's so weird. They were hypothermical up in the mountain just an hour ago, and now an hour ish ago, and now they are burning down, back down on the sea level. As per I can see in our group, René, Martina went through the aid station, and she's only a minute and a half to 2 minutes behind Yekaterina. So we're gonna have a race at this finish, at this final.
Interestingly, the predictive algorithm believes she's gonna finish 1 minute ahead of Yekaterina. So it's obviously she must be moving faster at the moment. So she has to keep it up, because the algorithm is just a prediction. But it's looking dangerous for Yekaterina. It'll be very, very interesting to see now this flat stretch, because you could see still going conservatively. But we'll know a lot more probably in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, we will see. Hopefully we'll get some insight from his crew, from her crew, sorry, and see. But that's the thing. Yekaterina is moving fine. She's moving well. She's jogging, and there she goes. There's Martina Balmasoy. What is she? That's not even 2 minutes, René. That's just a couple of meters. Let's see if we can get an image of the drone from either from Yekaterina's perspective or from Martina's perspective, to see if we get some view of it. Wow, we're gonna have.
It makes me wish I had a remote control, right? So you could just turn the drone so we can see what's up ahead.
Brother, please move it. We are trying to see. Doesn't it happen to you that you start like moving your head, trying to see if anything changes? But yeah, it doesn't.
Going by the GPS trackers, there's 300 meters between them, but I'm just checking the timestamps to see how close. Yeah, okay, so that timestamp for Yekaterina is actually a bit more recent, so it's really close.
Yeah. Yeah, but they are, look at that, they're both moving fine. Definitely Martina is chasing, trying to, oh, she's got Coca-Cola on her. She's got a soda pop on the on her soft flask, and all the gas is probably bothering. But yeah, hopefully we can get some footage from her.
And just for those who are watching and really want to make absolutely sure that you don't miss the ladies finish, just make sure you're here around 25, 26 minutes past 2, because that's when we expect to see Annelise José Sigouet cross the finish line. You can see her here with the number 11, coming up the last climb. When she comes up the last climb, she had, I think it's just over a kilometer, running through the streets of Los Llanos de Aridane into the finish, which will be, and as I say, it'll be an absolute lap of honor for her. But don't miss it. So if you do need to go somewhere, do something, then do it in the next few minutes and then come back for the big finish.
Yeah, toilet break should be right now, and then stay tuned with us. Don't go away. We are gonna have a fantastic definition. It's even though she looks like struggling a bit right now, Annelise has this on her pocket. She just needs to get rolling and getting to that blue line towards the orange carpet of the finish line. But then in the second and third place, we're gonna have a battle, a really nice battle between Yekaterina Mityaeva and Martina Balmasoy. But Annelise Rousset, she's got it. She's already got it. She's almost there on the final part of this brutal uphill that connects el Puerto de Tazacorte with Los Llanos de Aridane. So yeah, I think the tifosi, the Italian tifosi, are on the chat. I believe they are all rooting for Martina. But yeah, let us know if you are there in the chat. Just raise your hand. I saw Lucia del Favero, Martina's mom, also there. There is a lot of people there, but I also saw a lot of people cheering for Yekaterina too. So I wanna read you all. I wanna see what's your prediction on this final climb. But yeah, and I'm really stoked to see finally Annelise Rousset winning this thing after 4 tries, after 3 second places, and she's back. This is what I love of this sort of this kind of runners like Annelise, that they try again and again and again until they nail it. Especially with no need, she's a super condecorated runner, and she still comes back. Almost 11 years after her first try was in 2014. We're in 2025, and with all her experience now, she finally nailed the race, and we were able to see live when she got the lead right in front of Ruth Croft, that we are all trying to figure out what's going on with her, because we haven't seen her tracking. So we hope she's coming down to El Time correctly. Once we know anything, we will let you guys know. We're all waiting for some news. But yeah, right now it's all about Annelise Rousset, who's in the final. What is it? 200 meters of the uphill, and she's gonna be up in the blue path towards the finish line in Los Llanos de Aridane.
Yeah, and to remind the listeners, we've only got 15 finishes across the line so far. Out of there's 900 still racing out there. The vast majority of them are somewhere between Reventon at 32k and Timay at 62k. So they're spread over 30 kilometers, and we have 84 DNFs now. So the conditions are taking that toll. That's nearly 10%.
Wow, already. But yeah, it's been a tough day. Poles are out. This is done. She's there.
This
she
is
goes.
done. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the smile of someone who loves that final uphill it's finished. And here she comes. Annelise Rousset is officially in Los Llanos de Aridane. How's everybody in the chat? How you like this finish line? Alex says, Ekaterina, go, go, go. Thank you, Alex. Oh, that's my dad. Hey, Dad. Hola, pa. Buen día. That's my dad. It's in Argentina. It's, 10 a.m. in Argentina. He's watching us practicing his English. And then the tifosi, Andrea, Cecilia, waiting for Martina too. So there it goes. There is nothing more iconic than stepping on that blue cycling path that it's gonna take you, in this case, towards glory, towards that first place that Annelise is about to. Annelise Gousset from France, from Team Scott, and I run that FR is gonna be finally taking home the win here at the 2025 Transvulcania.
And at our last time we had a timing on the two girls starting it out for second or third. The distance, this is about a minute ago, nearly 2 minutes ago now, the distance was 300 meters. So 300 meters to make up for Martina Valmasoi on Yekaterina Mitcheva. So it was very interesting last time, which from what I can see, Yekaterina has just left the tarmac and has begun that.
Fantastic. We will see. We will see how it goes. Annelise is she's all knees up. A great swing in the arms, trying to nail
looking
this
back
one.
just to be sure.
Yeah, for the 11th time to be sure that she's nailing this win. Must be unbelievable after so many tries. Look at the little boy there following her. Amazing. Here you have some perspective on how long this blue path is until there. You see there at the end, right under the 8 of marathon, you can see the finish of this blue path. It's around 2 kilometers long, but look at the people there, all the town. Luckily, sun is out, knock on wood for that, and people can be out there cheering for Annelise Gousset that finally gets the win at this 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in fantastic way. Look at her go. Rene, what do you think? Could you run this way? Could you run this smooth and with this stride after 71 kilometers?
No, I don't think, not even at my best many years ago.
It's amazing. She's running really fine. Great job for her. She's gonna be finishing in the next 5 to 8 minutes, I believe. So stay tuned. Let's give her the proper reception here. I want to see the whole chat going crazy for Annelise, who's probably I want to hear what she's got to say about this, but coming back every year must mean something for her on this race. We are back with imagery from Yekaterina Mityaeva. Let's see, she's on the power hiking method right now. Hopefully we can get a reference on how that battle is, but I don't want, there's a lot happening. There's a lot going on right now. I don't want to. Annelise, you're fine. You're a fine girl.
Someone should tell us that you could just really enjoy it, because it's, for us here as commentators and spectators, we like sprint finishes, we like last minute drama, but for the competitors, especially when they've tried so long to win this, it's kind of nice to get a chance to just soak it in peace. I remember many races, and I'm sure a lot of our listeners do as well, when you come down on the flat after a long race and you really don't feel like putting any more effort in, and you look back and you don't see anyone, it's such a relief.
Yeah, absolutely. And here that you have a really long view, like if you turn your head over your shoulder, you can see really long away to see if there is anybody coming, and seeing nothing. It's just you, the blue path, and then just that little turns towards the finish line. Let me just say here, there's 1111 Italia says, "Go Annelise, make France great again." JM Bivot says, "Go Annelise," and Ash says, "So proud of her, she's fantastic." And there's my wife. Hey Tammy. Hola, Tami, está practicando tu inglés también. There is all my Argentinian family is in the chat practicing their English. So that's really cool, and I love it that they are all here to watch Annelise Rousset finally write her name on the top of this race and write on the history of the women's trail running scene with some of the biggest names that have won this race also on the women's side. We were talking about the men, but we've had here names like Anna Frost, like Emily Forsberg, Nuria Picas, even Martina Balmasoy, Ruth Croft, people who are still running today. But Annelise has always been there, transcending generations of some of the best trail runners of the history of our sport. And now she's writing her name here and putting it on the top of Transvulcania, something that she might have won for so long, and she's finally getting to it. Taking a look at the camera every now and then and suffering. She wants to get it done.
And not to forget Ida Nelson, who won it 3 times in a row, which is and had the record until Ruth Croft shattered it. So and I actually have an update as well, Mari. So it looks like now the gap between second and third has whittled down to 180 meters.
Wow.
Now it's down to 40 meters.
Oh, they might be inside, inside of each other. We will see. I think we will have enough time to receive Annelise Rousset and then get back to the fight for second and third between Yekaterina Mityaeva and Martina Balmasoy. So yeah, she's Annelise. She's got it. I think she can see there the final turn on the blue cycling path. Oh, little boy, be careful. But yeah, there she is. She's here. We got her. She
with
makes
flowers.
Go, Renee.
No, well, just notice she got I think it was a yellow tulip there to carry across the line. So flowers for a female winner.
Fantastic job for Annelise Rousset, the French runner, 36 years old for her. She came here with 25 years, 11 years ago. 5th place for her, 2nd place for her, second again, and finally, Annelise Rousset from France is gonna take the win of the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in its 15th anniversary, writing her name in the big history of ultra running. Annelise Rousset finishes the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in 1st place, 8 hours, 18 minutes, and a few seconds for Annelise in a huge performance on the women's side. Renee, what a race!
Fantastic. Because this sport is all about perseverance. And as you just said there, she's shown that. Just keep coming back to get this thing. Now she has it. And she can get out some of the, I don't know if it's champagne or if it's cava.
It's cava.
She got one hell of a spray out of it anyway.
Amazing. Great job for Annelise. What a finish. She gets a hug there from her husband. Look at the style of that boy. Amazing. That's a great style. The flower was a sweet touch for Annelise Rousset. And look at that boy getting the medal of his mom. Fantastic job for Annelise. Hopefully we can hear from her really soon. I really want to know what this means for her. She's extremely happy. You can see that. She's super emotional. Beautiful finish line for Annelise. Yeah, look at that eternal, really eternal hug with her family. So beautiful, such a beautiful image from the French family that got it done. Finally got it done after in her 5th try. She takes the win back home to France. As we see Katerina Mitieva there pushing up. Let's see. Let's see how it goes
a
there.
gap of 120 meters.
Sorry? Sorry, Rene, I lost you there for a second.
No problem. No, I was just saying that she is holding the gap of 120 meters at the moment. So it's getting there for Martina Valmasoy. You know, if she wants to make a move, it has to be soon.
Yeah. Yeah, we're now with the, as you know, we are also the broadcast is also going on the Canary Island TV. So now we are with the second Canario, the second guy from the Canary Island. Hopefully we can get back to Ekaterina and Martina to see who can get that second spot. They are really close from each other. I need someone to turn around and show me what's going on the back of the trail. Let's see. Ekaterina is just hammering down. No thoughts, just walking towards the finish line, pushing really hard, power hiking. In the chat, they're asking about Ruth. We have no information. Hopefully, we can hear from her soon. And see what's going on.
Yeah, currently the tracker the race had on her and a lot of the other favorites, you know, hers is still stuck up at 2,371 meters at rock, and I very much doubt she's still up there, you know, so it looks very likely she had to retire, and we'll just have to wait and hear the reason why.
Yeah, it's you can tell. There you go. There you have what we were looking for.
Yeah, so she can see her now. That's critical, because we don't know if she has the sort of information we had. You know, we don't know if anyone told her down in the village, you know, how close she was. But now she has a visual confirmation. She can see it for herself. And it's all about how much she's got left.
Yeah, and she's struggling. You can tell she's also pushing hard. This is going to come down to a sprint. This is going to come down to the blue path. Because they are gonna survive here, I believe, in the uphill, and then we will see who's got enough legs to run on the road. Wow, it's gonna be a brutal finish line, René.
Yeah, that's what we want to avoid. Like what I was mentioning before, you know, you want to go into the finishing stretch, ideally not seeing that, because this is. If you really want to keep your place, then you have to extract absolutely everything that you've got left, you know, and your pain levels and your fatigue levels, you know, they don't get much higher than they are at this point, obviously. So it's, it could be brutal. Here we got our first Canary, and then I say Miguel Monterrey.
Carrerón. Great job for Miguel Monterrey. He's going to finish under 8:40, I believe. Let's see if he can get to run the blue path. Yeah.
We've got 22 finishers in now in total in the race, and thankfully no more DNFs since I last reported on it. So that leaves 890 people still out there in the heat and the mist.
Yeah, and also when we were talking, they're telling me in my chat, my wife tells me everybody's walking, they must be suffering a lot, and yeah, that's I can tell. It's the temperature change must be disgusting. It's they've been struggling with the cold, and now suddenly there's it's hot. You can tell it's definitely hot there, and they must be suffering. Everybody must be suffering and doing the best they can to get to the finish line. So great job for Miguel there. It's gonna be our first Canary Island finishing the race, because the second one is a bit far away. So he's got so he's the first Palmero. He's the first guy from La Palma, actually. So that's a great job for him.
Que habla un perfecto español. Bueno, la verdad que tu alegría la hacemos nuestra porque 4 ediciones, 3 segundos puestos y al final llega la victoria. Enhorabuena, ¿contenta?
Sí, muy contenta. Pero es mi carrera de corazón.
Bueno, también muchas gracias por eso. Durísima la carrera, pero bueno, con mucha cabeza, de menos a más. Pero una vez te pusiste primera hasta el final.
Al principio estoy segunda y tercera, pero tengo mucho frío. Cuando llego al Pilar, no sé si puede acabar la carrera porque estoy muy frío. Pero hay mi hijo, hay mi hombre y quiero hacer una buena carrera.
Pues nosotros estamos muy contentos porque quien la sigue, quien trabaja, llega al final y consigue el resultado. Enhorabuena y el año que viene de nuevo.
Es mi último año de carrera. Después quiero correr, pero no en la competición. Es por eso que viene a la Transvulcania para acabar con la Transvulcania. Es por eso que estoy muy contenta.
Bueno, pues lógicamente ahora estamos nosotros más contentos. Enhorabuena a ella y enhorabuena a tu familia. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Con ustedes, compañeros, Annalise, súper contenta y no es para menos.
That was some bit of information there. Annalise said she's really happy because it's the race of her heart. She loves the race so much. And she struggled a bit in the beginning. She was really cold getting up to Las Deseadas and then coming down to El Pilar. And when she got to El Pilar, she was so cold that she thought about DNFing, like dropping out. But she got crewed by her husband and her son, and they talked her through, help her refuel and get the temperature of the body back, so she could get back on the road and then finally do a good race. But then she said something really interesting, that she was really keen on doing a great race here because it's her final year of racing. She's retiring from competitive trail running, so she wanted to come here and finally getting this win after so many tries. So yeah, she's really happy that to put the the tip of the top, the cherry of the dessert, would it be in English?
The cherry on the top, yes.
The cherry on the top, fantastic. Yeah, it's to finally end her career with a win on her beloved race. So really cool. We're gonna miss seeing Annalise Rousset racing and battling so hard as she always does. But yeah, we are. Martina's gonna turn around there and see Ekaterina, I believe. But Ekaterina is already pushing, trying to defend her second place. Let's see if Martina can attack after. There's a bit of a gap there now. I think it's like 150 to 200 meters. Right, Rene? What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like she's kept it open because the GPS I was looking at, it actually looked closer, so there must be a bit of a sync issue. We didn't get the timing at the exact same time because she's, Ekaterina there, it's helpful for her to go around a corner, right? That's something we all know in racing, because you can kind of hide then and you seem further away. And we all play these tricks in this game. If you come off the summit, if you come around a corner, often if you put in a bit of an effort, you can just break that psychological rope that is connecting your competitor to you still.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get with Miguel Monterrey, he's going to be the first Canary Island and Palmero to finish. But yeah, there's a look on the top of the shoulder for Ekaterina, and there's a bit of giving it all for Martina too. So let's see. Look at the second Canario. They're really close. No, but I think Miguel is gonna get it. But yeah, it's now we're gonna be juggling between the first and second Canary Island runner, and then between Ekaterina Midyaeva and Martina Balmasoy. Let's see, that's Ekaterina, right? back, René. We're back with Yekaterina Mityaeva, who's currently in second, holding strong for second place at today's Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Ultramarathon. This 73K, she's just, what is it? She's just 1.5 kilometers away, but she cannot rest here because the Italian Martina Balmasoy is chasing really hard. They are on side of each other. But I think Martina is gonna have to do a mile, like a 1500 meter sprint, as if it was in the Olympics to get to Yekaterina, and she's gonna try. I can tell she's trying.
Yeah, and she has to try, I suppose. But it's difficult enough, as we can see sometimes in the track races that we watch at the Olympics, etc. When if you are very, very tired by the time you get into the last lap, you can't always trigger that sprint finish. So totally different situation here, where they have over 70 kilometers of running in the legs, and not just that, all that punishment on the muscles from the very, very long downhills, and also the work on the uphills, of course. So if she can close a gap like that, it looks to be about 140 meters. That would be a remarkable finish on the last kilometer.
Yeah, and also historical. We have actually seen. We got Miguel the first Miguel Monterrey, the first runner from the Canary Island, finishing there. Beautiful finish for him. Great celebration. He deserves it after such a big effort. Hands up for him. He's gonna cut the tape, and in 8 hours and 32 become the first Canary Island runner on today's Transvulcania Ultramarathon. A lot going on right now on the finish line and on the broadcast. Hopefully, we need to go back. We need to go back to the blue path. We need to see what is going on. There we go. What is it? Is it like a block or so, right? They're a block away from each other.
Yeah, we should see. If you look at that wide wall there on the left.
Yeah.
So if you have it's 32 minutes on. Yes, the crossing probably even easier. So we're seeing that roughly. It's 14:32 now. So let's see when Martina gets there.
Yeah, it was 38:33:06. It's amazing. No, but Yekaterina is also she has pushed the. Yeah, she has put the. She's pulling the trigger too there. She's trying to go full gas. Yeah, we have 30 seconds. Yeah, that's gonna be 30 seconds. It's gonna be tough. But cutting 30 seconds is gonna be tough.
Yeah, the problem is that over the course of a long race like this, 30 seconds is nothing. But eventually you do run out of space and time, and dropping 30 seconds on 1 kilometer when you're that tired is difficult because...
Yeah, you gotta run. And let's say some stupid numbers, but maybe Yekaterina is running 4:30 the kilometer, and Martina should have run in 3:50, which is... It's kind of insane at 72K, right? Yeah, it was close. It was a close call. Great job for Martina anyway. She cut almost 6 minutes from El Roque de los Muchachos to here on Yekaterina. Great job for both of them, and also Yekaterina holding this difference to keep that second place. Let's see, there is still a couple meters to go. Laureano Sobral here, the second Canary Island runner that is gonna finish. Yeah, but Katia is gonna do it for Marina, who's screaming there. Yeah, look at that. She's just passing that arc that you can see far away there on Martina's camera on the right. But yeah, fantastic job for Yekaterina Mityaeva holding. This was it was even closer, I believe, when they were going up, but they nailed it really well. So cool that this is a really cool finish line. I was gonna say there was a time, I think it was 2000 15 or 16, 15, I believe. Wait, let's go with Laureano here, second Canary Island runner. And then after this, we're going to stay with the ladies until they wrap the podium up. Laureano Sobral is going to be the second Canary Island runner today with bib number 1064. Great job for him. Super solid finish in 8:35. Great job. Fantastic work for Laureano there. But let's get back. Yep, there we go. Back on the blue line. They are both pushing so hard. It's so good to see. But it's done. It's done. Yekaterina Mityaeva, the Adidas runner, Adidas TERREX runner, is gonna finish in second place. What a comeback for Yekaterina to this race that she loves so much. She's always here. They are always welcome in La Palma. A great job holding for second here. You can see the suffering on her face, but now that she steps on that orange carpet, you can tell she's relaxed. She knows she's got it. It's not gonna slip from her fingers. Ekaterina Mityaeva with bib number 9 is gonna finish in second place. It's gonna be our second woman coming through the finish line. What a battle, what a spectacle that Yekaterina has given to us. Fantastic job. 8 hours, 37 minutes, 04 seconds for the Adidas TERREX runner, who held for second in a fantastic way. And there she is from Italy.
So
just
little in it in the end.
Yeah, just nothing. Both of them sharing the orange carpet. Fantastic job for the Italian from Calore to the World. Martina Balmasoy finishes in third place. The winner of the 2022 Transvulcania is now third place after a massive battle. Look at that respect hug, René. Only 20-ish seconds separate each other. Great job for both Ekaterina and Martina and Annelise, of course. Great job for these three ladies.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear the interviews now with them afterwards, you know, because you wonder, did Yekaterina, was she briefed about how close Martina was getting? You imagine she really must have, or was she just giving everything anyway, and that was enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I think yeah. I assume her husband was giving her some bit of information, but there we have the women's podium of the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in its 15th anniversary. A glorious women's podium with Annelise Rousset winning in a solid way after 5 tries here in her 5th try. Here Ekaterina Mityaeva in second in a super sprint with Martina Balmasoy after a massive battle from El Roque de los Muchachos up here to Los Llanos de Aridane. I bet Mom Lucia is pretty proud of her daughter right here, and also all the friends of Ekaterina that have been following in the chat. It was a fantastic race that we got to witness since La Torreta del Time to here. We were able to see everything, so really happy for that. What do you think, René, of this show we were given by these three ladies?
I thought it was very enjoyable to watch. You know, it was great to see that we got such a tight finish. The only thing that is a pity is that we didn't get to see what happened to Ruth Croft. It would have been very interesting to see the battle from a bit further up. That news will come, but now these three girls deserve all the spotlight. You know, they've earned it. And on a tough day, we heard there earlier that Annelise thought about nearly quitting at the top with the cold. You know, so it'd be curious to hear what the others thought of it. And again, a very international podium like we saw in the men's as well. So I think we have, you know, six podium finishes across the men and the women's race, and 5 nationalities. Italy did get 2 podiums, one in the men's and one in the women's.
Yeah, and with probably 2 of their best athletes right now at the moment in this distance, which are Andreas and Martina, of course. fantastic job for them too. Let me just go with the times, the exact timing, which is Henri Rousset Seguet from France finished in first in 8 hours 18 minutes and 17 seconds. Yekaterina Midyaeva was second in 8 hours 36:58, and Martina Balmasoy in a really close time of 8 hours 37 and 25, only 27 seconds separated second from third. The battle was fantastic. The gap was almost of 6 minutes when they went through El Time and ended up with 27 seconds. It was a really close call. Great job for all these three ladies. Fantastic race for all three of them. And thank you guys in the chat for the support there. It says Cecilia Corradines says brava Martina. Marina says congratulations to beautiful women, great coverage. Thank you Marina for being with us today and being patient for all our crew and for listening to both of us, that we've been talking a lot today. And to Oliver Mueller says thanks for the nice coverage, great close ending at the women's race. Yeah, it was I think it's beautiful. Renee, we always talk about how competitive the women's races are getting lately, and it was not today. It was kind of it was kind of equal in both races, where both the men's and the women's races was super competitive and super close. But it's usually happening a lot on the women's side, on not just on the ultras, but also on the shorter races too. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it does. What struck me today was that it didn't look like a day at all for course records, right? And we know we can't really, even if there had been a full course record run today, it wouldn't have counted because we didn't go up as a gorge of sorrow or the gorge of anguish. But we had a really, really fast time in the men's race, with 6:55, where the 8:18 that the ladies race was won in this year is, it's a bit behind Ruth Croft's time, which was astonishing, like last year, 8:02:49. But I think it had to do as well with the dynamic of the race, which is something that's not always appreciated, where the top two men pushed each other very, very late, so there was no ability to hold off at all. And we'll never know if, Annelise today would have had more in the tank if there had been someone right on her neck, as we say up here, because she managed to close off the race on that long descent, and by the time she came into Tazacorte, we don't know what information she had, but it seems like she knew she was in control, and then she could kind of cruise. Maybe is a bit liberal to say, because she still had to put in a lot of effort to get in, but she was not under immediate or direct pressure as long as the men's winner was.
Yeah, but after hearing her on the finish line on what she said, it looks like she was like soaking it in, trying to give her the best effort possible and try to run in good technique, like looking great and looking the best possible for the race. So I think even though she probably knew she was in control, that we can doubt about it because of the 2 or 3 look over the shoulders that we had from her. I think that she did it anyway because of the respect she's got for the race and the love she's got for it, and also knowing that probably is going to be one of her latest wins on her trail running career for one of the most condecorated runners in the women's history of the sport. So I don't know, I feel it was kind of on purpose, right? That she didn't even stop, that she tried to soak it in the most possible.
Well, if you are retiring, as she said there, you probably would want to really finish on a high. I don't know, she probably has a few more races if this is her last season. But I think when you get close to the end of something, you start to really be aware that you want to soak up every moment, because that's something you can always forget. If you have a long career, you've done lots and lots of things, sometimes the odd moment just kind of blends into the next. So great that she got to do this. And if she has more races this season, which I'm assuming, we wish her great success, to cap it off. And there's something nice, we, on the one hand, we all like to see competitors who can just keep going and going and going, for decade after decade. And there's many examples of that. But there's also something beautiful about people who decide that enough is enough. They feel like this has been a great career. I want to move on to other things because, much as we love trail running. And I think most people, even when they leave the professional sport, they never leave running. You know, they'll always run, they'll always train, you know, for health and for enjoyment. But it's a good thing to kind of bookend the journey. That journey is over, and now I can move on and appreciate other things, or maybe appreciate my sport from a different perspective.
That's exactly what she was saying. It's like, it's not that I'm not gonna be running anymore. It's like I cannot not run, but I'm dropping competitiveness. I want to enjoy it from another side. Look at Dakota and Martina there on the right side of the screen. But yeah, it's cool to. Running never, like trail running and running never leaves your body, right? Like it's kind of demanding. It's a lifestyle, of course, and especially for someone like Annelies that has been running for so many years. But calling it out, it's a pretty brave decision, especially in a growing sport, being such a talented woman, and knowing that there's still space. You know, there's still space to keep on growing or doing stuff. Knowing how to call it off, it's a really brave decision. So chapeau to Annelies, and wish her a very good final season. I think I'm gonna try to read something if she puts something on social or whatever, to see if we're gonna see her racing. I think she's gonna be racing in late August in Chamonix. I kinda, that's my guess. Or maybe even in October in Millau in Templier. We don't know, but I'll try to find out. But anyway, this is a fantastic race for Annelies.
As you say, I think with trail running, it's definitely one of those sports that the only reason the vast majority, if not all, leave it is if they simply can't run anymore, you know, because of injury. And that happens, unfortunately, you know, that it's not unavoidable, but most of the time then we see these people stay in the outdoor community some other way, you know, where they go different directions, whether it's long distance hiking or skiing or mountain biking or even swimming, you know, there's the list of endless, because I think that the love of the outdoors and going to exciting places that you acquire, it becomes nearly addictive. You know, it's very hard to take out of your life completely, because you notice as well when you stop training how much it takes away from, you know, your energy and a lot of other things that you might have to do, you know, because if you use trail running the right way, if you're not training right to the limit of your physical and mental reserves, as you sometimes have to do as an elite, you know, it actually gives you energy to all the other parts of your life.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. The problem is, like, I'm not partial on this. This is the only thing I know how to do. I only know what to do. And being Argentinian is kind of lame to say it, because I should be playing football too, but I don't. I wasn't that kind of kid when I was young. I've been running trails since I'm 11, so it's definitely something that doesn't leave your body, as you said. It's just everything. It's being in the community, having all the friends that you end up meeting. If you have the chance of traveling around, even though if it's in your same country, if you can go to different sort of races, you meet people from all around. It's a beautiful connection with nature. It's just something that once you test it, you cannot leave it. And yeah, hopefully, if you just stumble upon this streaming, hopefully you liked it. Hopefully you like what you saw, and hopefully you get the itch of starting training for at least the half marathon or the vertical, whatever. It doesn't matter what the distance is, but we need more people in trail running. We always need more people in trail running. I have some intel for everybody who was asking in the chat, and also for ourselves there. René, we have some input on Ruth, thanks to Martin. She got hypothermia coming down the Roque de los Muchachos, so she's fine, she's safe. She's walking down towards El Time, and there's the organization is aware of this situation, and they're going to go for her and try to help her out. So it's a sad day for Ruth, but we're glad that she's okay, and it's a race. It's things happen, and hopefully she's fine. She's fine soon and getting better. So yeah, hopefully you're all aware now of Ruth that you were all asking there in the chat. So yeah, thank you for being worried of all the runners, and thanks Martin for letting us know. But yeah, here we go with the top 10. René, do you want to go for it?
Yeah, let's go for it. So we have here a confirmation of the top 10 men's race with Peter Franjo's, great victory in 6 hours 55:36. After that long protracted battle with Andreas Reiter, the Italian, in 6:58:27. Then we had Manuel Anguita Bayo, a bit of a surprise, in third place in 7:19. We had Andres Blanco in 7:22, Ramon Manech in 7:31, and in sixth place it was Francis Thibault Leroy in 7 hours 40 minutes. In seventh, we had the German Patrick Ehrenthaler in 7:43, and the long-time Spanish favorite Pablo Villa Gonzalez in 7:44, Charles Hamilton of New Zealand also in 7:44. They look to have come in together, and Gilles Roux from Italy in 7:46. Apologies.
Fantastic. The top 10 all under 8 hours. Great job for all these gentlemen. I'll stay with Pablo and Charles for a second. They are teammates, right? They are teammates from Adidas.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, so
maybe they made a choice eventually to work together and just get in.
Yeah, maybe some rock, paper, scissors to see who puts the step beyond, right? But great job for the lads there. Charles had a huge fan base on the chat too, so hopefully you're all rooting for Charlie, as you've been calling him, and great job on all these 10 gentlemen. We are 8 hours and 50 minutes, almost 8 hours for us talking. René, how do you feel on your first streaming experience?
Yeah, well, my first streaming experience from not from the place. So I did a long stream in the Europeans down in La Palma a number of years ago, but it wasn't as long as 8 hours. So I'm positively surprised. The voice is still holding up.
Look at that. We have our fourth lady coming through. As I heard Albert screaming on the other side of the room. It should be Fiona Reyes Roberts or Julia Marchesoni.
I'm trying to see if we can get a good read on her bib here. She's one of the Scarpa runners by the look of it.
Yeah. I think it's Julia Marchesoni. Or Marina Cuñet. Oh, jeez. As per Albert, is Julia Marchesoni. Let's see if we can get...
If it is a Scarpa runner, there's Marina Cunetto was in...
You're right. She's looking back. Yeah, that's Marina Cunetto. Exactly. And running in fourth right now. She did come through in sixth place back in Tazacorte, so great job for her pulling out from Julia Marchesoni. I think the tracking is Fiona Reyes is not in the mix there, but yeah, great job for Marina Cunetto pulling out from Julia Marchesoni on the uphill on the final 5K. It's a fantastic job for her, and she's got it. She's eating a gel. She is, right?
She seems to, yeah. She seems to. She's certainly still holding it. Maybe she just didn't want to litter. She hasn't discarded it.
Yeah, there's don't want to litter, and there is no energy to putting in a pocket. So here we go.
And I think she, if I remember, I think she was a competitor in last year's race. I see if I can find her results.
Let's go for it. Yep. Giulia Marchesoni. She was first at the Tuscany Crossing this year. She was first at the Livigno Sky Race last year, and she was the winner of the ultras at the Sky Running World Championships in September in Desafío Urbión in Soria. She raced the 20K at Lavaredo in 2023. No, she didn't. She hasn't raced here, as far as I can see. Let me go a bit.
So for Marina, she finished 9th woman here last year in a time of 9 hours 18 minutes. So she should be, she's well on course to breaking that. She has a huge margin. She will break that, well over 20 minutes.
Fantastic, great job for her. Yeah, of course. I said all the results of Giulia Marchesoni, of not the Marina. Sorry about that.
And I'm trying to see her most recent form is this year. She's actually started very, very well. She won a race called the snow race, the Mont Genèvre, Le Tour de Bois, a 17K race. She won the Jiangsu Trail Race in Korea, over 68 kilometers. And she was second in UTVV Slovenia, the Ultra Trail Vipava Value. So a good athlete. That was a race over 30 kilometers, by the way. There. So, but most of those results a bit shorter, not quite as grueling as this. So this is definitely a great performance from her.
Yeah, absolutely. This is especially with the level we had today on the ladies' side and the battles we had. So great job for her.
And we're seeing again here the top 10 in the marathon earlier there, where we had a bit of surprised winner. There was plenty of people in the chat telling us to look out for her, but Maria Teresa Lös there from Chiri Run Club in Barcelona in 4:29, ahead of Sheila Avilés Castaño and Ines Astrain Moreno in 4:47.
So then it was in fourth Anastasia Davidova in 4:56, Vanessa Cava Machado in 5:06, and there we go. Stanislao Rivero finishing as fourth Canary Island man. Stanislao, who is always one of the biggest Canary Island runners, always there in the mix between the Canary guys. Great job for him, high-fiving. A lot of friends there. Great job for Stanislao too. So Marina Cuñeto, fourth place today at the 2025 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. The Scarpa runner managed to escape from Giulia Marchesoni after el Puerto de Tazacorte and finish in fourth place. Breakthrough performance for her. Great job for the Scarpa athlete. She's been suffering, but she's all smiles, of course, and happy about it. The hug with her countrywoman, Martina Balmasoy.
Great mix of emotions went through her face there. I couldn't pick a word to put on it. I think she went through a good part of the register.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a proper Italian dialogue there. A lot of hands throwing at the air.
A little bit of a debrief there, right on the finish line.
Yeah. We have the top 10 half marathon men that finished at El Pilar earlier this morning with Luca Del Pero in 2:11:19, the Italian who also won the vertical uphill race on Thursday. Sergio Alvarez was second, just 12 seconds back from Luca. Danielo Sanz in 2 hours 12:32. Baptiste Massot in 2 hours 12:41. Lucas Clocher in 2 hours 12:55. Boris Oglak also 4th, 5th, and 6th, all for France. Álvaro Escuela in 2:15:15. Carlos García Hurtado in 2:20. Diego Díaz Ortega in 2:23, and Marco Rodríguez Garcia in 2:24. Luca from Italy, Sergio Andani from Spain. Then we have Baptiste Lucas and Boris from France, and from Álvaro Carlos, Diego and Marco 7th to 10, all from Spain. Living it there living it here at home in Spain. We have the ladies top 10 for the half marathon. A solid, super solid win for Maud Matisse in 2:37.20. The Swiss legend is back and crushing it again. Alba Valladares Ramirez was second in 2:48.50. Silvia Lara Diegues 2:49.31 in third place. Moana Lili Queres in fourth place 2:49.35. Ruth Aldea Tonsan in fifth 2:51.43. Maria Benito in 3:02 in sixth place. Sabine Ekstrom in 3:03. Anan Et Taba from Morocco in 3:10. And it was Sandra, sorry I missed that one, in ninth place for the half marathon. And we are out because it's Giulia Marchesoni finishing right now in fifth place. Huge battle between her and Marina Cugneto. Great job for the Italians today. Third place for Martina, fourth place for Marina, and fifth for Giulia. You can see the hug there from them. A final time of 9 hours, 00:18. There we have third, fourth, and fifth for the ultra. Are going to Italy. Martina Balmaso in third, Marina Cugneto in fourth, and Giulia Marchesoni in fifth.
Yeah, we're getting there now as we're moving. We're starting to complete the women's top 10. So we're going to have a quick look a little bit down our tracker now just to see where we stand in terms of the overall field and the progress of the race overall.
Yeah, I think...
So we have 868, we have 44 finishes, 866 races still running, and 90 people now have left the race.
Amazing. Yeah, it's incredible. Sorry, I had a little laugh because I cannot believe how the weather has changed so much. Like 2 hours ago, these people was freezing up in the
Nacho,
mountain.
como bien dice, estamos en lo más alto casi de los Llanos de Aridane, en un set donde debieron, dando vida cuenta de lo que pasaba a lo largo y ancho de todo el recorrido. Estamos aquí en la parte alta del ayuntamiento de los Llanos de Aridane, donde se habilitó un set guapísimo, como pueden apreciar, con unas vistas inmejorables, pero el tiempo, los caprichos de la meteorología han querido que no se haya podido usar, pero los caprichos de la naturaleza no han sido suficientes como para poder impedir que se lleve a cabo una Transvulcania que no pasará desapercibida ni de forma indiferente para nadie, pero tampoco para todos nosotros, compañeros. Un placer enorme estar con todos ustedes y me gustaría, es lo que nos gustaba a todos, que todos de vuestras casas pudieseis ver lo que teníamos preparado, desde dónde íbamos a retransmitir esta 15ª edición de Transvulcania. Y como digo, desde el pico, desde la cumbrecita, vemos toda la salida o entrada a la caldera, depende cómo se mire, todo el descenso ese que viene desde el Roque, Pinos Gachos, La Torreta, el mirador del team hasta Tazacorte, y llegaríamos, y llegan los participantes aquí abajo donde nos encontramos en la mismísima Plaza de España de los Llanos de Aridane. A ver si en el próximo año del 2026, en su 16ª edición, el tiempo nos lo permite y les volveremos a ver aquí. En este caso, quien les habla, Víctor Pérez, se despide. Ahora me ocupa labores de speaker en la meta de la Ultra, pero como digo, Nacho, Albert, Débora, Jorge, David, Alberto, etc, etc. Espero no haberme dejado ninguno. Gracias por todo, por ponerlo tan fácil y sigan disfrutando de este potente streaming de Transvulcania en su 15ª edición. Adiós.
That was Victor Perez, our reporter from the finish line, saying goodbye, signing off. Great job for Victor interviewing, doing the hot seat interviews there on the finish line. As we start to say goodbye, he didn't want to leave without showing. You know, René, that was supposed to be the set for today for the guys speaking in Spanish, with the beautiful background, the beautiful natural background that we have on the island here, and there is a beautiful camera that was showing the finish line from above, and everything was extremely beautiful. until the rain came through, because it was an open air set, and it was impossible to be used. So I had them with me here in the other side of the room. So good for me because I'm not alone in the room, but really sad that the set was not gonna be used. And yeah, Victor wanted to say goodbye from up there, so you can at least see what was prepared, and yeah, hopefully next year the weather is gonna be a bit more friendly, so that we can have a bit more footage and stuff going on here. So yeah, I'm pretty excited on how the race went through. We're gonna go a couple more minutes in here. What's your what do you think, Rene, of the race today? What's your takes from today? What do you bring for next year?
Well, I think it really showed to me what a unique challenge this race is, and because it has so many features that are taken to an extreme. As we could see, okay, the weather can change a lot, both from year to year and within the day, but you've got this massive climb from 0 meters, right, in Faro up to the Ceres, which is nearly 18 kilometers, and you're gaining nearly 1900 meters in that stretch, and then you have to go nearly to 2,400 meters with all the challenges that comes, and then you have the 20-kilometer very technical descent, where you're dropping nearly 120 meters per kilometer. So that's a lot, to pack into 73 kilometers. So you can see why I know a lot of people from Northern Europe who've traveled down, the first time especially, have sometimes struggled a bit because it's very, very hard to find anything like that here. So you'd be well off, and I'm sure the people who organize this would like me to say this, I'll say it anyway, to go on a holiday down there, spend a whole week just going up and down the long mountains, the long climbs, because it'll just give you something that you have to nearly see it. When I saw them running down those zigzags, I remembered running down them myself last time I was in La Palma, and it is a real challenge, so yeah, it's the course is the main obstacle here. That's what you have to perfect, and you have to get all the small details right. Because even the elites we could see today could fall victims to things like hypothermia. So, and these are people who do this a lot. And they know a lot about the sport, and most of them are really focused on getting the details right, and it's not always enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you kind of summed it up the best way possible. It's kind of one of the beauties of our sport, which is that we cannot you cannot control the most beautiful factor that it is it's nature. There's something you cannot control. You may have all the experience. There's a bunch of runners. David Sinclair, he's a professional ski mountaineer. He knows about cold. He knows about hard conditions in the mountains, but then it just strikes you. It just takes you, it cuts you by surprise, or I don't know, just a small mistake can take you off of the race. I don't know. It's really, really complicated for everyone. I hope all the popular runners can enjoy this, may have gone through the bad time of the day that we had today, like a couple hours of huge suffering with the cold, and now the weather is being way better than it was earlier this morning. I hope it doesn't transform on the other side now that the Transvulcania heat strikes, and hopefully we can see a high finisher rate for all of those who have already passed through the bad times. Look at how beautiful the day is today. This is the Barranco de las Angustias down there, and this is the whole downhill coming down from El Roque de los Muchachos. So if you were watching with us on Thursday, this is the uphill from the vertical uphill race. So it's just a beautiful place to be. It's a beautiful place to run, and a unique something that you cannot find. It's not like I don't know where else you can find a place like this where you go up so high and have to go down so so fast, and with all this landscape and surrounded by by the sea, and then of course the love of the people of the island. You were able to see it with us, how they are all outside on the streets, or even if the day was horrible. This morning it was very bad in Los Canarios. It was raining, foggy, and you can barely see who it was there, who was passing by, but the town was out there cheering and giving their high fives and showing the love to the runners that come from all corners of the world to do this race. And if you are watching for the first time, as René said, you can come here for a week and not be tired of running around, of look at that beautiful bay at the Puerto de Tazacorte, where if you are running the marathon, you finish there, or if you're running the ultra, you go through the aid station. It's kind of an oasis after such a suffering in the downhill. There's a lot to do in the island also outside of the race. There's a lot of places to go eat. There's a lot of places to eat seafood or whatever you like here, and a lot of opportunities to be held on the natural side. If you like running and if you like the mountain, La Palma has it all. So we hope to see you next year. And René, we hope to see you next year here back again. You need to get back to the island.
Yes, I do. I just need to have a frank conversation with my wife and our children. Maybe I'll bring them. They can have a holiday and I can go work. We'll see. But I'm getting a message here from one of an Irish trail runner, Brian. He's a friend of mine. He's saying, "I'd love to head over there sometime for a running/beer trip." So yeah, I suppose you can combine the good things in life.
I didn't mention it, but there is beer here, of course. Of course. The Dorada, is it right? The beer from here. So yeah, Brian, you're gonna have to do it. What's the coming from Ireland? Where do you have to fly to? It's from Dublin to. You can fly to Gran Canaria or Tenerife straight from there.
Yeah, when I flew there last time, I had to go to Madrid first and connect to Tenerife, and then it was a short hop across to La Palma. So I think there occasionally might be something more direct, but I had to take 2 stops.
Yeah. So we're going to see the highlights of today. This is the start. We have a couple more minutes until we can sign off. But yeah, this was the start of the ultra. This is what we were trying to tell you, how awful the weather was this morning. Look at there, Pablo Villa, Luis Alberto Hernando. There was Gaby Rueda back in the image there. David Sinclair, Borja Fernandez, Azara Garcia, and all there is always a huge lineup for Transvulcania. Nobody wants to miss this, and we love to see them here running again. It's even though the wind and the rain, as you can see, they play their parts. The start line was a beautiful party, so it was a really interesting. And this is one of the we didn't talk about that so much, but the little string of head torches, it was it's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful things and you can actually appreciate it even while running, because you're going, if you're running there, you just stop for a second and turn around and see it. It's plainly beautiful. This is we saw Los Canarios there for a second, and this is Las Deseadas, the imagery we had at Las Deseadas, the top of the first mountain. The runners there passing through the aid station, which you can see it was completely cold. And this is El Pilar already. This was probably one of the most beautiful parts of the race, with this crew of people running all together. That's Charlie there, who was running a bit hanged out from the group. This is early on the race, where Andreas Ryder on the yellow jersey was battling Matt Daniels, David Sinclair, and Julien, was it, the French lad who was also battling there, close to El Reventón. This is the passing of Ruth Crofts through El Pilar, leading the race with Annelise Bousset really close to her, and Yekaterina Mitiaeva, who were doing a fantastic race. We're back with the lead runners. That this is the crossing from El Pilar to El Reventón before getting to the highest point of the race. Here's when Annelise Rousset ended up catching Ruth, and this is the exact moment where she took the lead to not let it go anymore and just open a gap on the rest of the field of the women's side. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a great battle. I'd nearly forgotten about this section here. It was nice and tight and technical, and of course, ultimately, they not everyone, they didn't all make it to the end, but it was. Of course, here we have the two men who did battle it out.
Yeah, it was.
And we saw there that we saw that Peter Frano, he sat for a long time just patiently on Andreas Ryder. You were pointing out it looked like Andreas was kind of not here. Here the roles are switched briefly, but Andreas kept trying to get himself in front. We were speculating he really wanted to see the trail. He wanted to set the rhythm coming down, and you see Peter, he just, cool as you like, sat on him and made his move on the tarmac and built a really big gap, and he held that all the way to the finish.
Still,
he wasn't 100% sure. He wasn't 100% sure. He just had to look.
He could smile there, just 3 steps out from the finish line. A fantastic race for the Slovakia kid, who's already nailing good big races in the trail running world. Just with 29 years old, there is a lot of career for him already, and of course Andreas Ryder that cannot not celebrate. It's I feel it feels like it was sort of a win also, because the battle was so tough, the day was so rough, that it's really cool to see him celebrate in this way. And on a beautiful race for Manu Anguita, who finally, after he said 5 tries, he gets to this podium. He's been running every time faster and faster and faster to get to 3rd place. And here is the queen of the day, Annelise Rousset, who won in 9 hours and 17. Fantastic race for Annelise. No, sorry, 9 hours and 17 is the current time. And this is Yekaterina Mitiaeva, who had to battle really hard, who actually didn't battle, it's just defend herself, because she was in 2nd and had to be protecting this 2nd place from Martina Balmasoy, who here she comes. Only 27 seconds separated Yekaterina from Martina. And they were actually even closer at some point, but Yekaterina was able to hold to that 2nd place, as we now back to the Barranco de las Angustias, which from now on is going to be the Gorge of Sorrows, which sounds amazing. Thank you for that one, Rene. That's 100% yours.
No, I might take it, and if I can find a suitable place up here in Northern Europe, I'll name some place that's similar to that. It's a great name.
Yeah. It's fun. We need to find more. We need to start translating a bunch more of those and put the English etiquette to the race. Look at that. There's the blue line from the cycling path, coming from the mountain to the downtown Los Llanos de Aridane, to the Plaza España in Los Llanos de Aridane. It's also pretty much iconic, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and I must say, I admire what they can do here in terms of getting, a big part of what's the town center closed, or at least partially closed, so that the spectators and the runners can enjoy all this in peace, because it's something that's quite hard, we have found up here with races I'm involved in, to do, to get any kind of village or town center closed down even temporarily is very, very difficult. And then that often means that, as a race organizer, you need to be a little bit more creative, and you need to make sure that whatever way you do your race, the runners don't cross too much traffic. But then you don't get this experience that they have here, where you're running right into the heart of the crowds and you get all that support.
Yeah, it's actually I want to highlight that everybody highlighted it. But speaking about organization efforts, we gotta talk about the volunteers today. The race was happened because of them today. There's over 600 volunteers working for the pure heart of it, for the pure love of the race, and making it happen in a horrible day that we have today, and making people feel as comfortable as possible on such a terrible rain, such a terrible wind. It was all theirs, if I might say. A great job of love for the race, and I don't know how to say it, how to express it correctly, but kudos to all the 600 of them that are still out there, and they're gonna still be out there, because I think the cutoff is around 17 or 18 hours, so they're gonna stay until the night today. But yes, we get to see a bit of the marathon right now. This was the start also at 6 a.m. in El Pilar, as Rene pointed out earlier today. These 2 hours is not a delay. What's the opposite of delay?
The opposite of what? Sorry.
Delay. It's not a 2 hours delay for the marathon, right?
Oh, delay. No, yes, the opposite. It was moved 2 hours earlier. Yeah.
Moved 2 hours earlier. I think it was a great, it was a success to do that, because the mid pack was pretty well, thrown out during the course. The whole I don't know, over 1,000 people probably racing today were well distributed during the 42K. So once they got caught up with the leaders of the ultra, or the runners of the ultra, it was not going to be huge bottlenecks around the race. Probably up in El Roque de los Muchachos with the bad weather, something may have happened. But anyway, it was a fantastic marathon. We saw there our French lad who started out strong here, and also Inés Astrain with Sheila Vilés that were running pretty quickly from the beginning. But it was we had a dark horse and we didn't even know her, which was really bad from us. But it was fantastic for her. The French kid who started really fast, then he ended up dropping. I believe he was a bit frozen. I can't remember his name. I'm gonna go find him right now. But he was pushing the pace really fast, and then when they got to El Roque de los Muchachos, he was overtaken by Andrea Prandi and Tobias Wagenstoss. But then Raúl Criado showed up. Raúl Criado did a super smart race, trying to hold. He said he was on the finish line interview. He said that it's hard for him to start out fast, so he had to control the pace until the start of the downhill, which he knew it was his strength. So he nailed it really well. He got to the top of the mountain, and then just blasted down the hill and passed both Tobias Wagenstoss and Andrea Prandi that were pacing themselves together to try to get to that podium. But it was Raúl who ended up winning the race, with Tobias Wagenstoss in second and Andrea Prandi in third. But you can look now how bad the weather was. This is El Reventón 8 station before heading up to Pico de la Cruz, Pico de la Nieve and Roque de los Muchachos. It was a tough one for sure for all these marathon runners. Really low visibility, really windy, and really cold temperatures. But I gotta say, Rene, I was kind of scared on this one, especially seeing these guys running so fast and kind of tripping and slipping on these wet rocks.
Yeah, there were some of the worst conditions we saw today, but it was good to kind of study Raúl. And if you're still with us and listening here, I think we're going into kind of the last 10 minutes of today's broadcast, then don't forget to go back on transvulcania.v3.livetrail.net, because you can find, if you're a student of the sport and you're interested in how the different elites run, there's such a lot of interesting data in the new version. And you can, for instance, see with Raúl that, as he did start slow, he was in 6th position by Reventón, and then he gained 5 spots. And he descended that final section back down into Tazacorte, at 15.8 kilometers per hour, you know, and that's around 3 minutes 48 seconds per kilometer. You know, that was his average pace coming down that descent. So
Wow.
that hopefully gives people a little bit of an idea of what's actually involved in this.
Yeah, it's incredibly how fast you can run on that downhill if you're good. But yeah, we are now seeing Inés Astrain, who ended up in third in the podium. She was second last year. She was third this year. Probably paying a bit the toll of her win a couple of weeks ago at the Maratón Milla in Peñagolosa Trails. But anyway, also like we saw with Yekaterina in the ultra, she was holding really well on that podium spot that she really wished. A race that she loves a lot, the island that loves a lot, and ended up finishing in third. And here we have the battle for second and third with Tobias Baggenstosh and Andrea Prandi, who it's something I kind of spoke over it, but Andrea overcame a really bad illness. He had some sort of cancer just a few years ago, being super young with 22, 23 years old. But he overcame it and he's back to running. He was one of the huge prospects of mountain running from Italy, and then he had to stop for obvious reasons with his illness. And he overcame it, and then and now he's back and he's running in third in Transvulcania's marathon and fighting until the end with another amazing runner as it is Tobias Baggenstosh. All emerging runners, you know, people who are still have a long career in front of them. Also Inés Astrain, who we see here. Sheila Vilés was in second, who's back on track of being one of the best runners in the world. And our winner, our dark horse of the day, María Teresa La Chica Loest, who won. She excelled today. It was a fantastic performance. Here we have Andrea Prandi, who was third, the Italian guy. Tobias Baggenstosh from Switzerland, and we're gonna see now Raúl Criado, who was our winner, with his hand on the sky, his kick of the tape, dedicating the race to his grandpa, who's in heaven, as he said, sending him strength. So that was fantastic. René, I don't know if you heard, we are around 3 minutes now until the end of this beautiful 2025 edition of the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX streaming.
Muchas gracias, compañero. Mira, para mí ha sido un gustazo. Me encanta poderme despedir, sobre todo para que puedan ver el ambiente que hay a esta hora, donde ya esto se ha convertido en una fiesta. Aquí tenemos este arco que no para. Además se ha hecho el relevo ya de speakers. Ha llegado también otro compañero que, por cierto, me contaba que se mojó bastante en el pilar. Ha llegado por aquí, pero se va a quedar todo lo que falta de corredores que van a venir por aquí. Ahí siguen esas medallas preparadas, zona postmeta y fisioterapia, y por aquí pues corredores que han terminado la carrera y que felizmente ya pues se sacan su foto en el fotocall, disfrutan, se despiden de la isla de La Palma. A ver, ¿cómo ha ido la carrera?
Muy buena, es mi primera vez.
Muy bien.
Y la verdad es que lo he disfrutado mucho, salvo por las nubes y la lluvia.
No, esto da igual, a pesar de la lluvia,
al final sí que
ha ido perfecta.
Muy buena, muy buena.
Pues eso, ese es el resumen. A pesar de la lluvia, ha sido sensacional.
That was Deborah signing off. We really rely on her today. She did a great job at Los Canarios and also here at Puerto de Tazacorte, welcoming the runners of the marathon and also the runners that were passing through at the ultra. She was giving us some intel on our WhatsApp group. Fantastic job for Deborah. We're gonna see really quickly the highlights of the half marathon. Do you want to go for it, René?
Yeah, let's look through it. So as I said, the media marathon, it's actually over 24k. So you're seeing the start here is a little bit brighter. It started at 7:30 a.m. We had just over 600, I think it was, starters. There's still 62 of them out there. We have 545 of them home. So the vast majority of the field are home by now. And so 14 DNFs, which is the lowest, and as you would expect, of course, because it is the shorter race. And we'll see, hopefully, now the footage of who the winners were, because it was a race where there was a lot of quality. And we were very excited to see what Daniel Lausanne's, I think, certainly for the Spanish audience, needs no introduction, you know. And would he be able to put it up to Luca Del Pero, who from Italy, you know, who showed fantastic form when he won the vertical on Thursday evening. So they were two of the names that we really looked out for. But there was a few surprises as well, and I think let's see if we can get the footage and we just talk through it as we see it. What you're seeing now is the early stations in the mist and the cold.
Was foggy, huh?
Yeah, very foggy.
Kind of Irish, I would say.
Well, you'd be surprised. People think that, but I think they think about London. It does get foggy here occasionally, especially on the high mountains. But Ireland has, it's not so bad really. It's a little bit of a stereotype. I say that because I work with Wicklow Tourism, by the way. So that's my excuse.
We gotta go.
Trick you over here. We're off.
Yeah, so this was the passing of the half marathon through Los Canarios. Interesting, really interesting day, super atypical. So whoever ran this, any of the three distances here, can say that they ran probably the coldest and rainiest Transvulcania ever. As we see now, the finish of Luca Del Pero, the winner on Thursday of the vertical, and also today. Winning for the second time here at the half marathon. Daniel Sanz, who finished up in third, and the second guy who's he finished almost sprinting with Luca. He's sitting somewhere there. It's Sergio Alvarez.
Yeah, it was a fairly tight race, especially compared to the others. Sergio Alvarez there, he was only 12 seconds down on Luca, and then they had a minute more down to Daniel Lozans, you know. But even Daniel, it wasn't a foregone conclusion. He only had 9 seconds to Baptiste. And here, of course, we're seeing Maud Matisse, who was a savage victory. I think she had, if I remember right here, and I'll just double check, I think it was 18 minutes. No, not quite. She had an 11-minute margin, you know, but that's a lot over 24 kilometers. And she, just like she did in the vertical, which she also won, she didn't look like she was totally out on her feet at the finish.
Yeah. It's a fantastic race for Maud. And then we had a bit of a sprint between Alba Valladares and Silvia Lara. So it was also interesting to witness such a competitive half marathon outside of Maud, of course. But yeah. Okay. So René, it's about time. We've done it. We've gone through it on Thursday. We've gone through it today. I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as we did. It was a beautiful race to witness, a different and atypical, as we said before, Transvulcania. From my side, René, not much to say. Just thank you for being so patient in my chaos of broadcasting, and thank you for your great spirits and your awesome knowledge on the sport. Hopefully next time we can see you here with me. Look, that's me. That's just me here sitting by myself here. We should be René next year, and thank you so much for your time. And René, it's all yours to say goodbye.
Yeah, I can only second that. So thank you all for staying with us, for those who stayed from the very start and those who joined late. And definitely do come back next year. It'll be the same time, and we look forward to taking you through another edition of this great race.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, René. Thank you to all the production team, to the LBS streaming production, and of course to Transvulcania and the island of La Palma for hosting us one more year, and hopefully next year we're going to be back here. To all of you in the chat, thank you so much for being with us on this fantastic race that we had today. All the distances were amazing, so we hope you enjoyed it. And if we don't see you next year here in the island, we hope to see you in the chat with us and sharing with us the 2026 Transvulcania, of course, but now the 15th anniversary of the Transvulcania. Adidas TERREX is signing off from Los Llanos de Aridane. Thank you so much. My name is Mauri Pagliacci. Thank you so much for being with us. René, also René Borg from Ireland to the world. Thank you so much, and goodbye.